just got back to town. Since you've been back, we've been riding in the ground. Where the heck boy gone to? You know, when he get back, cause something else will end the back too. The boy is back in town. Come out and play, don't get led astray. I happily walk into the night to find my ghost wife in white. The boy is back again. A pool in a motel is like a boat without a sail. You can't break me. 3:30 in the morning, not a soul in sight. Monsters knocking on my door every night. When the bell starts ringing, be ready for the pain he's bringing. He wants to get home in his boat. If you get in his way, he'll cut your throat. Come out and play, don't get led astray. I happily walk into the night to find my ghost within white. The boy is back again. The pool with no motel is like a boat without a sail. You can't break me. 3:30 in the morning, not a soul in sight. Monsters knocking on my door every night. When the bell starts ringing, be ready for the pain he's bringing. He wants to get home in his boat. If you get in his way, he'll cut your throat. Come out and play, don't get led astray. I happily walk into the night to find my ghost within white. The boy is back again. The boy is back again. This place can't break me, even if they take me. Web spun demons come. Worms got into me, worms that go to set 'em free. Worms will ride a pony on the sea. Take these worms from me. Smiley, smiley.
My blood is your blood now, motherfucker.
I like this game.
And welcome everybody. Happy Friday to you all. Yes, it is Friday Night Fever, and we are going to dive back into some From action, seeing what we can think, our final predictions as we are getting closer and closer to the next episode, sort of like the eve of the eve. And we are going to see what you guys think, your final sort of thoughts and feelings before our pregame show tomorrow night and the episode drops. So we're going to do a little call in, let you guys come up here and tell us what you think about this week's episode. And we also have the trailer for episode 8 up and loaded up, so we can watch that again later on and see. Again, this trailer for me didn't have too much in it. I don't have the episode shots that they put out for the episode like MGM puts out. I haven't seen those, and I do not have them. So we don't have that to go over, but we do have the trailer, and it gives us just a little bit of a setup for what the next episode is going to kind of give us. Which for me, I like the trailers that they've been putting out for these last two. They're a little bit smaller, or these last few possibly. I like the smaller trailers. They kind of set you up and get us ready for what is to come. But thank you all for joining us tonight. And welcome Miss Dana Marie again, as always, my bestie and best co-host around. What's up, honey? How you doing? How's your Friday?
Doing pretty good. Feeling a little better.
Good. Yes, that's right. You have been battling fiercely. You're winning. You're winning. You will beat the cold. Believe
Hopefully,
it, Dana.
Hopefully.
Believe it. Have faith. You will
Hopefully.
beat that cold. I believe you're going to beat it. You're going to get you
Voice
some honey.
is coming back, so we're getting there.
Good. It's that time of year for you guys, too. That weather changing back and forth never helps anybody. I know we got plants that are blooming again. We had a little, just cold enough, not even cold, but just the nights got cool enough that some of our plants are now flowering that usually flower for like spring weather. So for us, it's kind of like a springish vibe. But let's see who else, and let's see who all we have in the chat tonight, and welcome you guys. I see Caleb, first and foremost. Caleb Reynolds, welcome to you, hun. Woo! Yes, it is Friday night. Celebrate it. Welcome, Jackson Rains. Hey, Scarlett, what's up, everybody? Hope all is well. Can't wait. Yes, indeed. Welcome to you, Arrow. Awesome. Let's go. Yes, let's go. We are very close to the next episode. And again, guys, if you are not in the Discord, go check it out because Arrow is probably one of the best I have seen at using Suno. He has made so many songs that I had to create a whole new channel in the Discord just for him and some of you other guys in there so that you have an album sort of soundtrack from a Lee channel. So you guys can go in there and check out all of the music. I still got to place a few more of the original songs in there, but we got a music video one too. So as I start making more of these in music videos, we'll also put those into a channel for music videos, the From a Lee soundtrack, so to speak. So yeah, guys, thank you, Arrow, for all that you have done in there. So shout out to you, hun, because I'm telling you guys, these songs are rocking. He's making all kinds. A little bit of
He is.
everything. Well, I know you've listened to some of them, Dana.
I'm scared to see what Christmas is gonna bring.
Lots of good things, hopefully. No coal. We don't want any coal in our stockings. Lots of candy and goodies. What's up, AP? Glad to see you hanging with us. Let's make some predictions, folks. Absolutely. Muncher Luncher, what's up? Glad to see you hanging with us. I see Vic hanging out with us tonight. Welcome, welcome. We got Elizabeth hanging with us. Welcome to you, hun. Let's see who else we got. I see Dark Elf hanging with us. We got From Lee Theory in the house. I see Golden Child. We got Stephanie 1816. What's up? What's up? Glad to see all of our new members and all of our regulars and new folks who happen to be popping in tonight, maybe. All of you guys, welcome, welcome. Oh, I see Bitey, our OG one and only kitty. Welcome, Bitey. We love you. Yes, and glad you are feeling better, Dana. Bitey sends
Yes, we're
the
getting there.
love. And you know, love from a kitty cat's the best. Or a doggy. I shouldn't, you know. What's up, the new watchers on the wall? Hey, family, hope all is well. It is, and we hope all is well with you guys. And I will drop that link in just a minute for you guys to hop on with us. See who else we got real quick, and then I will drop that link, and you guys are more than welcome to join us on panel. I see Nora Angel hanging out with us tonight. What's up, hun? I see William Whitey. What is up? What is up? Welcome, welcome. I see the man in black. What's up, hon? Glad to see you hanging. And we got Baby Clay Media and Reaction. Welcome to you all tonight. Hope you're having an awesome Friday night. Eric says, thinks there are some bangers that even surprised myself. I know, right? The programs, they're awesome. And I'm telling you, dude, you're doing an absolutely fabulous job with them. There's some fire tracks in there, guys. And yeah, they put all your ideas in the song creation, and I was going to get to a lot of them, but Arrow beats me to it every week. He is on top of it, and he has created some crazily good songs from some of the suggestions. So let's get that link in the chat for you guys, and then we will dive in to some From Talk. Let me get that real quick. But yeah, so what are you most excited about as we are leading into this next episode? Thresholds, I believe. How you feeling, Dana? What are you excited about now that we've settled the episode a little?
I'm really excited to see Julie in the dungeon.
Oh yeah.
I'm really curious to see if we're gonna see her like interact with Martin, maybe. I don't know. I'm just really curious to see what's gonna happen in the dungeon.
Oh yeah. I cannot wait. That's one of my favorite things to see. And they set it up even in the trailer for us to know that something, and she takes her big brother. Again, where are the parents? But man, what is she hearing? Is she going to be able to actually, see what was there, where she was, or is it just going to be one of those kind of, nothing for now, leave it alone kind of moments, tease us some more with it. But I hope they do show us something. What do you think it's going to be, though? Because I was thinking about that too. Like, how much are they going to show? Is it going to be like she actually walks in and she sees it, but Ethan doesn't? Will Ethan be able to see it? Like, so many questions. Welcome, Ray.
I don't know at this point, but I'm really hoping we get something with Martin. I feel like that is one story like that has so many unanswered questions. Like, we're both on the same page that we don't trust him, but to what extent?
Exactly. Because they haven't fully disclosed like if Martin's good or bad or what he was, if he was real. Because all these illusions, right? We've seen so many things that appear to be like illusions or visions. And we don't know how much of this stuff, how real this stuff is, right? Like, we don't know how tangible it is. We're assuming some things are like spiritual ghost kind of visions and stuff. But when Boyd saw the ballerina, that was more real. That seemed like it was real, yet it wasn't. So the cicadas, they seemed pretty real, although others couldn't see them. It's weird of how far they're going with this. And was Martin one of these apparitions, or was he actually real? Because we don't see anything of his body when he goes back. But that doesn't necessarily mean one way or the other. It's just another question on the mystery. But yes, so many questions to see. Let's see what you guys are saying. Yes, welcome everyone. Again, the link is pinned to the top of the chat, so if you guys want to come up and let us know your theories, feel free. All are welcome. See, Golden Child says, I wonder how many times Jim and Tabitha left their kids at home in the real world. And it starts to make you wonder a little bit. Every time you think you get one of them, I'm like, okay, they're coming around, and they kind of do something else stupid. I'm like, man, I'm trying to like both characters, but they just make it very hard, Dana.
I can only imagine.
But I also cannot wait to see what's going to happen with our dear Fatima and where she is going to...
Makes the comment like she had to pick up a lot of slack. So I'm not shocked if, both of them were very lack in their real world.
Mm-hmm. It's possible. I mean, Jim and Tabitha seem to let their kids run amok. How they're going to end up where they are. Like, I kind of understand Julie a little bit. She's getting a little bit older. Not that I would still let her just roam around in a place like this, but if we're talking like standard places, your kid walking to the park when she's a teenager is not like the worst thing. Of course, this is not just walking to the park, but Ethan, it's like, okay, well, I guess she's with him, so that makes sense. But then it's like, man, really, why would y'all let them go out in the woods? Like, that's just straight up Grimm's fairy tales, man. Don't let them go out in the freaking magical woods. It never ends good.
And it's pretty far. Like, it's not like they're just like they had to drive to get to those like ruins. So they're not close.
Mm-hmm. Because it was like, I can see they haven't mapped it out for us, like, to say where these distances are either, right? Because now we're also wondering, like, okay, if they're going to the village seemingly faster back and forth, but it seemed as if they had to do like this full night's rest before they could go back. But Tabitha then went over there. Boyd needed help to get back to town from where Martin's dungeon was, but that's seemingly, I guess, because he'd never been there before, so he didn't know which direction to go. And I'm trying to remember, it seemed to be how far was it from the Peach truck? Because he made it there within a couple minutes, didn't he? And I'm assuming
they
drove.
don't know.
How long did they drive? How long was the drive from Colony House? Because that's how she made it there the first time.
They were driving for a little while. I mean, not hours or anything like that, but it's still like not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the closest.
Mm-hmm. See, the Man in Black says Martin didn't have the white eyes. No, he didn't, which makes me think he was the entity as opposed to any of the three or some of these other visions of the past sort of what do we want to say, like chosen or people like the soldiers or the guy with the stone. All those people seemingly had some kind of weirdness going on with their eyes. I think Martin's the entity of some sort.
Yes.
Which he may not be. Like I said, they still ain't gave us nothing to say one way or the other. So I'm waiting to see. Like I said, the guy that's in this the Lion Witch in the Wardrobe Covered type deal situation, he could be Martin. I don't think we even know who that truly is. It could be Christopher. It just could be some random person that from one of these past generations or from Victor's past sort of time being there. So the questions are piling up. That is for sure. I'm actually trying to find the image of that. There it is. But yeah, I mean, it's possible. It seems like what a 70s style button up shirt, some baggy jeans, maybe some bell bottoms. It's hard to tell. I couldn't see I don't know if I could. Let me go back and see if I could find the feet. I don't know. I'll have to go back and see if I can get a glimpse of them tennis shoes. Shoegate's on again, Dana.
Oh, Jesus. It's going to be shirt gate. It's going to be fucking body gate. It's going to be shoe gate. It's going to be everything with this.
Mm-hmm. Jan says, if Martin was in a dream sequence, does that mean his body is somewhere else, maybe in the town somewhere? And yes, if he was similar to the three Taken, you would think that he would have been somewhere in some time period alive, like the three, but we haven't seen him anywhere. He has not popped up, similar to Eloise, who seemingly who's disappeared without a trace, and nobody seemed to have found her body. But we have a new body, unidentified body. We don't know who this body is. So,
Nope.
like I said, I'll leave it up to you guys to say what you guys think. For me, it could be a rando, it could be Martin, it could be Christopher. Hell, I wouldn't be surprised if we watch back on this episode and this body ain't there anymore when he goes back. That's the way From likes to play. So all the possibilities I will accept. Yes, Vic, I have actually mentioned the trailer. I have it loaded up so we can talk about that as well. So we will talk about the episode 8 trailer tonight, probably as we talk about this episode. I can actually go ahead and play that in a minute. So if you guys do not want to hear anything about the trailer for the next episode or watch it, we understand. Just so you guys know that will be discussed tonight. Let's see. Welcome, Woodrow, and all you guys who are joining us. The new watcher says, at this point, I'm not letting my kids walk anywhere. Too much is going on. Absolutely, yeah. Especially in this place. You think in the real world, you give kids, especially at a certain age, a little bit, you let them walk down the street a little bit, maybe, depending on how far down. But still, this place, definitely want to keep them a little bit closer, especially after the warning Jim got. You would think they would not just be willy-nilly walking around, but seemingly they are. But we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to see how they end up there and why Julie wants to bring Ethan there of all places, or did Ethan just sort of follow her? If we don't get to see in the trailer why they're going there together, all sort of possibilities. I'm thinking like a younger brother tag along type deal situation, like she's trying to go do something and he sees her and he sneaks out.
True.
Or she could tell him about it, right? Because they did have that little conversation on the couch where he's like, you got to let me, I want to know what's going on kind of thing. I know something's wrong, something different or something. Yeah. What do you think, Dana? How do you think they're going to end up at Martin's dungeon landscape place?
Because Julie's not going to be able to, not stop thinking about it. Regardless of what Randall says, I think Julie, whatever she felt is going to pull her in a sense. because she doesn't know what the fuck is going on in her own head. So she may be hoping that there are some answers. Does she remember that that's where she was? Or did they really just stumble across it and it felt familiar, or felt like she, knew that feeling from when she was under the spell of the cicadas? Who knows? But like you said, she did have that like conversation with Ethan. So I think that they go together. I would think that she probably takes him with, because Ethan's going to be like, well, you promised me you weren't going to, lie. Like, so I could see them going together. I don't think he's going to have to sneak and follow her.
And that's what I was wondering, like, how are they going to get there and the possibilities? But yeah, they definitely had the conversation. So, her opening up to Ethan seems like they would be going together. The same way how I guess Victor ended up going back to Sarah with Jasper. And again, I can't wait. That's another one, Dana. What is Jasper going to do? Is he actually going, is it just going to be another moment between Ethan and Victor that's just sort of that character development, that kind of touching moments that we get between them with their dialogue? Or is Jasper going to actually like talk to Sarah mentally? I don't know. I'm so curious to see how that's going to play out. I'm hoping it's not going to be a complete like drop. At least give me a good moment.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I wonder if it's going to be something that just Sarah kind of hears or sees, and Victor doesn't. Are they both going to have an experience to get like? I don't know, but we haven't seen Sarah really interact a lot with like the voices lately. And I don't know if that's just because she hasn't said anything and we just don't know, but maybe they've kind of gone quiet and Jasper's gonna activate something. I don't know.
I know, it's so hard. I know, I can't wait, guys. We are like literally getting to the final hours. Tomorrow is like, well, game day. It's time to go. Get ready. Welcome everyone. Nick L, and I'm seeing Kiwi pop in, and all you guys. Welcome. Hope you're all having a great Friday night. And again, the link is pinned. If anybody wants to join us, feel free. But poor Fatima. Will Boyd save her? Can the town save her? Or will they stake her up like the witch she's turning into? I don't know. Turn into one of them evil, creepy things, but not like the monsters, but like something. I don't think it's a monster. There's something else going on. I still feel like she's pregnant, but they don't understand. You know how the mob goes when they don't understand things, Dana. She's a witch.
Yes.
They put them on the stake.
Yes.
Every time.
Pretty much.
They get in the pitchfork.
Yeah, Fatima's she's in some shit. I don't know what's gonna happen. Because like Donna said, like it's one thing to deal with the horrors that they have to deal with that night. This is like murder, not a creature. This is murder. How do they deal with, murder?
Well, Dale did something kind of similar, and Dale got to survive. He did. The thing that sucks for Fatima is that they know she's eating rotten food and God only knows what else. Like, had they not known, because you think about, like, they didn't know about what was going on with her, at least to a little bit of a degree, and knowing that she's not pregnant now and she's still eating stuff that's weird. They might not have, like, completely got upset with her and thought, who knows what, because, Dale just seemingly stabbed Boyd's son, and he got to not go to the box. But with her possible cravings, I don't know. Them knowing that, like, yeah, Arrow, to the box. To the box she shall go. I feel for her. Because that's, because it was so quick, right? She's like freaking out. Tilly's trying to help. And it was like a magnet, right? Because when she grabs the shears and she just rears back and instantly, it was almost as if it was like something, I don't want to say took over her, but it was like the blade was just perfectly magnetized to Tilly's heart or something. Like it was so clean, so straight, so fast. It was weird the way that it just, I was like, holy shit.
Yeah.
And then Casanova says, spoiler alert, things will happen tomorrow night. Yes, guys, it's going down. Welcome, Mary. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Friday night. Let's see. Elizabeth says, I actually think she is turning into a night creature. After Smiley's death, I think they have to replenish their ranks. It will be so creepy if she does turn and joins their ranks. Yes, and she absolutely could still be turning into a monster. That's a good point. You know, they lost one, seemingly. Maybe they got to get one back. I'm curious how they pick, because that's the one question I've had is like, why Fatima? Like, why did they pick her if they're changing her into a monster? Like the baby thing, I kind of understood. Because perhaps she was like the perfect womb, the perfect vessel to carry this child. But turning her into a monster, I was like, I thought it was going to be the three. If anybody was going to be turned into a monster, I thought it was going to be one like Randall, Julie, or Marielle. So I can't figure out how they tapped her. Because the cicadas would have tapped her maybe. Oh, their timeline is confusing me, Dana. I'm making my head spin. Elizabeth says, Dale was a true accident. Ellis and Dale got into a physical altercation and Ellis didn't die. And that is true. I mean, Dale just straight stabbed him. And it was, Ellis didn't die because luckily they were there to help him. Fatima she was kind of screwed. She just like, I don't know, I just feel for her. It just seemed weird. I'm going to have to get the clip of it when she actually rears back. Because it was so dead on that because she was just like in so much pain. And it was like the shears were just there. It was so weird how like out of everywhere, these just shears just happened to be these yellow fucking shears. Again, that yellow color. And she grabs them and then it's just, she's even seemingly in shock when she does it. Like she didn't even realize what she was doing. Kind of like out of me of the Dale situation, except of course, like Elizabeth says, Ellis survived until he didn't. And it was such a dead shot. Like it was so wild and accurate for her to seemingly been so like crippled in that moment before.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of energy and force behind that, but it was like her unknowingly doing it. I don't know. It was creepy. Let's see what else we got. Era says Dell was crazy. Dell was uncool. Smack that like or end up in the pool. Sorry, I didn't read that as well as you actually put that in there. Era, awesome, man. Yes. Welcome, Ray Barnes. How you doing, hun? Welcome.
Hey, what's up, ladies?
Hi, honey.
What's up, Scarlett? What's up, Dana?
Doing good. Happy Friday to you, man.
Happy Friday. How is Mama From doing?
She's doing good. She's counting down till tomorrow night's episode.
Okay. I'll tell her, say hey.
I will.
Yeah, we're going to get Mama tomorrow night.
Yep.
Awesome. Can't wait. Love getting Mama's take, especially right before the next episode drops, because I know she's ready to watch it.
All right, I want to see.
She
I want
sure
to see
is.
Mama From make a whole video. I'm down to watch that.
Nice. Mary says, Fatima didn't do it on purpose. She was literally telling Ellis she felt like she was losing control lately, and she told Tilly to back off. Yeah, so I said it was weird. I felt bad for her. Again, it's one of those things where you've reached a point of no return. Like, it's so unfortunate. But then I think about all the people like who have done things in this town, whether they've out and out murdered someone accidentally or through their actions maybe caused someone to end up in a very bad situation or even a deadly situation, and how some of those characters seemingly still get to carry on, or they have a sort of redemption to them in a degree. So I'm curious to see how they're going to play Fatima's out with this. We saw Sarah and how her arc went. Even Boyd this season, and how we're going to kind of see how that plays out. He's been seemingly having a lot of hits where he's not feeling like he's doing or the town's making him feel like he's not doing the best that he can. He probably even feels a little bit of that guilt through Tian Chen and Randall for sure. That's the most recent in his face. Like, haha, you know, we made you have to choose someone's life. But even Dale, like the Dale situation, I know I'm forgetting. There's got to be another one that I'm forgetting where one of these guys did something like this. But I don't know. We'll see where Fatima's plays out. I mean, we had Frank, but Frank didn't really. He didn't deserve the box. That was brutal. Oh, Acosta. That's who else we had. Acosta, seemingly taking Nikki out. And she's kind of seemingly still walking around. So, I don't know, man. We'll see. I'm hoping that it's going to end well for Fatima. But the way they play these seasons out, I don't know, man. I don't think anybody's going to go back to the box, though. They seem to be done with the box idea. At least Boyd is. But what will they do? I wonder if they're going to make her, like, have to live somewhere else, like outside of the town. Like, you are now reached, like, we just start kicking people out of the town. You got to go live in the magical forest with all the things that bump in the night. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's in the fates for poor Fatima? Let's see
I
what
think
you
she's going down a dark path. She started out really positive. She was probably the most positive person on the show. And now I think she might be the one with the most doom and gloom. I don't know.
It's sad.
I think it's gonna, in my opinion, we talked about this, but I think she's one of the beloved deaths we'll get before the end of the season.
I was hoping she was gonna make it through this season. Because I was hoping that she would make it through the pregnancy, and then at least after the pregnancy, maybe somewhere in the next season they were going to take her out. I thought maybe Ellis was going to be taken out first, and then her, sort of to get to her easier.
I do agree with you on that. As far as
I don't know, it's looking like you're right. She might be getting out this season.
But no, I think you're right. As far as the pregnancy part, I think whatever happens to her, it'll happen after we resolve whatever's going on with this pregnancy thing. And then whenever you want to get into the trailer for the next episode, that kind of speaks to what's going on with Fatima.
Here, we
and
can
Ellis.
actually go ahead and show that. Let me see if I got it turned up. Let me know if you guys can hear it. Well, I think I got it turned up as much as
Ellis can be a scary guy when he wants to.
Yeah. I will see how, because I was thinking Ellis was going to be out far before Fatima for two fronts. One, because he's the quote-unquote father of the child, and usually they don't survive either of these kind of demonic situations or whatever crazy baby-type situations she's got going on.
I said Ellis. I meant Elgin.
Oh, you meant Elgin. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, Elgin's creepy. Yeah, he's got some creepy stuff going on, too.
Yeah. And then he's a big dude.
And J Mart says, I feel like Acosta's there to replace Boyd as the sheriff of the town. Maybe he won't die this season, but maybe next. And it is possible they're starting to make it feel as if anybody is on the chopping block and that no one is safe, even our most beloved characters. So again, guys, it is all up for grabs, all on the table. Now let's see. Let me know if you guys can hear the trailer, and we'll go ahead and watch it. It is a quick one, as it was last week, so we'll do that real quick. Again, we're about to watch the trailer for episode 8. If you do not want to watch it. That we perfectly understand that. Mute or dip out on us, we understand. But we are going to check it out. So here we go, guys.
Whatever is inside me is still there. What if it happens again? I killed someone.
It seems really quiet, doesn't it? Does it seem really quiet to you guys, or can y'all hear it?
I can hear it, but I have my mic volume,
Okay,
down low.
I'm sorry. I'll keep it going. I just wanted to make sure because I didn't know if it was quiet. All right.
It
I
sounds
started
good
back
enough.
over. Perfect. I will start it back over then, right where it starts. Sorry, I just want to double check that volume.
Whatever is inside me is still there. What if it happens again? I killed someone.
We need help! Help! I need help! Anyone see anything?
Hiding every night from those things, that's one thing. This is something that people are gonna have to blame someone for.
I feel like something wants me to go in here. We can go in together if you want. Ready?
Oh, what's gonna happen? Can't wait to find out. Oh,
So
Good.
somewhere in there was a shot where it looked like Elgin was dragging Fatima down to the cellar.
was it in this one? Because I don't remember seeing it in this trailer.
It was in the trailer for episode 8. I'm not sure if they put out more than one.
So I know that was spoilers people were talking about, and I didn't see that in the trailer.
This was
This was
what
the
I
one
saw
that
was in the
Yeah.
trailer.
Dana recorded this one straight off MGM when it played the episode.
Yes.
And so like, I haven't seen
I
that.
know
I don't
there's
know.
a lot of shots going around that MGM put out that extend the trailer, but I haven't seen another trailer. Because I believe even Jeremy used this one.
Maybe it was some type of extended trailer or something like that. I thought it was a trailer. And I hate that. You don't never know. Some people put out stuff and make it look like a trailer.
And so
Oh,
you gotta be
yeah.
like, yeah, that's why you gotta be real careful with it, because I know that
Ads,
there's a lot
frames, and
of
stuff.
stuff out there. Again, like I said, all I know is what's in this trailer. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen anything on that. I know someone said something about that in a stream before, and my understanding those are some of the spoilers that are out there.
This is like walking through a landmine.
Like I said, I don't know. Like I haven't seen that. From my
Minefield.
understanding, those are spoilers that are out there. So like, if it's not in this trailer, I'm not talking about it because this is the only
Yeah,
MGM trailer I know about.
unfortunately, there were lots of leaks for these last few episodes. So there's stuff that MGM is officially putting out, and there is stuff that has been leaked.
Now that might be in
So,
the episode pictures, the official photos that are out for MGM. That's a possibility because I haven't seen those. But
I
as
don't
far
even
as like
want
the
to talk about
trailer,
it no more since it wasn't in this trailer.
yeah, I was saying it might be in the photos. Now that's fair. If it's in the photos, that's fair game. I just haven't looked at those photos yet either. Myself,
I
all I've
haven't
seen
either.
is what's in this trailer for the episode.
But
But I know
it's
I
getting
can't
hard.
wait to see. It is. It's hard. This season in particular is rough on everybody. We haven't even put out videos, so we're not really in that kind of space where some of that drama is coming in at. But
Somebody
no,
put
it's rough out there, guys.
like a spoiling photo in their thumbnail. So you're just scrolling through, looking at what may be on YouTube. In the thumbnails, a spoiler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like it's getting crazy. But hopefully they'll do something different next season.
And we'll see, like, and how much all this stuff pans out, and how much of it, I hate that it's ruined it for the fandom a little bit, but it's just one of them things with the internet now. It's hard to keep a lot of this stuff, even without what MGM puts out. It's hard. Things get leaked and spoiled regardless of even. I know MGM themselves have probably caused a lot of it themselves, but even without anything they would have done, it's the possibilities. What they did it with HBO's Game of Thrones and stuff. They had several episodes that were leaked. Trust me, they were not happy about that. So it sucks.
Arrow says Reddit things I can't unsee. That's absolutely true. It's once you see something, you can't unsee it, and that's the worst part about it. Like I don't want to discuss what I saw in that trailer since it doesn't seem to be a part of this trailer, but
And it's that I don't even know because it could have been something somebody put together. I'm not sure. This was the only one that I knew about. If there's another one out there, you guys can feel free to let us know. I just haven't seen any other ones. I know they put the one out after the episode. Now, if it's something that you saw on Twitter, maybe that's a possibility. I know they put something out for Twitter every week.
it had some of the same scenes from this trailer. That's what's throwing me off. So I don't know if it's like Dana was saying, maybe an extended trailer, but
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. If you find it, show it to me after stream or something, and we'll see. Because I can, if it is an actual MGM trailer for the episode, I don't want to say I have any problem with it. If it's actual MGM plus, not leaked anything, something they just like they would put this one out. I'm not like too opposed to that kind of stuff, but even like Ash is saying, even the official photos, if you don't want to know any of these kind of what the episode's really going to show, even stay away from those because they give a lot of the plot stuff away. But again, that's just depending on how much you wish to partake in some of these things they put out for everyone. I know some of us really like less is more kind of thing with the theory crafting, and some people are just not as interested in the theory crafting. They just like the dramatics of the show and just want as much information as fast as possible. So it just depends on your perspective. But I really cannot wait to see what is going on with this camera that Elgin has, because they made sure to show that again in the trailer. And why, looking at what's going on, he's got the little camera. Is it going to take a picture? Are we going to get to see something from the camera picture? Is it going to do another flash for us like they don't show us here? But he sets the camera down right in view of what it's seemingly, again, the way it's cut, like whatever's going on in the greenhouse. So I'm just curious, man. I don't know. We're gonna get another photo. Where is it gonna lead Elgin next?
is he is he setting it down to put it? Sometimes those old cameras had like a delayed picture function. Is he setting it down so he can like pose for a photo or something?
Something. I don't know what he's about to do. That's what I was saying. Like he sets it down. It reminded me when he set it down in this last episode, while he's playing with the like little wind chime thing he made for Fatima.
Right.
And then it takes the picture and it's like the cellar on the root cellar. So he sets it down now again, as possibly. And again, I'm taking that from the trailers aspect. Like it shows Fatima and him. Everybody's like, oh my God, what happened here? He's outside, sets camera down. Pop, it's going to do like a flash and it's going to lead him.
And does he still have on the same clothes?
Always. That man ain't changed once in this entire.
I was thinking about that because it's like Clara. Clara is always in that blue shirt. I'm like, do they ever wash their clothes?
Elgin had one bad experience with a bathtub, and he said never again.
Like
Woodrow says he's staring at a pic from the camera out in the woods. Possible. Eric says, now if I see Clara anywhere near the stuff, super sus. Yeah, if Clara pops up anywhere near it, you guys already know Data's already on top of it. She gathering a whole portfolio of sus Claire information. She ready to talk about it.
Yes, I am.
Amy Cinnamon Sweet says, a pic of Fatima, maybe? It's possible. Will it show the creepy chick over there by the greenhouse?
Maybe he's walking up on them right after she kills Tilly, while her and Ellis are still in there.
Possible.
Oh, maybe he sees them run, like leaving.
Well, because the trailer is very misleading, right? Like it shows them arguing, or her, freaking out, and then it's like, oh my God, guys, come check it out, and then Elgin, of course. So it's the way they're making it appear in the trailer is as if dude finds them, and then Elgin's like walking out there with the camera, and then there's, investigating the body. Now, whether this scene happens in between this scene and them checking the body out, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it actually going to be like this is going to be somewhere in the middle of those two sort of moments, or is this just completely out of context and this is like the end of the episode after all that's happened, and then it's like creepy ladies outside, there's a mystery under the ground or something? Like, I don't know. She's going to reveal like some new hidden passageway or something. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
It's
But
creepy.
all I know is they better CSI Fromville the fuck out of her fanny pack.
Yeah,
They
that's what
better
I'm
open
ready
that
for that.
shit up, investigate it, do some CSI shit in there, add it to the evidence locker, whatever. I want to know what's in that fanny pack.
Like, I know some people are gonna die, but some people I want to die because I want to know what they got in their pockets and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like Donna.
She keep her hands in her pockets, because I think she's nervous. But she could be sus. Like I said, if they was going to get me with anybody, it was going to be Donna. Because, Donna got hurt. If she's the mole, I give up. No, I'm just kidding. But they going to hurt my feelings. See, Amy says they might have. So I saw some in the kitchen with Donna. Let's see. I don't know what they may have some of in there. But yeah, they could. Oh, soap. Yeah. So yeah, they definitely, and again, I think they're making these things, right? I think they're making the candles and the soap themselves, because the candles, I think they're like beeswax or something for the candles, and then I don't know how they're doing the soap. There's a couple of different ways they could do it, I'm sure. They seem to be very crafty here in Colony House. Like, that's just the vibe I get, like they make their own soaps and candles and nice things like that.
Yeah, they have to.
Mm-hmm. How is they going to watch? I mean, Elgin's helping out by not bathing at all.
Right.
Ain't got to worry about the supplies.
Elgin is like that's like his outfit, like not his outfit, but his uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's at work.
Mm-hmm.
And what is that on the shirt?
With the crow?
No, I don't think is that a crow?
Yeah, it's supposed to be like a crow or a raven.
Yeah.
Depending on how, I don't know if it's exactly a crow or a raven. I know there's a lot of discussion on the difference between the two. It is a bird of crow/raven descent.
The second he changes clothes is when he's gonna turn evil.
It's possible. I mean, I don't know. He definitely get wrapped up with this Komodo lady. And William says Elgin doesn't change his clothes or the film in his camera. Ash says Clara is still pissed that Jade stole her bike and she's after revenge. Yeah, that's fair. She wanted her bike back. That's all it was, Dana's, because Jade stole the bike. That's all. See,
Wait.
Purple Alizé says, did Elgin see Fatima running away and took proof? Okay, yeah, it's possible. Could have seen him, took a picture real quick. The pictures of her kids was, oh my God, is all the grandkid ghosts gonna pop up for Tilly's babies? He gonna see them? I think some of the grandkids and stuff are still alive though. Or is it going to be Fatima's kids? Whose kids will be on the picture? Will the boy in white be in the picture? Will there be a picture at all? Tune in tomorrow night to find out when the episode drops. Aaron says, don't be creepy. Don't be silly. Stab that like Fatima did Tilly.
That's a new song, Arrow.
Tell you, man, he's good with this stuff. He pops them out like crazy.
Let's hear that hook, Arrow.
Miguel says Elgin in his bathtub scene had his clothes on so he might wash his clothes then. Well, yeah, I mean, maybe. He does the whole, you wash while your clothes are on kind of deal. I get soap is soap. It might work. He seems like he's, I don't know. He seems so, well, they get preoccupied. But Jade's, was he rocking the same clothes too at this point? I can't remember. Jade changed him a little bit. Is he
No,
still rocking the kitty cat? Is he back to kitty cat shirt?
I think he changed clothes. 'Cause
Jade a little bit.
He started wearing a sweater and all other kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure he changed clothes.
But like the undershirt, is it still the kitty cat?
I don't think so. I think he started wearing like a well, I guess he started out in a striped shirt. So maybe he is wearing the kitty cat now.
I know he changed to the kitty cat, but then I think it might have changed. I can't remember if he kept the kitty cat one for a little while, then does he go back to it? All right,
Yeah,
now he
then-
doesn't have, like, I don't think he does on this one. Wait, well, he's got a sweatshirt thing over it. Dang it. Jay, take your clothes off so we can see what t-shirt you got on. Dang it. But yeah, it is a crow on Elgin's. And yes, Winnie Williams says, ghost camera. Purple says, yeah, it's a crow / raven watcher. Yeah, we're not sure if it's the crow or the raven. We'll take either answer. They both work. Amy says, call Elgin, catches Spider-Man. Wait. Call Elgin, catches Spider-Man, and Ellis decides to go after and kill Elgin to protect Fatima.
Something was auto-corrected in there, so she's trying.
Yeah, there
She's
was.
put up, like,
Okay,
three
I'm sorry.
messages.
Oops.
Say it.
No, that's
Something
stupid
was
autocorrect. Okay, I
auto-corrected
see it. I didn't
to
see
it.
that. I just scrolled down a little bit more. My bad. Spider-Man got nothing to do with this. Okay, I was down. I was about to say, well, it's possible. I mean, hell, I'm waiting for the brothers on Supernatural to pop in, or even some lost characters. So it's Spider-Man's welcome too.
Shit. At this point, who knows?
I know the autocorrect strikes again. Gotta love it, guys.
Yes. Yes, it does.
Elgin may have cut marks. That's why he's covering his arms and stuff. Ooh. Could be. William
Okay.
Whitey says, from Sonogram, sponsored by Polaroid. Jesus. Yeah, that's how. But the ultrasound doesn't work, Dana. It's the camera because it's a ghost baby. We gotta have a camera, gotta have Polaroid to see what's up with this baby. I actually like that.
Yeah. Give it a little twist.
I know, right?
That explained why they kept using giving that weird dialogue saying that the baby couldn't be seen and stuff like that instead of just saying there's no baby.
Mm-hmm. Oh, is he gonna be able to see? There's gonna be a baby in Fatima somewhere. He gonna see it
Right.
with the camera. Oh no! No, I can't wait to find out, man. Oh, what is it gonna happen with him? Poor guy, and he's wrapped up with Fatima and this chick. Like, oh man, with poor Elgin. How's he going? And how's Boyd? How's he going? Because Boyd, and she know. Donna knows.
Oh, that's gonna piss Boyd off.
Donna already talking about she was trying to get rid of her.
I don't think we've seen Boyd as mad as if somebody tries to,
Mm-hmm.
well, stop him from protecting his family.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that brings up the point that Patrick made from the new Watchers on the Wall. He feels that Boyd is going to have to be the one to make the decision on what to do with Fatima, and it's going to further break Boyd. Imagine having to be the one to make the decision to what to do about Fatima, and then his son steps. It's going to be horrible for Boyd.
Well, because I don't know. 'Cause it wasn't like she went after her. It was an accident, I think. It put her in the village. Is that like a middleman solution?
He will be the one to make the decision. So, Boyd will be deciding life and death. He said he's the one who keeps people alive.
Oh man, I hope they could just put her in the village or something. Give them a talisman. They could live their life out in a cabin. in the woods.
Yeah, that one cabin with the chair.
You know, it's fine.
Yeah, for her and the baby. They
Well,
can.
I mean, I don't know if the town's going to let her hang around, you know, knowing that she got some weird stuff going on.
Well, my thing is, I want to know how she gets caught because from what we understand right now, nobody's around.
I just assume they're going to assume it's her. At least
All they
Donna
got to
and
do is get
Boyd are
up and
going to
run away.
assume, and then they're going to be all in hiding and shit. Like, where'd Fatima and Ellis go?
Yeah,
Elgin with his camera, taking pictures of stuff that ain't there, but the other places. Weird.
they
That
should try
camera's
to.
trippy, man. That camera took a picture of that cellar. He wasn't nowhere near the cellar. So ain't
They
no
should,
telling what it's going to take a picture of next.
if they're smart, they'll try to frame Sarah.
Trying to frame Sarah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's possible. I'm imagining the town's going to start going crazy. Then you got Acosta up in there, too. And she already don't like Boyd.
yeah, she's already on pins and needles too.
I mean, at least he got the bullets, we think. We don't think she got them. Let's see. Purple
She
Jose
was.
says, we have Jade mutating into an old crazy dude, then Elgin, who remains the same. I wonder if this was intentional. I think they arrived within a few weeks of each other in Fromville time. Yeah, there wasn't too long between Jade and the bus, right? We're talking a couple weeks at most.
That's what I'm thinking.
And that's probably even being pretty liberal with it. Probably
Uh,
more like a few days.
yeah, I want
I
to say
can't
maybe like a week.
remember. Maybe like a week. Yeah. Let's see what else we got. Sponsored by Pfizer. That's funny. Mary says someone pointed out on Twitter showing a date was I don't know. It's so hard. I'm so sorry, guys. If I do start to read your message and I stop, it's because I'm not saying it's a spoiler, but I'm so worried, guys. This stuff is like it's driving me crazy, even because I have to be careful and I'm not used to this. Not that comment was one. Because I don't know what's next. So, like, if you guys give me a prediction, I don't. There's no way for me to know. I haven't seen anything, and I'm just thinking, oh, you guys, that's a great comment. That's so smart. And then I get told later, like, nope, they got you. Damn it. Let's see. Fromville Theory says the reason why Elgin hasn't changed his clothes because he has mentioned that he feels like someone is watching him, and the last time he dreamed of taking a bath, the kimono lady tried to kill him. And that's a good point. She scared his ass to not want to take a shower. Poor Elgin.
He deserves it.
Y'all don't like Elgin? Hey, man.
No,
It's rough out here.
he's not taking a shower. He got to go.
Well, he was in the bathtub, and then she damn near drowned him. That boy ain't ever want to touch a bathtub again.
All musty people must go.
Woodrow says she had no.
Go find that lake. Go find that
Yes.
lake, Elgin, and go take a dunk.
They probably didn't start making soap till Elgin got there. It's like we need we need backup. We need to make sure we got enough soap for everybody because of this guy right here.
Mm-hmm.
Ration the
Woodrow.
soap. Ration the soap.
Woodrow says she had no control over the killing, so the monster inside is taking her or making her do things. And yeah, that because the way she reared back and did it, it seemed like something else was taking control, and she was surprised even at her own strength and actions, as she seemingly was withering away moments prior, or at least she felt like she was. I don't know if she was truly withering away, but she felt pretty rough there for a minute. So Fatima definitely feeling it. Let's see. Golden Child says Boyd might consider taking out Acosta if she gets too close in solving the murder. Ooh, and some more tension between Acosta and Boyd. Very possible. Let's see what else we got. Welcome, Breezy. And Grumbledore, welcome everyone. Again, Link is pinned to the top of the chat. If you guys want to come hang out with us and talk some from, you are more than welcome. And welcome, Meow. Welcome, welcome, hun. Hope you're having an awesome Friday night. Let's see what else we got. And yeah, guys, in the chat, let us know what you guys are most looking forward to for the next episode. William says the kimono lady was trying to help him bathe. That's fair. Definitely, that's fair. Jeez, chat knows. They know what's up. Let's see. Nora Angel says, my theory is the reason why Fatima was chosen is because she flipped off the monsters during her breakdown in season 2. Kind of like how Boyd said, you can't break me. And so they targeted Fatima. That is definitely a possibility. Somebody's watching me. Yep, I love the 80s too, man. It's good beats. I was born late 80s. Look, it still counts. I was still born in them.
Same.
No matter how late.
80s, baby.
I count it. Take my. I don't
count
care if
it?
it's the last 2 or 3 years of the 80s. I'm still there, Data. The Data's over here.
Well, I'm
like,
probably older than
I know.
I'm older than both of you, so
You're like, you damn babies.
pretty much.
We all grown now.
Yep.
So
That's all that matters.
yeah.
They-
We all paying
Sure about
attention.
that? Sure about that?
Well, appear to be. But on paper. On paper. Welcome, Cloudflyer. What's up, hon? How are you doing tonight?
Happy Friday, folks.
Hi,
Happy
honey.
Friday.
What's up, man?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I've got
Yes.
this going on my tablet and my TV, so I'm getting wild reverb. But yeah,
Might
happy
wanna
Friday.
cut one off.
I miss talking to you. I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever.
It's
You
been a
wanna-
little bit. Forgive my delay, but I'm here tonight.
Awesome. We're glad to have you join us tonight. How have you been settling on
Yay.
this last episode, and have you seen the trailer? And well, we played it, so I'm assuming you possibly seen it. But what are your kind of overall thoughts of where the last episode and what the trailer leads us into? Like, what's your favorite kind of part that you're most looking forward to?
Well, with regard to the last episode, I definitely feel like I've had it up to here with Fatima. Demon Baby, Fromville Baby or not, I still feel like they need to figure out what they're going to do with her, because I definitely feel like she was at least partially in control and responsible for Tilly's death. So I don't give her any pass on that. Like, what happened in that little shed did not have happened, obviously. And I still think it's interesting how people are still throwing sus shade at Tilly, even though she's dead. So folks definitely dug their heels in on Theory Tilly. I did see the trailer.
Run, Fatima, run.
She's even giving her an out. She's telling her how to plan her getaway, and people are like, man. But Tilly was so you know what I mean? Like, it's just, you can't win for dying in Fromville. So
Everybody
Yeah,
is.
just
Everybody's
walk
sus.
out.
We don't trust anyone. They're all suspects, and everybody must go. In the box.
Just because you're dead doesn't mean nothing.
just because you're dead doesn't mean you're not in on it.
Dude, you're fucking hilarious, man.
William guarding shears don't dissolve her suspicion.
Oh my
rough out
God.
there. You're rough out there. No, well, you know me, man. I didn't think any of these people are honestly sus. The actual living, breathing characters. I don't think any of them are moles. And I probably actually feel the most for all these. I feel like they get fucked with the most. All these people, like, I damn it, Fatima's getting fucked with. Boys getting fucked with. Jade, Ellis, Elgin. They're all just getting so mind fucked that it's like, and then even with the way she, like, that the shears went from her just sort of stumbling and grabbing and then to this almost magnetic, like, force into Tilly. Like it was so
Yeah.
accurate from a girl who's just like stumbling in so much pain. It was just weird. It was so weird. It made me feel like Fatima really did not even like have control over it. Like I know it's her fault and she did it, but it was just so weird that it. I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm really getting it across right, but I just
No,
felt
you
for
are.
her because I was like, God, because I was like, up until that point, she could have come back. You know what I mean? So again, with the next episode being Threshold, we've just gone past the threshold. Like she can't come back.
It
That's why I feel bad for her because it's like you think of any supernatural show or something like that, and you have a character who's battling that line, and then they actually get to a point to where whether meaning or not, more or less not meaning for something to happen, but it does, and you can't go back from that. Almost that seemingly that line that has been crossed.
that yeah, that is a thing like in writing, I believe, where characters don't normally get away with stuff. They normally have some type of consequences. So she crossed the line with killing somebody, so she has to have some type of consequence that weighs the same, has had the same type of weight.
Well, they
Yeah,
were on
it
the way
does.
to
Because if
kicking her
we're
out,
gonna look,
Right?
very true.
so she must have
But
heard
look
them
at how
thinking.
the reaction.
You think that's what it
Yeah,
was?
look at the reaction to Acosta. Are we going to treat Fatima any differently, or should she be held to the same standards that Acosta is? They both killed someone,
Oh,
and
I
yes,
never
Acosta is
didn't
a
think about
police
that.
officer, and there are certain things about Acosta that we have to hold to her standards. But if they're gonna if Boyd's going to react to Acosta like that, you killed someone. Is he, because Fatima's Fatima, going to be like, oh, it's okay you killed someone if he finds out? Or does he have to be as harsh to her as he is to Acosta?
Yeah, it's like all she has to say is it was an accident, and then
Well, they
she
didn't put Acosta in the box,
right.
He didn't,
and
but
She said
he's
it was
just
an
very
even
accident.
harsh to her. Like,
even if they kicked Fatima out of Colony House, she would just move into town. It's not like she would be, you know what I mean? Um, I definitely think what you have there, Dana, is a parallel, but I don't think that the circumstances are the same. When
no,
Acosta
I'm just talking
killed
about
Nikki,
murder in general. Like, they
just
both
in
killed someone.
general,
Yeah, like they both killed someone. So you have to kind of like, is Boyd going to treat Fatima with kid gloves because that's Ellis's wife and his daughter-in-law? Or does he have to kind of hold it to the you still killed someone?
I think Boyd will try to show her grace because of all of the circumstances involved. But ultimately, I think Fatima will experience some form of isolation. She will have experienced some form of ousting. And that's probably for everyone's best sake. I mean, who's going to go to sleep in Colony House around Fatima now? Even Ellis has to be, sleeping with one eye open. If he's not, he should.
Mm-hmm. It's very tragic because I mean we're watching it, so we see exactly kind of how it goes down, and we have splitting opinions on it as a fandom. So imagine a town of people who some know more than others, right? So like Boyd and Donna's now up to date with what kind of deal is going on with Fatima. She was already ready to sort of kick them out because of the dangers that she possessed. Now a dead body is produced. Donna's put other people under the bus and like, nope. She put Randall out. She's like, nope. Colony House comes first. These are my people. If you're posing any sort of threat or disorder, she's ready to put you somewhere else. She don't care where. She's not saying you got to go in the box, but you just can't stay here. So that's already in effect. Now, how Boyd chooses to deal with it, I don't know. Again, the circumstances are different. I don't know if they fully remember what Sarah has done or if they even know to full extent to what Sarah did. They were, that kind of fizzled out. Yes, people were ready to put her in the box. Eventually, it seems as if she's I don't want to say won people over, but smoothed it over a little bit. There's still some bumps and stuff there, but I think she's, she's less likely to be thrown in the box or the people to just, riot in the streets over Sarah, where they seemingly were at one point. I don't know how they're going to take this with Fatima.
Clarifying question. When Sarah did what she did, that was in between the Colony House massacre and the people from the coach bus coming into town, right? So the majority of people who are there now they weren't there when Sarah picked up the scalpel and tried to go after Ethan. They don't have that memory, correct?
Well, they weren't
people
there,
on
but
the
they
bus,
know
yeah.
about it.
Yeah.
They
know
weren't
about
there.
it.
Okay, so they weren't there, but they know about it. You understand that subtle difference that I'm trying to make? Is like,
No, I'm agreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. The difference in the situations, how they're going to accept this situation compared to past situations, I don't know, because we're viewing it and we're already split. How
Yeah.
the town is going to view this, I don't know, because again, how she's got to overcome a lot. It's not just the fact that she stabbed, or even if she says accidentally stabbed someone and it just happened to happen, like maybe she was doing something and she explained, no, Tilly fell on the shears or something. Like she was arguing with me and I don't know. She somehow explains that she's still got to overcome Donna. Donna's not going to just turn a blind eye knowing what Fatima was sort of going through. Christy, Marielle, they're not going to I don't think they're going to turn a blind eye to knowing that there's something more going on than she, even if they were to accept an accident, right? Like, let's just say for argument's sake, okay, the town accepted the fact that it was an accident. They're not going to accept the fact that there's other forces at play here. That's what makes me feel so bad for Fatima, because it's as if she's in such, she's been like, I think you Dana earlier saying she's been crying out for help, or even you guys in the chat, she's been asking for help to fix this. Like, she knows there's something wrong with her, and she has been sort of like telling Ellis, like, we need to do something needs to be done. She doesn't know what.
Well, I would challenge that a little bit. I do agree that she is afraid, and I do agree that the things that she has been trying to relay to folks, like, something is definitely wrong here. It has been in the context of still everything is like a normal pregnancy. What has she not been transparent about? Eating the rotten vegetables, having a desire for human blood.
She told Christy and them about that. They're all up to date on at least the rotten vegetables, from my understanding. And we're not sure if she told them about the blood or not. Because they did this weird thing where she kind of talked to Ellis about it, but it's almost as if they made sure not to mention whether it was the rotten vegetables or the rotten vegetables and the blood. Like, just, it didn't, they never specified. And even the conversation that Boyd has with Christy, they never specify what that full information is. Same way we didn't know with Jim that he had been to the bottle tree until later on.
So I'm going to err on the side of they didn't tell Christy about the blood. If anybody wants to argue that point, please tell me, because I might be missing a detail. But either she didn't bring it up or she wouldn't let Ellis bring it up. And that's still hiding, right? That's still, I'm not going to give you everything. So people don't even know that they're around a ticking time bomb. She could literally do that to anyone else.
I don't think she shared the blood. I think she only told everybody about the rotten vegetables.
I'm not saying she did. I'm just saying the way they played those scenes was to leave it ambiguous. Like, because they didn't say one way or the other.
And the way they played the scene, it seemed like she was just getting started. Like, she could have did some more stuff to that body that we didn't see.
Like, this whole situation is just so weird, though, because, like, Christy knows something's not right. Like, the way Fatima was acting and during that ultrasound, if she's not pregnant, then that behavior is not normal. Her just freaking out like that, because she said, if I'm not pregnant, then it's me. Like, she let him know, like, there's something seriously wrong, and she's like full on panicking. It ain't like a normal panic, like, I don't know. to the point to where when Boyd was telling Donna about what was going on, Donna understood the risk of like how bad this is possibly going to get. Whether or not she told them about the blood, Donna was aware that this is either something growing inside of her or this is something like Boyd had. Either way, it's not good because if she's eating, even just knowing that she's eating rotten food, that's not good. She knew that Fatima. She even said, like, I'm not saying you have to do it right now, but essentially she was saying it's like a ticking time bomb. She cannot stay here because I have other people to worry about. So Donna was already, it was as if they were setting up like the awareness, and then it was within the same episode that Fatima does it.
So
it made me
now
think like they
everything
were
is
somewhat aware of how bad the situation was.
so
I
now
don't know.
everything is going to be in
I don't
turbo.
know. I still don't think that they know about the blood because I think that they're not reacting enough if they know. Like that's not
Agreed.
just eating rotten vegetables. Like rotten vegetables, I could get the okay, that's weird. That grosses me out a little bit. This bitch was digging into Nikki and like sucking her fingers and like ready to go to Chowtown. Like that is not like, oh, we have to think about putting Fatima somewhere. No, that's some bitch gotta go. Like we don't know if she's gonna go all full zombie and like take a chunk out of somebody's neck because she gets into a bad mood. I don't think she told anybody about the blood because even when Ellis is like telling them like we have to tell them, like Christy's like they did, if they do know about the blood, I'm sorry, then they ain't reacting enough because that's not just going and eating some moldy food. Like that's some next level like shit. So I honestly don't think they know about like the blood because their reaction is just like, oh yeah, she's kind of eating rotten food. Maybe something's going on. Who knows? But come on, if you're like Christy and you know that she's eating blood, like you're going to be a little more nervous. You're going to be a little more like, this is okay, beyond my credentials as the Fromville doctor. Like I didn't think they reacted enough. If they do know about the blood, then hey, but I'd be a little more worried.
The one other thing that I just want to say about this is now that Fatima has done what she's done, I think she's kind of writing her own conclusion. I know we're waiting for that one big death at the end of this season, and I don't know if you guys have made predictions, but Fatima might be on her way out. And I think this revives Christy as a possible on the chopping block for the end of this season. I think Christy's going to make it out of this season.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I thought Fatima was going to make it out of the season, but yeah, it's not looking good for her now.
She's not going to go on a bus like Randall, okay, and sleeping outside, yelling at the Fromville monsters. It's going to be finite. She's either, you know what I mean? And I feel like they're just getting to that point where they're just letting you know, you're running out of places to hide. You're running out of lives. God, it's fucking crazy. I just wonder, like, what's going to happen? Like, is she actually going to give birth to something? Is something going to emerge? Or is she just going to get eviscerated? Remember that nightmare? Did you guys talk about the nightmare?
Which one? The one for Tabitha?
Fatima's nightmare where her stomach was just becoming emaciated and she was just like,
yeah, her little like the vision thing. I don't know, is it a nightmare or a vision? Because see, I'm getting like confused on which one it is because it seemed like she was awake but not awake, but so I wasn't sure if she was actually sleeping or not.
I took that as a reaction to the IV. I thought that was her body literally reacting to the IV saying, this is not what I want. Like, go get me some rotten food or some blood. Like, I thought that was another reaction to the IV. Because, like, the IV is supposed to do something positive for your body. It's supposed to, if you're dehydrated, if you're, like, it's supposed to be good for you in a sense. And we know that Fatima's body's rejecting things that are good. She can't eat normal food. She's angry. She like all these negative things are happening to her body. And I think that vision or whatever you want to call it was her body literally telling her, this is not what I want. Whether it be the baby, whether it be whatever she's turning into, I took that stomach scene as a reaction to the IV.
To the IV.
Because it has this weird rash. It's almost got these little white boils on it. And that's what she reacts to. And I'm not sure if it's a dream. That's why I was asking, like, was it a dream or not? Because I couldn't remember if she was actually dreaming or if it was one of those weird vision type things like Jade has or Boyd had with like the cicadas and stuff. Because some of those are dreams and some of those are not. Some of those are like he's walking around like Kenny's still there, and then some he's actually like passed out. So this one I could never determine if this was like a dream or just one of the visions. Like I didn't know which one it was.
I took it as a reaction.
Oh man, look at that. When she came out of that, let's just say vision, when she came out of that vision and realized that her stomach wasn't like caving in, did she still have that rash on her elbow, on her forearm? Did anyone notice? Because she kind of jumped out of bed at that same time.
Still right here.
She did, but remember what it right after this when she dealt.
He comes in. I don't know if you can see it, but there's still a little red right there in the IV tap.
But where did she also go right after this? She went to go get more of the rotten food. I think this was her body kind of telling her, you need this type of nutrients. And she went to the greenhouse to go get the rotten food.
She came in here, she looked at it, and then she was like, no, I don't want to eat it. She starts hurting again. Tilly comes in, she stumbles, grabs the shears, and then, like I said, it's almost as if whatever that force is, whatever it is that's taking over her is changing her. It was like, you're going to either eat this or you're going to eat this. And it made me wonder if Tilly was actually telling her to run, like Tilly knew, and it's like, don't eat me kind of thing. Like, run, bitch.
No lie, I was so ready for Fatima to turn and take a chunk out of her. I was not expecting her to kill her with the shears. I was so ready for her to go zombie and just like face bite her or neck bite. Like I was literally waiting for Fatima to go, Dawn of the Dead on her. I was not expecting her to kill her with the shears. And I was like, oh, okay.
And it was wasted because if we don't see her taking part in this, I'm getting upset now. That's two bodies. She had Dale, the fountain she could suck from. They didn't let her have Dale. And now they're not going to let her have Tilly. This baby's not going to be very healthy.
Rooting for the Fromville baby. This is a new low.
I'm sorry. All babies matter. All babies matter. I'm sorry. Every life deserves a chance, okay?
It's the bundle of joy.
Well, we had this conversation on Evil as well, and I still was kind of on the side of like, you can, every child can be saved. I have faith.
Yes. We had the same discussion with Antichrist baby.
Look, they even tried to baptize. Look, it wasn't just me. Even the nun was down. Like, we're going to save the child, Dana. See, it can all be saved. The baby still wasn't saved at the end, I don't think. But that's okay. They're with the Vatican now, so they have more powers of God to save him. We'll never know. They ended these shows, so we'll never know.
Well, they did the right thing. They said get out instead of kill the baby. They said get away from us.
But what's going to happen here? I don't know. And we don't even know if it is a baby still. I mean, we got Elgin possibly going to be able to take a photograph in the trailer.
Well, Fatima and Ellis, if they disappear, they're going to make themselves suspects.
Mm-hmm.
Ellis can't disappear with Fatima because it's not safe. She will attack him. If they run off into the woods, what's going to happen?
But that's his wife. So I could see that like a real husband is never just going to like leave there, or vice versa. You know, whether the danger is there or not, that's still his wife, and he's going to stay by her side regardless.
He would have to chain her up. You know those movies where you love the, like Walking Dead, where like they love Michonne. You love the person so much you can't kill them, but you have to like keep them from hurting you or hurting someone else. He would literally have to chain her up to keep her from just going off. But you said something, and I did want to respond to it. Do we have a still image of Elgin going into the cellar and seeing that corpse in the corner?
Yes, I do have one. Let me find it real quick.
And I'm sorry if I'm bringing up things that you guys have already discussed, but
no. This is for you guys to come on and tell us what you think tonight. We're just rambling about all that is in the episode. But yeah, here we go.
Okay. So what is this thing? What is this corpse wearing? And does this look familiar?
I don't know exactly what it reminds me of per se. My first guess of who it was either Martin or Chris. But who do you think it's supposed to? I mean, I can't remember who the shirt.
I think he's leaning towards Jade's shirt. It's very similar to Jade's shirt, but the pattern is different.
So which one of Jade? Which season? This season?
Look at the hair. Look at the long beard. Like, this is still.
No, I'm saying, which shirt are you saying that this looks like Jade's shirt? I can't remember which. Like
his initial shirt that he entered
his
with.
Initial. Okay, because I'm gonna go back. I got I have some of that.
Delsenia has it. She has it too, where she did a side by side of Jade's shirt and this pattern. They're different.
They're different.
Yeah. Jade's shirt is just straight lines, to where this almost has like a diamond pattern on it.
Yeah, because I'm looking at Jade's shirt. I'm trying to see if I can get the actual picture of him and put it in this file folder, and I'll bring a side by side up. Because yeah, I mean, Jade has a button down shirt that has a pattern on it, but it's not the same pattern. So it could be a reference to Jade. I mean, it's definitely.
Could it be like an imperfection of the show? Like, we couldn't duplicate exactly what we had, so we're gonna, you know what I mean?
Or
but why would the body be there and Jade still be walking?
You know,
around?
This show likes to misdirect too.
It likes to misdirect.
You seen something,
but
yeah.
Scarlet, the same reason we see Kimono Lady and Fatima, you know, existing at the same time. Like, what if, I mean, and I wasn't like a really big like time portal guy, but what if we are starting to see the future bleed into the present or the past? Like, what if, like, oh, come on. That's too close to be afar.
Like, I'll get back to those pictures. I'm doing side by side. I'm sorry, I'm listening.
Yeah, but if you zoom into the corpse's shirt.
Yeah, I'm trying to get both.
To Jade's shirt, Jade's lines on his shirt are just straight lines. There's no diamond. But the shirt on the corpse has a diamond type pattern in the line. So they are a different type of shirt. But again, is it just a misdirect? Like, he resembles Jade. Could it be a previous chosen that just happens to resemble Jade? That this is how far that chosen got? Or yes, I like Arrow, an echo, like something that's similar to Jade, but it's not the same shirt.
Yeah, even as Arrow says, it's maybe a previous cycle Jade. Like, that's why I took it as maybe a Christopher or a Martin. Because we don't know what time Martin came from. We know he had a tattoo. If he's a real person, again, I'm still of the mind that he's just kind of the entity possessing some former resident, in a sense. But we don't know what time Martin came from.
Even after you die, your hair still grows.
And your fingernails.
Yeah. So, short of being Jade, do we think that this corpse could be anyone that is presently alive in Frumville right now?
This corpse?
I don't think so. That's just my personal opinion.
Like he said.
Say that again.
It could be Martin, like you said.
Yeah, it'd be Martin or Christopher, but I don't think they're alive anymore. Like, I don't think Martin in the dungeons was alive. I think if this is Martin's body, then it just fits what I think of the entity and how it works. That when someone dies, it takes its form and uses it to manipulate people the same way I think it does with Abby, Kotri. I still think it of Tom, although, Tom seems to be more helpful. His demeanor and the things he says does, but I still put him in that category because it still fits with the same kind of trend of these dead coming back, and are they truly helpful?
Yeah.
But then again,
one thing
I don't
was
know.
thinking about too is when Victor came out of this cellar that night, he was like all like kind of like bruised up and stuff. He was dirty and stuff. Like something happened to him while he was down there. I wonder if it had something to do with this dead body.
And I always
did
wonder,
they even know? But did they know this room even existed? Did Miranda
I wonder
know
if
this room
Victor
existed?
ever knew this room existed.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I wondered that you're talking about, Ray, because when we first watched that scene of Victor and his memory of being down there, like you said, he comes up hella fucking dirty, and we already knew there was a cupboard, and we're thinking, and I wondered, I was like, did he go through the cupboard? Like, where else did he go? I thought he had went through the cupboard and made it to Colony House or something. Like he found a network of tunnels down there. I don't know if that's what that's going to turn out to be, but I wondered that well back in season 2. Like, why was he so dirty? Yeah, it's dirty down there, but he was hella covered dirt. Like he had traveled somewhere, right? Like he had walked through a tunnel system or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it looked like something. Yeah, he didn't just walk upstairs. Something had happened.
So it's curious. There's a bed back here, so somebody was like living back here. And is someone still living back here? We see a dead body and think, okay, someone was living back here. We don't know if someone is still living back here, because I thought the stuff in that in the root cellar had been moved. Now that doesn't mean people from town haven't moved it. But how do we know that nobody is still occupying the space?
There's like a chair and everything in there.
And didn't somebody say there's another door in there too?
Yes. Past this body, this door frame, you can barely see it, Dana. I'll have to get you a better shot of it and lighten it up a little bit more. But essentially right past his head, there's a doorway here, and you see the door frame.
Okay. Yeah.
And this is again, the bed is on this other side over here where Elgin comes in. He comes in from back here, as you can see, because he just walked straight in. So this is not the doorway he comes in at. Now, is it just another room and that's it? I don't know. But again, we're getting these stone structures underneath this root cellar. I'm telling you, man, Colony House has got these weird stone It's a weird stone structure down there. Where else does it lead? There was another seemingly room in the basement of Colony House they did not explore. It showed us sort of the frame, and you can see Elgin and Julie with the camera and stuff, but you see the doorway as we're looking through it. Like, okay, what is beyond behind us in that doorway? Where does that lead? We have no idea what other secrets are in this town. It reminds me of the D&D days, Dana, when you have to search every stone and every candlestick and every book on a shelf, because you never know where a secret passageway is going to lie. Mm-hmm. And I just wonder who's going to pop up behind a fireplace. I'm waiting for it. I'm telling you, if this thing leads to the Colony House and they pop out in that fireplace, I'm losing my shit somehow. I don't know. I'm like, all right, all the rules go out the window. Every man for himself. There's people creeping around at night. That's how they get around, Dana. The tunnels.
Could be.
And that's creepy. You know what I think is creepy enough is knowing that there's secret passageways in the places that you live and you don't know where they are. Who was watching you at night? That's creepy. Are the monsters? I don't know. I'm just throwing mud in the water at this point. I have no basis for that.
To add to your theory, they do have, it was confirmed already that they do have hiding places all over the place. I'm sure there's some that they don't know about.
All the possibilities. And what about you, Cloud? Do you think they're gonna find some other secrets, or is this just like a two room deal and it's closed off after that point, or is it going to be like a tunnel system type of deal?
Well, if past episodes are any indication, they love pulling a thread just to drop it. I don't think we're going to see Elgin explore the entirety of the underground, but I do think we're going to see more with the camera. And I don't know if that goes into the preview from this coming up episode. I can't remember the preview from this coming up episode.
Well, here,
to
I
be
can
honest.
put it back up real quick.
This is something.
Sorry for anybody who's seen the preview like 100 times.
It's quick.
No, it's okay.
No worries. Let me get it back at the start where it really starts out.
Whatever is inside me, it's still there. What if it happens again? I killed someone.
We need help! Help! I need help! Anyone see anything?
Hiding every night from those things. That's what they. This is something that people are gonna have to blame someone for.
I feel like something wants me to go in here. We can go in together if you want. Ready?
Well, yeah, you see the camera, and we talked about that a little earlier, and I was even asking the guys in the chat, what do they think? Because the way they set this up, right, this guy's like, okay, they find the body, then they show Elgin with the camera, setting it down, as if he's kind of watching what's going on. Now, whether this scene happens in between the guy finding the body and then Boyd and them investigating the body, I'm not sure. I'm curious. And I'm curious if when he sets this camera down, or is it going to take a picture like it did in this last episode and kind of show something different than what's actually in front of it, how it did the root cellar? Or is it going to show something like somebody in the chat was saying, maybe it'll be the way that you see the baby in Fatima. Maybe she's running away or something and the camera catches her and it shows something in Fatima or around her, something that you can only catch through the camera, not through the ultrasound. But what do you think, Cloud?
I think that Polaroid camera is definitely going to reveal more. I don't know if it's going to reveal what Fatima is actually carrying inside of her, but it would be a great alternative to the sonogram machine. I just don't know if Elgin has the foresight to use it on her, or if he would be aiming it somewhere else and pick up something else inadvertently. I think this episode is probably going to build tension around Tilly's death. I don't know if we're going to get any other environmental reveals, but Ethan and Julie walking into, the ruins that Boyd came out of. Hopefully they don't get into trouble.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm worried. She goes back with Ethan of all people, and God, I wonder if they're gonna see anything. Like, is it gonna be like a veil kind of deal? Once they step in, it just reveals itself. Is the torch no longer the main way in? Is there another way in there? Of course, Boyd originally goes to the faraway tree, but for Julie, perhaps, is it a trap? Because what was it? Jim got warned, right? These aren't your kids anymore. Is this the trap? Is it laid? Are they going to get the kids? I mean, they're both there at the dungeon. Like, oh God, why? All right, I'm gonna say this. Whichever parent was supposed to watch the kids on this episode, they completely lose the argument altogether. I don't care which one it is. If it's Tabitha, she's the most failure of all parents. I'm gonna go ahead and say that.
You can't say it loud enough. People, and I love everyone, but people will still find a way to demonize Jim and to uplift Tabby, even though her and Jade are, running around finding a whole bunch of nothing. With Tabitha's storyline, they need to pick up that dream, that lucid dream of hers from childhood, and go into more depth from that. I'm a little bit over the whole let's pull down bottles from a tree and try to figure out what this means. I think that's a little bit of a waste of time. But yeah, Tabby needs to start pulling her weight.
Well, and see, and I see it differently in that regard. Like, I'm not trying to say like Jim's not trying to do something. Well, I don't know. I probably am, but I see what they're doing as helpful, or at least they're trying to put the pieces together with the children, with the tower, with the light, the bottle trees. Now I don't agree with the parenting techniques on both ends. That's just they could both do better. I'd say it's equal at this point. They both equally screwed up. That's why I said on this next episode, whoever's supposed to be on watch, they're going to get some real bad marks because they got both kids here.
Yeah.
I don't know who's on. I don't know who's on watch on this episode. If they're both on watch, then they come back. They go in the box together. They can end their love together in the box. Because obviously the kids aren't theirs anymore. I mean, they let them go to Martin's dungeon torture place.
Yeah, willingly.
I don't know. We'll find out how willingly, because I'm curious to see how this is going to play out. Because last episode, I had to take some. I'd be like, Tabs are kind of fucked up. She took Ethan there and then let Julie just kind of, you just go hang out at the clinic. You'll be fine, kind of deal. And I get that I do think Tabitha needed to go there, but and I don't want to say she could have waited, but it seemed as if Jim was on his way back. Maybe waiting till the next day wouldn't have hurt anything. I say that, but who knows? So taking Ethan there, I don't know if that was the smartest idea.
She tried to take Randall. I mean, this is a substitute. She doesn't want to go by herself. She tried to pull Randall in last episode. He said, no, we're getting the fuck out of here. Mm-hmm. And now she's got Ethan, who will literally follow his big sister anywhere. But that is so irresponsible to take him there, knowing what you know.
Absolutely.
But
correct.
If they do get whisked away, maybe Randall will, be the one to come and save them.
I mean, we'll see. Like I said, I'm kind of waiting to see how these two end up. Like, I see how Julie's kind of getting away with what she's getting away with because of her age. Like, I still wouldn't let that go on in a place like this. But if I'm just trying to be very, very lenient with the parenting here, okay, she's a little bit older. She's, you can't really control her at that age in a place like this as much as you would want to. I don't know how well you would be able to truly do that. But Ethan, I think you kind of get him a little more in control. He should be a little more under supervision. And this is where Jim irritates me, is because he specifically heard on that phone call, these aren't your kids anymore, Jim. So that's why I'm wondering. That's why I gave him a pass on that last episode in that regard, because he didn't do it. He didn't have anything to do with Ethan going over there. So I'm waiting to see, because I'm telling you, man, I'm ready to put one of these parents in the box, because there's no reason for Ethan to be wandering around anywhere in the forest unless it was like an absolute emergency. Even if Tabitha had to go out. Well, Tian Chen, when Tian Chen was alive, I could understand them leaving Ethan with her in a sense, while they had to go figure out some things or had to go do something. Well, I'm trying to think of who would be a responsible person in town now that they could leave them with, and I'm not coming up with too many. I was gonna say Donna, but she's pretty preoccupied with a lot of things.
They may be preoccupied with Tilly's death, and that's probably what happens. Why they get preoccupied, they lose track of their children.
Yes, that is a very plausible explanation. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Ray.
No, I was just gonna say somebody's gonna have to hang for that.
I got one neck for the chopping block. Okay. I know I'm not being fair. Oh, I love that. I love a Fromville trial. I would definitely love that. That could be the episode of the season right there. Ooh la la. Just real quick, I'll throw it out there. Now that Tabby is back, do we still see Ethan as, being broken or being morbid, or is he still playing that role, or is he out of it now?
Ethan?
Uh-huh.
I think he's out of it to a degree. Now, how things will change now where he's seemingly to go with Julie, I don't know. But it seemed as if he was in higher spirits.
Yes.
With Jade and his mom. Like they were sort of like he got that Quest innocent sort of smile back on his face, except for when he started seeing and he kind of goes back and forth, because this I think is when they're arguing, right? Like when there's arguing and things amongst the adults, especially because and I don't know if you've noticed this. Actually, I'm on the wrong thing. Hang on, let me bring up the screenshots. I'm looking at the screenshots and I still have the trailer. My bad. All right. Oh, I don't know if you've noticed this, but every time we'll see Ethan with this sort of face recently, it's typically between these two arguing, and he's seemingly in the middle of it almost every time. And this triangle here frustrates me the most because regardless of which parent at the time is sort of making the wrong decision, it's always with Ethan, and he always has that look. Because when he starts off coming here with Mom and Jade, he seemingly is happy. He's kind of going through looking at stuff, but when they're arguing and stuff, he goes back to that depression. So just kind of the same way with Julie, right? Like she has these moments where you think she's coming out of sort of her darkness and she seems happy and excited. And then again, these sort of moments that remind them of sort of, I don't want to say tragedies or anything, but just the things that they have to deal with, the way kids kind of perceive that, it brings him back down. So he's sort of ping-ponging between it a little bit, but I think he's coming out of it. Before Tabitha, definitely he was going dark. Now I'm so confused on where I'm going to go with it because they brought Tabitha back. And so I don't know if he's going to go dark anymore.
Ethan is turning into Batman.
He's turning Batman.
Yeah, he's going full Batman.
Come on, guys. He's just a kid.
Soon he'll be the kid that'll
And you think
come
kids
see you
can't be
tonight.
fucking psychopaths?
Oh, I know they can. Absolutely, they can. But I do agree. Like he's pulled back. He hasn't made those comments.
Mm-hmm.
You know, is this what Tian Chen looks like? You know, he hasn't made those comments in a couple episodes now. So other than him getting taken by Fromville, I'm not sure that he's, you know, any more of a threat. Otherwise, other than just, you know, being a kid and being inquisitive, and kids wander off and it's a small town and, you know, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know how people get comfortable.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I look Perps Comics says worms would cheer Ethan up.
Aww.
Give him some worms and he'll be good to go. No more sad faces. But like, because he seemingly was coming out, and what was it he said? What was it, an episode or two back when he was it was like not this week's, I believe the week before, when Mom and Daddy had their little spat and the monsters were telling him to shut the hell up. And Ethan was even seeming like he was talking about later in that episode how he wishes it was the way it used to be when they first got there. Like there was no time for the bickering. We were too scared to, you know, to even think about those. And we didn't have time to worry about those problems. And that was, again, out of the mouth of babes, right? Like the things that him and Julie are telling their parents they're crying out for them to solve their problems. Like they don't want to see their mom and dad split up. They don't want to see their happy family pulled apart. They don't, and especially even Julie doesn't want to hear how things are okay when they're not okay. Was it like an Everclear song that goes something like that? Don't tell me like everything's going to be all right.
Oh yeah. Please don't tell me everything's going to be okay. Yeah. Great song. I used to love it.
I know. So that song, when I think of this sort of kind of triangle going on, that song always plays in my head. And how the kids are, you know, especially Julie, like the way she talks. And I know a lot of these characters, we give a lot of these characters a bad rap, no matter which side of the coin you are on with them. Everybody kind of has their opinion, and this character should do this better, that. But for me, as they're laying out what these characters have to go through and where they come, because we don't get too much backstory right from the beginning, but now they're kind of giving a little bit of that. And you kind of see why these characters are the way they are, why they have, whether they're being an asshole or cold or shy or whatever, or just being snappy, whatever the problem is, you're starting to understand why those emotions are there, why they're like triggered by certain things, why these certain things are coming out in them, and how this place really messes with that and plays off of it in order. And I can't, and I'm still trying to determine, is it to bring these people together or to split them apart? Because it seemingly does both. It seemed as when the Matthews first got here, it was bringing them together, only for now the problems to resurface and those, those tensions are rising. They're starting to get pulled apart again. But then, I don't know. It's so weird. It's just weird game that's being played. And I don't know where they're going with it. And I like it.
That's a good observation. I like that. Depending on what they do, they can find themselves being pushed together or pulled apart by seemingly equal forces. If anything, I think the episode is an allegory to the fact that the Jim and Tabitha are both being, negligent, emotionally negligent, parentally negligent. And when Fromville ultimately takes those kids away, they're going to have to come back together and work together as a team if they ever want to see their kids again. And that's the best possible option. The worst being a character death. But I'll wait and see.
Because even with the phone call that Jim got, right, letting him know, hey, they're not your kids anymore. Was it just an ominous, creepy phone call, or was it letting him know you're not paying attention? Because he had the one prior to that, right? Like, kids shouldn't be out so close to dark, Jim. Like, almost as if this place is trying to tell them to be better parents. But is it? I don't know. I don't know. Because it's so... Marielle said it pretty good. Kind of mind rapes. You kind of just completely mind fucks you. You don't know what to think. You don't know exactly where they're going to take this. And then it gets us invested. Like, I'm invested in some of these characters. And then even characters that I don't like, I'm still don't wish necessarily for them to go in the box or wish for them to be bad. It's more of an irritating factor than it is like I completely hate them. But Dale's come around. And I felt bad for Dale. Like, cause at the end, man, I just wasn't nice. So, like, I didn't like Dale at the beginning. I thought he was a little bit of a jerk. I didn't like the way he was coming at folks. But, I didn't think he was that bad that he deserved to become part of the pool. Like, that's just a little bit much for him. And then even Randall. Randall was kind of seemingly an attitude every turn. Even in this season, he still has a little bit of an attitude. But they changed Randall for me so much in this season compared to where I thought he was going to go, that I'm hoping they are going to do it with Jim, because they tease it with Jim. There's been a few moments where Jim has softened or come around to Tabitha or worked with Tabitha in a way where he's not doing the things that irritate me. But then they pull Jim back. And that's why I was saying on one of the other streams that what I think they're doing with Jim is almost intentional. They're playing Jim's character in a way, I think, with his lines and his scenes in a way that makes him almost lesser than Jade. Because to me, it's not about whether he's doing right or wrong or Jade's doing right or wrong. Because I love a good villain. And I'll tell you, that's my favorite character out of the movie. Not because I think they're a good character, because I just like their lines. I like the way that they either wrote the character. It could be the actor. It could be both. And for Jim, I think they have written Jim in a way to sort of, it seems as if for us to dislike him, and it seems if they're really pushing Jade as a better father figure, even though I'm not saying he is. It's just something about the way they're writing the lines that make Jade seemingly more, and I'm saying this as the masses kind of level, not like individually. That he's just more appealing as a character as opposed to Jim.
Well, let me push back against that before we go too far into, Jade fandom, because I appreciate now, after having joined this group, how big and popular Jade is as a character. When I was watching him before, I didn't appreciate that, but I do appreciate it now. So let me say this. It's easier to find the charms of another person appealing when your main person is fucking up, right? When your guy or when your girl is messing up and somebody else is lighthearted, carefree, a little bit charming, they come in and they can just kind of distract you, even for the slightest moment, from your problems. And I think that's what Jade is to Tabitha. He distracts her from her marriage and from the weightiness of it all. But as a father figure, I think Jade is worse than Jim, because
yeah.
Jade ultimately only cares about himself, and he will cut tail and turn tail and run the first opportunity he has, even if it means leaving others behind. Now let's see what the crowd said.
And yeah, and like I said, that it's seemingly, and that's why I was like, it's not as if, I'm not saying that Jade is better in any way to Jim. It's this, but I want to say it's psychology that I can't explain, because I've been thinking about this since this really started broke out in the chat, as far as like the debates go when it comes to Jim, Jade, Tabitha, and this sort of weird triangle that's they've had displayed in the show. And I said it, they to me have pinned Jade and Jim against each other from the moment they both came into this space. With Tabitha in the middle, and then of course the kids as part of that. And then I kind of agree with what you're saying as far as like Jade is not a better parent, but then they set up these scenes where you see most people, like I said, Tabitha's whatever. She's not my favorite character. She's not my least favorite character. She's a whatever character. I mean, she's part of the storyline, so she has to do it, go through, and they got her as having to do these things. Otherwise, the story won't progress. But Jim and Jade, for some reason, those two, I feel like are just pinned against each other from the start. From the moment that they came in, and Jade is not a better father, and I'm not saying Jim is a good father, but they set up these scenes where they have Jim doing things in front of the kids that are wrong. Of course, Tabitha does it too. But then you have them setting up the scene with Jade sort of giving Tabitha this break with the kid, helping kind of bring the spirits up, his sort of care for Julie, or his concern to want to go out into the caves and risk his own life to sort of just to try to do something to save Julie, while they portrayed it as if Jim didn't want to. And I'm not saying that is even the truth. I'm saying, like, when we perceived the show, the way that the writers have written it out, it almost seems as if they have set this triangle up from the beginning and pinned them two against each other. Even the way that Jade they seem to have Jade's character, in my opinion, always one-ups Jim's in every scene. Whether there's right or wrong, whether we think like, okay, that was right, the way the writers have and the way it's displayed in the show is if Jade is always going to one-up Jim, no matter what Jim does. And I still feel like with the tower, Jade one-upped Jim more than once with that.
When my response to that is, when we see Jade, or when Jade comes on camera into the Matthews family's circle, it's usually interrupting a conversation, an argument, a debate that they're having. He always pops in at the opportune time. But going back to season 1 and the antenna and the drone and everything like that, sorry. Again, it was a turn, tail, and run. Jade ran when he saw the hallucination. He never picked it back up. Jim confronted him. What the hell are you doing? What's going on? I don't think Jade ever told anybody about the hallucination of the Civil War soldier.
Tabitha.
He told Tabby.
I know he told Tabitha, and I believe he's recently told Christy and Kenny.
Did he tell Tabitha after she talked about the Onkui kids, or did he tell her before she told him about her vision?
I don't remember exactly when he told Tabitha. I want to say he mentioned it when they found Eloise's drawings.
Okay.
But I'm not 100% on that. That, as far as I can remember, I have to go back and really double check that.
I think it was when they were looking at the drawings because he saw the Civil War soldiers.
hmm
I think so.
I believe that.
I think so too.
Fletcher the Chronicle says to me, Jade gives vibes of Uncle Jade. Period. He's Uncle Jade.
Yeah, the cool uncle who swoops in, tells some jokes, lightens the mood, and he's off before you can ask him a real question. But I'm very
And as far
curious.
as like Jade running in that moment, okay, I know Jim's had some creepy phone calls, and he ran off and left Ethan when he got the phone call about his wife. So I don't know how Jim would feel if he got a Civil War soldier shooting at him and chasing him through the woods and seemingly stabbing him, how he would react to that.
Well, he got an auditory.
And he ran off.
I won't say hallucination.
He left Ethan at Colony House. Jim did.
Oh, when he said I wouldn't let her do that if I were you. Okay.
Yeah, he ran too. He tucked and tailed as well. Well, I would say tucked tail, but he ran off and left his children. So,
now I'm thinking about what Karen said a few weeks ago about the train track moral problem, and it's like, would he be a worse father for bringing his kids into a potentially hostile situation? Like you saw what happened shortly thereafter, or is he the worst father, or is he made a worse father for leaving them at Colony House? It wasn't like they were by themselves. Donna and everyone else was there.
Well, no, just talking about how, even just, Jade seemingly ran because he saw something. Well, I mean, Jim did the same thing. I mean, yeah, you're thinking, okay, well, it's to save his wife, but he's going to run out. If I saw somebody stabbing me, I'm not sticking around and trying to figure out what the hell's going to happen next. I got blood pouring on me from a tree. Yeah, I'm going to take a step back from this radio call for a minute. And I couldn't imagine anybody being like, okay, let's get right back to this radio.
Delcinia offers some clarification. She says they had that conversation when Tabby came to the bar to ask why he wasn't surprised about her seeing those kids. Again, all a day late and $1 short. These things happened early on. They should have been talked about seasons ago. But From loves the slow burn. So I guess we're all in it.
Oh, yeah. I think one thing most people agree on is just poor parenting all around. Regardless of which side you fall on, it's just horrible parenting. Again, I think that place tried to let them know. They need to listen. They both need to listen.
The man in black is wild. Read his comments. Like, it's too funny.
Sure, leave your kids at the freak off mansion. Exactly.
Oh my gosh.
I would have never let Julie go there. And it seemed as if like mom, and this is again, I go back and forth with these two. Mom wanted to stay next to her kids, keep the family together. Jim's like, it's fine. Then Tabitha in this episode brings Ethan to the fucking village. What? Neither one of them deserve. I'm sorry, I digress.
Yeah, stupid kid.
Let's remember where the Matthews family was when they first get introduced, or when we first get introduced to them. The family was in bad shape. Julie wanted to live at Colony House because she was tired of the fighting between her mom and dad, and she didn't want to live with them in town. And then Tabby said, no, you're not going to live by yourself. And it seems like all of them were going to try to squeeze into Colony House for a second there. But then we get distracted by other events. And I think Julie ended up staying at Colony House for a few episodes.
I believe Jim told Tabitha it's fine. I believe that was like his always exact word, like, no, it's fine. And she was like, no, that's my daughter. I'm going to live with her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I was irritated with both of them. Because, like, again, Tabitha does these things where she runs off. And again, I could defend both or go after both, depending on the moment. I don't like how Jim was freaking out about the food shortage in front of Ethan. But again, I don't like how, I'm trying to think of I'm gonna have to tally up because sometimes I feel like there's more moments that irritate me with Jim than Tabitha. So I'm trying to remember. Tabitha went through the tree. Of course, this episode where she's bringing Ethan. I'm trying to remember what else Tabitha has done that I consider bad parenting. And I'm running up some blanks.
Going to the lighthouse.
Going to the lighthouse, running off without telling anyone.
Okay, so I got the lighthouse and the bottle tree. When did she run off again without? I can't remember. When did she run off without telling anybody?
Well, I might be combining those two, but no one knew she was. No one knew she was going through that faraway tree except Victor.
Jim knew. She talked to Jim about it before she left.
Jim knew.
Jim knew. Okay.
I don't think anybody
apologize.
knew when she was going to the caves. I think Jay just happened to be there.
Yeah, he was walking by.
So she was engaging in dangerous behavior then. But other than that, I can't think of anything.
Shall I start with the Jim? I'll leave it alone. Because that's why I get frustrated with the whole conversation sometimes. I know, and I end up getting biased against Jim. You're right, I do, because there's certain. I'm trying to compare it to Tabitha's wrongdoings, and then I fall short on the list for Tabitha, whereas I feel more. I don't know. I feel like there were more moments that irritated me with Jim, and I don't like that because I honestly don't want to be that irritated with the character. And I do give him props for this episode, though, guys. Jim had a moment here after this sort of argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where he actually does kind of, and he does this again in one of the other seasons. I think it might have even been season 2, where he sort of comes to her, and because she's so used to how Jim sort of talks to her, she's kind of like, "No, you're not listening to me." He's like, "No, I'm not saying what you think I'm normally doing." It's kind of like, "No, I'm with you now, like, okay, I'm on the same page with you," kind of deal. And he does that in this episode. So there's some, he's got his moments. I just hope he really, I wish he could see what these two have seen and from. I know he's heard the phone calls, but again, that only makes him think of the eye in the sky Big Brother type. He has not seen what Tabitha and Jade have seen. And I wonder if he would ever see that, if that would soften him to maybe, because I don't know, maybe it would change the way we perceive him, maybe it would change the way he perceives things, because he's on to me on this gung-ho track of it's the eye in the sky Big Brother, and he dismisses a lot of the stuff that Tabitha and Jay try to tell him about the mystical side of things or the supernatural side. And if he could see that, I think maybe Jim would be able to figure out a lot more, a lot faster. He would understand a lot more of what's going on. But he is, again, the show is handicapped Jim because he doesn't see that. The show has made sure to keep his character only in that track. Even the phone calls. Yeah, it was kind of creepy because he's like, there's nothing, it's not connected. But I know, like Jim's mind, right? The way it thinks that there's still a way to do that. There's technology out there that could probably got cell phones and stuff. You're gonna tell me they couldn't just make the phone somehow, radio waves or some shit. You know what I'm saying? So he's still handicapped too, which is unfair for Jim in this circumstance, right? Because even his son has seen stuff in dreams. He's seen the boy in white. Julie has seen things. Boy, oh man. Victor, all these characters, Jim is still one of those characters, right? Like he hasn't seen any of the spooks, right? He's heard the radio and the phone. He's seen the monsters. He has not seen any of the vision nightmare things. See, I'm trying, Cloud. I'm trying real hard. I'm trying to give him some props here. I'm blaming it on the show even.
Yeah, I think they're doing it on purpose.
I'll come around. You just keep on with it, Cloud, and you just don't know me. I'll come around. I'll come around the Gym team. Or I'll at least come around halfway point. I'll meet you halfway.
I think it speaks true to the fact that in any unbelievable situation that a group of people find themselves in, there are going to be folks who just don't behave in the way that you think they should. They don't adapt. Their personality flaws just, bubble to the top, and they just stick out like a sore thumb, and you just can't get over them. There are definitely some characters here that I think annoy us because of the fact that we've experienced it in real life. You're at a baseball game and things go crazy. You're at a stadium and the crowd is just a little bit too big and people just don't know how to act. You know what I mean? Imagine if we were in Fromville, how at odds we would all be because we couldn't get on the same page. Imagine how much information would go unsaid because we don't talk to each other and share knowledge. I think a lot of the stuff that we argue about we would be guilty of if we were in this situation.
Very true. I think that for Jim, as a father, I think Jim is probably doing the best that he can. He's not always making the best decisions, but you got to think about, we're looking at it as the outside looking in, and hindsight is always 20/20. So if you were to be in his position and trying to figure these things out, I don't know if I would always make the right decisions as well, just being honest.
That is true. And that's
Think
kind of
about
what the show is about, though, right? We kind of, like you said, in Cloud, we're going to project some things onto these characters, or even, like you said, just our own experiences in life, and they are basing these characters off certain things for us to have some sort of response. So, again, I'm trying so hard to come around to Jim. But I will say this, it has nothing to do with him not looking cute, because I would still date him. Like, if I didn't know anything else about Jim and I just met him for the first time and I was single kind of deal, between him and Jade, I wouldn't know which one to pick. But so it got nothing to do with that, because I know that, that's one of the things that come up is because now the man bun did turn me off a little bit. I'm not a man bun kind of gal, so that could have been part of it too. It's life. It's a social game. Sometimes we all get played by it.
we do indeed.
But I can't wait to see, because I mean, it would be nice if they could actually work their situation out, because again, as cute as it is to talk about or even joke about Jade and Tabitha, I think Jade deserves better than Tabitha. So I like the uncle situation. I'm cool with that. He can be the cool uncle. They figure out what the hell ever they got going on, and let Julie fucking have a childhood that she don't have many years left of, and Ethan as well.
That's a good question. How old is Julie supposed to be in this show? Is she 16?
17 or 16?
Thank you.
I don't know. She's an older teenager. I don't think she's graduated high school, but
Go ahead and bring it up, man.
16. She's definitely high school age, because I think the trip that they were taking was, I think we said it was either on a spring break or it was in between the school year, or it was, it was something to that effect. I really do need to rewatch the first season, but I'm wondering Julie's age, because last week when she was hanging out with Randall, I was like, I don't know if I like that. I didn't know if it was like an age. I don't know if the age gap was there for like a particular reason.
She said to Randall that after we were supposed to get back from our trip, my dad was supposed to take me to get my learner's permit, because I just
Oh, okay.
oh yeah,
Okay.
that is right. She did tell him that.
Okay. So she's actually younger than I thought, in that case.
Yeah, because I thought it was weird when she had that episode and her and Elgin were getting kind of chummy.
That too, she's hanging out, and I don't think there was like anything malicious or anything like that. I just, I was just like, wait a minute, how old is she supposed to be?
Right.
Rand Elgin on the show is supposed to be either 18 or 19. So I'm a little less concerned about her crushing on Elgin than I am Randall. Randall's a
True.
grown-ass man. Like Elgin, I don't care how anybody feels out there, and I'm probably going to get a lot of shit for this, but any girl that says they never crushed on an 18, 19-year-old when they were in high school is lying. So is it awful that if she has a first kiss with Elgin or she flirts with Elgin? No, it's not. But Randall's old enough to possibly be her dad. Yeah, that's a little creepy. But I don't get everybody's panic about Elgin. Like, he's still young. He's not even old enough to drink yet. How many high school girls went to their first college party, their first... so I'm a little less concerned about her flirting with Elgin than I am with her flirting with Randall.
Flirting with Randall.
I think I'm more worried for Elgin, depending on what the
Daddy,
depending on what the
close.
statute of limitations are in Fromville. I would just want him to watch out.
Oh, I think Elgin is a big kid at heart. I don't think his intentions at all. Like, they were playing dress up. Like, I don't think Elgin's intentions are to be romantic with anybody. He definitely has that, like,
No, but it's okay if she has a little bit of crush on Elgin. There's nobody there her age. He's the closest to her age, if any. So, I mean, she might develop a little crush on him, and that's okay. Like, it's not the end of the world.
She's gonna make Sarah jealous. Sarah
I'd feel more bad if Elgin was stuck with Sarah, because I'm sorry, then you have some problems.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ray.
I was just gonna say, he was thinking about it for a second until she said she killed her brother.
That's
was like,
right.
"I'll
They
see you
did have a
later."
little moment.
He was like, I'm out, peace.
Yeah, they're even saying in the chat on Purple and Kiwi that she's, I think, closer to 16, because I think because they said something about how Jade was saying she should be enjoying prom instead of dealing with this. So I don't know, man. They be going back and forth with that shit. They're acting as if, okay, she was 15 when Thomas died, and she was supposed to get her driver's license, right? And then Thomas died, and they ended up not doing that and then going on the trip. So she could still be around 16 or 17.
But
We have to go back and relook at that timeline.
Well, we don't know. We also don't know how long they've been in Fromville. We don't know how long.
Here we go.
the timeline is.
Here we go. I got my ass handed to me a few weeks ago on the Discord for questioning this. I'm going to let Scarlett and Dana clear this up for the group.
I don't know.
But-
It's been like a few weeks or something, like
listening.
maybe a month at most, I think.
It's been, 3 weeks, I think we
Well-
want to say?
It
initially
hasn't
thought
been
it was
very
a year.
long.
At least
No,
like a year and a half or
because-
something like that.
I said 8,
No,
9
it
months.
is-
I said 8, 9
No,
months.
it
I
has
was
not
like,
been
no,
that long.
it hasn't.
No.
It's been less
No,
than a
not quite
month.
that long. Not quite. I give it a month at most, because now we're getting into a few more days. But yeah, I would say about a month.
We've only had one time jump on this show, and it was for 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
3
And
days. Yeah. Mhm.
each season has maybe been the span of a week and a half, if that.
As they are letting us know, Golden Child and Bitey is 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Oh, gosh.
I'll accept it.
So yeah,
Um,
like I said, again, this show be fucking with you, right?
Maybe.
And just to wrap up the age thing one more time, I thought that Sarah was a little bit closer to Kenny's age. I think Sarah
So did
may be
I.
in like her early 20s or something. I don't think she's 18.
I thought so too.
Just
I
to
thought
put
so
that out
too.
there.
Mm-hmm. And All City Vic says, so nobody's going to talk about her trying to get with Fatima. Yeah, Julie did try, but Fatima turned her down.
Now that was a crush, right? That was a,
Fatima
somebody
recognized she
older,
was a child.
somebody who's just cool, somebody who's carefree, somebody who's, showing me stuff.
She's also living in Colony House at the time too, where things are a little freer than others.
Freer
Plus,
than others, but she wasn't irresponsible with it. She didn't try to take advantage of her.
I would want to kiss Fatima too, if I'm being honest. So there's always
Honestly, Ray, the attraction, Fatima's on-screen appeal has gone so down.
Oh, yeah,
When-
with the attitude, I get you, but
Yes.
before that,
the first season, then you're relegated to the first season.
first
The
season,
first
Fatima.
season before Father Khatri dies. When Father Khatri died, Fatima just absorbed this anxiety, this fear, and it never left her.
Mhm.
It's getting worse. It may
And it's getting worse.
eventually cause her to get unalived, as we say here on YouTube.
Unalived.
I know I'm terrible at remembering these YouTube phrases. I be saying all the words you ain't supposed to say.
Yeah, sorry if I said anything I wasn't supposed to say on your
I
channel.
say it all the time. I'm saying the
Fucking
words that
murder.
we're not supposed to be saying. There's the R word and the K word, and there's all these words now. I can't keep up. The S word, you're not supposed to say that one. Make me think I'm saying curse words. And I say those.
Seriously.
Those are allowed. Well, to a degree, I think.
All City is diabolical. Look at
I know, right? Julie got Fatima pregnant with her thoughts.
Well, they
All right, see,
they
I was
say
wondering,
fuck
All City,
quite a lot.
thank you. See, I was wondering how Fatima got her deal. Now it all makes sense. Julie's nightmare thoughts
But
projected on
yeah,
her.
they dropped the F-bomb quite a bit on this show.
Yeah,
I
they
didn't
do.
notice that.
Yeah,
They do.
Sierra knows them Colony House free calls, man. It's what influenced Julie. It's peer pressure. Now she's like going off to anybody she can meet. She went from Fatima to Elgin. Now she's crushing on Randall. Mom and Daddy get control of this, man. Got hormone teens running all over the place. Control that shit. Jim needs a shotgun. Keep her at home. It's fine. It'll pass after a few years.
She's doing the same stuff she would be doing if she was back home and going to high school with her friends. Every week
You
it would be
still
a
gotta
new
keep
guy.
that shit on lock, though. You don't just be letting her roam around with dudes. I
They-
get it, but you still gotta watch. Like you can't, especially Randall, man. He's a grown ass man. I don't know.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
Yeah.
They are acting the way that you would act if you moved to a regular small town. Would you know what I mean? You would step out of your house, you would walk about, you would talk to people, you would figure out what's going on. They're acting like they would act if you moved to a small town and didn't know anybody.
Maybe I still don't
True.
know if I'd be letting my kids just wander around even in a small town.
What do you do when you were a kid? You knew how far you could go, and you knew you couldn't go any further than that. You knew what time you had to be home, right? That's all the
Yeah,
things
and
that
if
they
my
know.
parents ever caught us talking, like we weren't in the friend circle between the houses we were supposed to be at, and they ever caught us talking to somebody that we didn't know, and especially if I was by myself in a car with another grown man, he didn't care if they was a family friend. My daddy's gonna be wondering, what are you doing in that car with him? Unless he was unless my daddy knew he was taking me somewhere I was supposed to be going, I ain't going. I shouldn't be in a vehicle with no other man.
Right, he's trying to get fucked up.
Yes.
Now, I ain't saying
can't
Randall's
even
like
lie.
wrong in this
My-
situation. I'm not digging on Randall. I'm just saying mom and dad shouldn't be letting Julie just wander off like that, especially in a car with, and they know she's a teenage girl. Come on.
Yes.
Go ahead, Dana.
My mom is the same way. When I must have been like 14 years old, and my town was considered a small town before it turned into what it is now. And everybody knew everybody. You knew everything. Somehow my mom heard that I went from where I was to where I wasn't supposed to be. And when I tell you, she had everybody in my town out looking for me, including my uncle who was a police officer, because all she heard was I got into someone's van. That's all she had to hear. And once my mom heard those words, it didn't matter. My mom had everybody, and all we did was go from where we were to McDonald's, which is maybe 2 miles away. And when I tell you my mom had my town at a standstill because she literally thought I was kidnapped. So I agree with what Scarlett says. My
And
mom
I'm
would
not
have a
dicking on
problem with
Randall.
it
Like
too.
Randall, I'm not dicking on him because he didn't necessarily like ask her to go with him, right? He was even telling her no, and she's sort of like little sister tag along with him.
Yeah.
But she was
Yes.
giving him some soft eyes, and I'm just saying, you know, you gotta be careful with that. You got, and then you taking her on a joyride in a sense because he's going out there for whatever reason. He's going out and doing what he's doing. You don't need to be taking her with you. That's not a smart idea. Even if she wanted to come with you, I wouldn't do it. I would be like, no, you need to go back home. Where's your mom and daddy at?
And didn't he do that when she
I
wanted
would
to
not
press
let her in the
on?
car.
I mean, you have to tell a story, you know. And Randall's basically got fucking PTSD from all of this shit. But she wanted to press on into the forest, and Randall's like, "No, we go back." So it's not perfect. The situation wasn't perfect, but he did do the responsible thing given his
Yeah, he
age,
was. Yeah, no, that's why I
and
said
he
I
brought her
put it off
back.
on the parents. That's why I said I'm not. My gripe is not even with Randall.
No,
It's
my
with
mom
and
would have freaked
dad.
the fuck out. My mom would have beat my ass for getting in a van with anybody at that age, and she didn't know about it. If
They
it
have
would
no
be different
idea
if
that
my
she even
mom
went out
knew.
there.
Like if I said to my mom, "Hey, he's gonna take me driving or to do something," my mom would be like, "Okay, how far are you going? Where are you going? How, like, when will you be back?" And if I didn't meet any of those parameters, my mother would send out search parties for me.
Shout outs to Mama
And
Fun.
ask her tomorrow. I will have my mom tell you the story about how she whooped my ass from going 2 miles down the road in a van with some older guy because he just took us all to like McDonald's and he was like a senior. I was a freshman. And my mom, when I tell you, yeah, never did it again.
Yeah, sound like you was a problem, Dana.
Well, look, girls are not easy. Okay, we are not easy because you got to
No, I
protect the
know.
ladies, and
I got 3
we free
daughters.
spirits. When we young, we got that spirit in us. We got that fire, and we just like to go out and explore. But we got to be more careful when we go out and explore. Sometimes we forget that, but mom and daddy have to remind us by beating it into us. No, I'm just kidding.
Yep.
I understand that. Like I said, I got 3 daughters, so it's not lost on me.
Well, I got some stories too, but I ain't talking about my story. Dana, she's more revealing. Like I have sneaked out of the house once or twice in my day as well. And let's just say,
Yeah,
if mom and
no.
daddy find out about it, I got away with it a few times. I didn't get away with it. When mom and daddy find out, it is never good.
Yeah.
We've got a few problem children on the line.
Well, I was the one they was sneaking out to.
It's just part of the territory, you know. It happens. It happens, you
That's
know.
how you end up with 3 daughters.
Yeah. Well, I was lucky though. I ended up surviving without mine came later after, but I was lucky. Well, you know, you just get lucky sometimes out there. Sometimes you don't get lucky. And life just loves to throw you some things. Yes, look, I talk about my wild days. Okay, they're in the past. I don't talk about those anymore. It's like you don't know what I did. We just snuck
Like
out and had,
I'm
you
in here
know,
trying
one
not
of
to
them things where you could sneak
say
out
it
and go
too
to the
loud
park
because
with
I
your
don't want them to
friends.
hear.
You know, you didn't do anything, but it was just fun. There was something about sneaking out at night and goofing around in the moonlight that always made you feel like you were more badass than you were.
I agree with Noir Angel. Yup, my mom still scares me. And I am 42 and my mother scares me.
Oh, I was scared too, but I still did it because I knew I was gonna get my ass beat. But you know, some of us are just hard headed. Okay, it's a genetic thing. It happens.
Better to ask for forgiveness than permission.
Sometimes. You know, the fun part, it's not the going out part that's hard. It's the getting back inside. Because you just never know if somebody's going to wake up and come downstairs or something like that and get a glass of drink, or if they just happen to check your room that night. You just never know. You just hope and pray And usually, sometimes you get away with it.
Sometimes you do.
Sometimes you do, and sometimes you don't.
Look, my daddy knew ahead of time because there used to when the house that my parents still actually own the house, but when we were kids, that my window actually had a tree outside of it. He cut that shit down.
The whole tree.
Yeah, because he knew I would climb out of that. And this is when I was like 4, going on 5 when we moved in to that house. So
he
he
was
cut the
thinking way
tree down
ahead.
because he wasn't playing no games later for me climb. Because I was already a climber at that age. He knew I could climb out that window, even just not even maliciously like sneak out. Just we not playing that game.
I like
Because
that.
it was like right outside my window to where like as it was growing, it would I could reach like Simpsons. You know how they would climb out the window into the tree.
Yeah, Treehouse of Horror. But yeah, I like the way your dad thinks. I'd do the same thing if I was thinking about it. Cut down the
Yeah,
whole.
no, I didn't mess with my father. My father scares me more than my mother. No. Let's just say my mom knows a lot about the stuff I used to do. My dad to this day thinks I'm a perfect angel.
As it should be.
We'll just leave it at that.
The stories. No, I'm just kidding.
It's
I
kinda-
wasn't terrible. It seemed like just one of the things that happened. It wasn't like you snuck out every night.
It was a different time, though. Let's be real. Like
Yeah.
when we were younger, it was a very different time to where I think back about myself and I'm like, if I were that age now and did some of the stuff I did, I tell myself, how did I survive?
It'd be all over
Like-
social media.
Like how I literally am like, that was so stupid, but it was a different time when I grew up.
No, I was just hard headed. That's all I was. I was just hard headed.
I think that's what Julie is. Because Julie seems like she just wants to get into something. She can't sit down. Smoking weed isn't enough for her. Like
I'm telling you, man, she's at that age, man. I'm telling you, it
Yeah.
ain't not every kid is like that at that age, but that age anywhere for me between for and this is for the girls. I can't speak for
Yeah.
the boys. Anything between the ages of 9 and 20, it is a hell of a roller coaster ride, and you just pray to God to make it through it.
Yep.
Because what I mean, because them hormones kick in, like they say, oh, it's puberty. It happens like in the teenage. No, it starts somewhere around 9, and then that's like when it starts. Like the attitude really starts. It just kind of starts to peak up, and then by the time they're like 15 and 6, that shit's at like full force, and you're just ready to just like pull your hair out and just kill everybody. Like I'm done, I'm giving up. And then somewhere they start leveling off after in their 20s. Everything starts to chill the fuck back out again. But until then, you just gotta hope and pray the whole way through.
Well,
Yep.
I understand. Believe me.
Yeah.
I don't get too much attitude though.
How old are
Man.
your girls?
God bless you, man.
17, 13.
Well, you're daddy
Nah.
too. You're daddy.
Maybe that
It's
has something
different
to
when you're dealing with daddy than it is mom when it comes to girls.
I'm dad and mom, so
Oh, so you get to be everything for them. That's nice.
yeah.
So they definitely know not to play.
Yeah.
They don't have nobody to fall back on. They're just like, no, daddy says, daddy goes.
Right. We don't argue and stuff in this household.
Well, that's good. Yeah, me and mine, we do pretty good for the most part. I get a little bit.
All city. My daughter is 11. I fear for my life.
No, mine's a really good kid. She doesn't give me any like problems. We, like I said, it's more of that attitude like you think of with a teenager. And
my
it's just
9-year-old.
more like the tone kind of thing. They just I can't sometimes.
My 9-year-old, she special needs, so she's like nonverbal. She doesn't speak, but she will let you. She's the most bossiest one out of all of them. She's the one I'm afraid of.
Oh no.
Like she always gets her way.
It happens with some of the girls though. We get spoiled a little bit, especially by, the pawpaws and the daddies and stuff. Some of us get a little spoiled and feel away a little bit. We know how gotta bat the eyelashes just right.
Yeah.
Tell I'm sorry I never did again, Daddy. I'm so sorry.
Turn on the waterworks.
I'm so sorry, Daddy. I really am. I know. We know how to do it sometimes. Well, because also, honestly, when I think about my parents, like the one that I would not that I would want to disappoint either of my parents, but it's not about disappoint your daddy, man. That's why Mama knows more, like Dana was saying. You won't disappoint Daddy.
No.
You want Daddy to think
There's
you
a
the
lot
perfect
my
little angel.
father does not
Please
know.
Jim's looking like he's in store for a disappointment though. If he doesn't
man.
watch out.
Yes, Nora. She says, I have a 16-year-old daughter with cerebral palsy. Shout out to special need parents. Yes, shout out to you guys.
Shout outs.
Lots of love and support for anyone out
Yes.
there. For you and your whole family. Life's not hard, and definitely when life throws you extra difficulties on top of it. So definitely hope you guys are doing well. Make sure you keep up with your mental health as well. So you can be around for your babies and keep them healthy and happy. Let's see what else you guys were saying. Stephanie 1816 says, do you think Ellis will know Elgin has gone with Fatima, or will she just run off with Ellis?
Good question.
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where they're going to go with that whole triangle, so to speak. And they're setting up lots of triangles, Dana. Lots of triangles of characters. Let's see what
And you
else.
get the whole Polaroid picture thing.
Mm-hmm. Era says maybe Kimono old lady was pregnant and she drowned or was drowned. I mean, she could have been. Again, who is she? Who is the kimono lady, and what is she about? I don't know. I know what was it in this last episode? Elgin said to her, "Is this where it happens? What is going to happen?" He had this first nightmare entering, or seemingly the one that we know about entering into From, and that it continued on after that, where he was having a hard time remembering it. Fatima's pregnancy triggered part of the memory. It continued to develop, and now he has has made his way to the root cellar where something is going to happen. And it appears something had already happened there. We get a dead body, but that's not what the happening is. There's some other happening that is going to happen. So, I don't know. A lot of questions, though. We got 3 episodes left, man. 3 episodes of the season left. Can't believe it.
This whole week, I have seen a lot of From fandom online. TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. This show is definitely picking up steam and interest among just like general audiences, and I love it. I love to see it.
Absolutely. And Kiwi says, maybe Julia is with Martin when Boyd ended up in the wall. She may have thrown the rope, then run away thinking she'll be in trouble if Boyd knows she's there. Ooh. Again, we don't know who threw the rope, so yeah, I'm waiting to see if they're actually going to, because then that would definitely be some weird time loopy phenomenon type deal. So we'll see. I mean, I'm still up in the air with the whole, if they're going to make any part of From have some sort of like time travel in any sense, because they've played a little bit with it, but they haven't given me any definite proof of that yet for me.
Right.
But I mean, we're gonna find out at some point. They can't keep playing around. They're gonna have to show one way or the other how some of these things are working. If they're just sort of illusions or imaginations or just echoes of the past, sort of bleeding through, like ghosts or spirits. If there's gonna actually be time travel of some form. Simulate. I mean, they got to give us something. I'm
They do
hoping. I don't think
keep
it's going to be
tiptoeing.
this one, but hopefully by next season we will
They
get a
keep
little bit.
tiptoeing around it.
Hmm.
They keep tiptoeing around it. So hopefully they make a definite decision whether or not they want to go the time travel route or not.
I hope so. Keep playing with it.
Yeah, they do. It's like almost there, but like you said, nothing definite right now.
Yeah, even the alien stuff, because I was going back through and watching like 3 Body Problems and stuff, and I'm like, oh god, they still could be doing aliens, even with the way Teacup did aliens. I mean, whether I like it or not, it still could be explained.
It's so true. It seems like all theories at the moment are still kind of open. They really haven't done anything to like the major theories that are out there. They really haven't done anything to shut those theories down now. And in some theories, you can tell by the way that they're writing it, like they're kind of fucking with us and trolling with us.
Mm-hmm.
Like a couple of different things. I think Tilly dying is like kind of a troll because everybody thought she was a mole. Um, what else?
People still do.
Yeah, they think she's a dead mole.
Yeah, pretty much.
How does that work out?
I don't know, but they
Mm.
still think she's sus, even in death.
Well,
And yeah, I heard.
like they said, we still haven't gone through that fanny pack yet, so maybe.
No, they need to go through it because she got to have something else up
I
in there.
swear, if nobody looks through that fucking fanny pack, I swear I'm gonna scream. I swear I'm gonna fucking scream.
Yeah,
Was
that's
she
the
not
first
wearing it
place.
here? Hang on. Wait, I can't. I gotta get a good shot. Wait, she not wearing it here? Where the
She
fanny
like
pack? Go?
always has it on.
She had the fanny pack on. I just assumed it was higher up, like right up in here. But maybe it's lower. Hang on. Wait. No. Wait a minute. Where in the fuck is the fanny pack, Dana? Is it
She
underneath the
doesn't
shirt?
have it.
You know what? Before they went outside, she did. I think she took her jacket off. She might have took it off then as well.
She never goes anywhere without that fanny pack.
Oh, this is sus. All right, she ain't so something's going up with fuck fanny pack. Go, hang on, wait. Let me. Is it? It could be underneath the shirt somehow. Okay, it's okay. We're wait. Oh,
No, it's not there.
Oh, it's wait, is that a bottle? What is that on the ground next to
yeah,
her?
that's a bottle. Actually, my daddy's got one like this
Yeah,
in the
like a
backyard.
whiskey bottle.
Yeah, ours
Okay.
is like brown. We got a brown one and a white one.
Who?
But yeah, where the hell that fucking fanny pack at, yo? Hang on, I got to go back in the episode. Did she have it on
Yeah.
earlier? She had that
So
shit on earlier.
She did when she
her
was
and
at
Ellis
in
were
the
in
kitchen.
talking.
She had that
And
fanny pack on.
But she got
she
it.
was
Hang
about
on,
to
did she have it
leave.
when she popped in here?
Yeah, she was about to leave the kitchen, and Ellis said something to her, and she turned around and continued the conversation with him after that. But when she did that, she took off her jacket. I think she might have took it off her fanny pack then too.
Because I'm trying to think. She pops in the door here too. With the food.
She had it on in the kitchen.
That bitch. I gotta get a better screenshot of it in the kitchen. I don't have one on hand. I don't think. Maybe I do. Hang on. Yes, there it is. There it is. See, 'cause it should be sitting right here. Let me see. Okay, she got. Wait. Okay, it's still there. Still there. So she had it up until at least. I don't know if she had it when she peeked in.
You have a shot of her coming into the greenery, the shed.
Hang on. Get back.
Be
to
like a
that.
full body shot of her coming in the door.
Hang on. Let's see. All right, there's that. This is the only one I have, and it doesn't show the fanny pack because of the jacket. So I'd have to go back through the episode, unless somebody else out there has one. They can send
I know
text.
Delphinia's
Otherwise,
looking right now.
I bet I was just gonna say the same thing. I bet you Dulcinea's looking.
Oh, poor Tilly. Oh,
If she don't have that fucking fanny pack on her, I swear. She's never been seen without that thing.
I like that shot though.
Steffi says maybe Tilly saw her death coming in her tarot cards. She went ahead and took the fanny pack off. She knew it was coming.
Chapstick and napkins.
All city. she got some butterscotch chapstick. She got the what is it?
Candy.
She got the what is it? The Werther's Originals, yo.
Yeah,
The Werther's
Werther's.
Originals.
Oh,
That's
my
what's
God.
up. I want a Werther's Original.
Oh, my grandmother
Or the
used to have those
strawberry
all the
ones.
time.
With the little gooey
Yes.
inside.
Yes.
Oh, your little strawberry candies. I
Yeah.
love them strawberry candies, man.
Or the ones that were like the caramel squares. They were
Oh,
like
the-
little squares.
Circle peppermints. What else
Mhm.
grandmas be having?
I like
in
them
their-
soft
in their pack?
peppermints though. Them soft peppermints. What's up?
They do be having napkins.
Yep.
Sometimes it be napkins they used already.
What happened to the? I didn't even think about. I swear she might have. Who? Oh, hang on, let me go back up. Was
My grandmother
Nora?
always used to have a little sewing kit on her.
Nora said.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'm gonna try to see if I can find a still from when she's standing up. I guess when she first comes in. I'm see if I can't get another one. I have that one, but it has her jacket kind of covering it.
yeah.
And it says, she says, I feel like she took something off when she was walking in the shed. Okay, maybe. Because I didn't pay that much attention. And when I was getting the screenshots, I was mostly just trying to get Fatima and her. I wasn't focused on the fanny pack. Think about it. But I don't, because she still has this jacket on, right? All right, so this is the jacket
So
she
she
has
must have
on
put
here.
her jacket back on.
But
when
this
they
is
went
the same
outside.
jacket here. So she still has the same jacket on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Do you have any stills of Tilly when she was talking to Ellis or when she went into the room and then she kind of stopped herself by the door?
I have one, but I don't have it it's like just above the fanny pack or where the fanny pack would be.
Okay.
Because we see her in the kitchen, she has it on, and then Ellis comes, or Fatima does her freak out. Ellis comes in, and then here it is. Okay, I did
There
that
it
one.
is.
There it is. I
Yeah,
got it.
she
Okay,
has
I
it
missed
on.
that one. All right, yeah. So she still has it on here.
So there's
Yes.
no reason to think that she doesn't have it on when she goes into the shed.
But she doesn't.
But it's over her shirt. Look at how her shirt is tucked into that shit.
Yeah.
When Fatima stabs her, I don't care. There's no way your shirt is just getting untucked like that.
Yeah, it
Like,
looks
she's
like it's
Especially
not
with a
it's
there.
tight
not
ass
here.
fanny
Oh.
pack
It's
not
around
there.
her waist.
It's not here. Like the fanny
Is
pack
it not
gone.
there or is it now under her shirt? Because her
Well,
shirt
that's
is.
what. Well, look. That's why I asked that. And this shot here, the shirt's slightly pulled up. I can't see it.
Can we zoom in any more? Is that another shirt underneath
is
or is
not even
that.
her.
Down there.
Yeah, that's another shirt.
But you don't even see a lump from the fanny pack.
Right. Correct.
We got
Like
to
you don't
rewatch
even
that
see
scene.
like
I'm going to so go rewatch that scene after the stream to find out.
okay,
Hello,
now
Fred.
it's fanny pack gate.
Welcome, Fred, the greatest gym supporter is here. Oh, you missed it, man.
Finally.
He's late. Dang it, you missed the whole week. Do we have to rehash it?
I'm keeping my mouth shut because there ain't
I'm
nothing
down.
nobody could say to me. I hate Jim. I've
I've been waiting for you, Fred. This whole group has been waiting for you, buddy.
The
Let us
link
feel
is
your
pinned to
wrath.
the top of the chat if you want to come and throw your hat in for Jim and the reasons why you support him. Feel free.
Yeah, let's get some new blood. Let's go. Jump in here, you guys.
Come on,
Come on, All City. Come on, Amy. Amy's got some good stuff. I've read Amy's comments here and in the Discord. She's always got some insightful stuff.
Oh yeah.
Really. She the one that started the chapstick and napkins. Let's see.
See, Purple says random, but I was wondering if that painting of the blondie person in Henry's basement could be a reference of Tilly by the doorway. Maybe she had golden hair in her younger years. again, we get a lot of those images, and we don't really know exactly what those paintings all represent. So it could be. I definitely don't know.
Tread lightly, lest someone invoke the man in yellow. I hate theorizing about the man in yellow.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Like, I don't know where to go with the man in yellow because I mean,
You know, my Randall theory.
Say that again.
My theory is that it's Randall, but that's what he'll eventually end up becoming.
You think Randall becomes the big bad?
I don't know if he's necessarily the big bad, but I think he'll become the man in yellow.
I think having like a yellow suit with like a red aura around you, it kind of means you're playing for the other team. But I hope Randall doesn't succumb to the dark forces, even though he's been through hell.
He's a interesting written character because he's the type of guy that always he'll jump. He's one of the first people to volunteer to do the right thing, but then he's an asshole at the same time. So he's kind of like the guy you love to hate or hate to love. I don't know which one.
And Ty says he looks like Randall to me. Well, there you go. Another one thinks it could be. And like I said, I don't place the man in yellow anywhere yet. I don't know. I don't have too much of a theory with him yet. Just that again, just another one of these questions. Because there's so many paintings of different people that were particularly displayed, and then we had shadowy figures. Some of these, and the way that Henry talked about Miranda and what she said about him, made me think that he's just another one of these chosen. But he could be the big bad because he had the red outline. Oh, I don't know where to put it. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have a good answer. And yeah, they've already put that out on like IMDb, I believe, as well. If you want to go check out who it could be. I believe as far as the actor. Let's see what else we got. Robert Patterson says when people from Bill appear inside the dungeon, it's in one piece, but outside it's rubble. Does this mean time travel? And again, one of the big questions with the dungeon and Boyd and Martin and them, and this is again one of those I can't even truly explain it because I don't see it as time travel, mostly because of the fact of there's minds sort of being in there and things seeming to go, what was happening to them in their mind was still happening to them in real life. Like that's what do I want to say, the present. And it seems to me like it's again another echo, a weird echo of a place. So I'm curious to see in this next episode if they show Julie able to see this place, but Ethan cannot. So say like when Boyd went there, when everything that he thought he saw, this place, he was really outside, seemingly in the dark, running around in the rubble. But to him, he was in this real place the whole time. Kind of how like Randall sees the cicadas and they seemingly are interacting with him, but Julie couldn't see it. So it's not so much time travel as an illusion or even a dimension that's still there, but you can't see it. But it could be time travel. So I'm waiting to see if they're going to reveal this place is of time travel nature or some other illusion, dimension, reality, rift type weird deal, like Ghost Echo or something. What do you guys think? Is it going to be time travel-esque?
We first get introduced to the rubble when Boyd steps through the tree and he is transported into that kind of well at the bottom of this little, this ruins or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. So if the faraway tree has the potential to transport you inside of something that is no longer existing, it was torches, it was the skeletons, and then Martin. But if all of that was an echo from the past, then that is a form of time travel, because Boyd was transported to this place directly from stepping through the tree. And then when, he stepped outside of those archways and now he's in the forest and he's in the present time, that echo has been disturbed, or that illusion has been broken. But Boyd, when he was talking to Martin, he could have been in the past. He could have been in a different time period. And this is notwithstanding the end of season 2, when Randall, Julie, and the blonde are chained up. That also could have been a different timepiece. I'm not sure.
So when he was in that dungeon area, it did appear to be a different time period. Just from the aesthetic, the lighting, and just from the fact that they're using torches instead of electric lights and stuff like that.
But was it like we see with some of these other illusions?
Which one?
Sort of echoes. All right, so this place, if it's got all this psychic energy, sort of dripping with the psychic remnants of the past, so it wouldn't be so much time travel as much as you were sort of reliving something. You're not going back in time.
Kind of like a out-of-body experience, almost like a.
Okay, I'm trying to remember a show that I can relate it to, because I want to say they did this in Charmed or one of these other kind of shows like that.
Did it on Attack on Titan.
So if you are sort of, and again, this place seems to allow these people to be able to have, I don't want to call them powers, but to connect to things on a psychic level more than, say, you would in the normal world. So if you think about dimensions, and possibly some of these things like ghosts and other things are seemingly, and other energies are moving in and around us, but we can never see them. We don't even know they exist, but they're still there. So if this is even something from the past that has happened, and it's the psychic remnants of it, it's possible that certain people can see it through certain ways.
I get what you're saying.
But they're not time traveling.
Where time is,
because I'm trying to think,
linear.
because all this seems to still, like, everything that's happened doesn't seem as if it's cause and effect. So usually if this is a time travel type situation, there should be a cause and effect from that time. Like if you went back there, they're going to show us the loop. They would have to close out the loop. So that's what I'm waiting for. If they can show the loop closing, then it's possible time travel. But until they can actually like show us any form of a loop, because if Boyd went back there and did all this and set Martin free, where is Martin's body? That still has to pop up. Now, if it proved, now if they're going to say that Martin's body is in the root cellar, I'll start believing time travel.
Yeah.
Because then that closes the loop. That would at least explain it. Otherwise, then where's Martin's body? Then, okay, then again, we go back to illusions, magic, weird dimensional shit with some entity that can seemingly, think about an entity that can control physics of time and space, or bend it. And now I ain't talking about time travel. I'm talking about creating something or bringing something forward, and you're not changing time. You're changing what we're perceiving around us. Yeah, we see the three people in there. So while they're still reacting in the real time, so they're both of their minds are in both the present and the past at the same time.
Go back to Martin. If why don't we see Martin's skeleton in the ruins where he would have supposedly died? Why do we see it in a different place with different clothing than we see him when he interacts with Boyd?
Yeah, I don't think,
you know what I mean?
Real, he's the entity. But if I was trying to close the loop and have Martin's body appear somewhere,
His last words were, "We're out of time," and then he nicks Boyd and puts his hand on him.
So how do you explain the three? How would their mind be both in the past and the present at the same time?
Yes, because they were all in their own spaces. Marielle and Julie Marielle and Randall were in Colony House. Julie was at her house, yet Boyd saw them in the dungeon.
They didn't just see their physical bodies. They were crying out in the same manner. So if they were in the past, the amount of fuckery that would do to the brain for your brain to be in two spaces at one time, that shit just doesn't make sense even on time travel laws that I'm used to in TV shows.
Spidey said, if the dungeon went back to its own time, someone in the past could remove the bodies.
Well, since we're talking about the dungeon, so let me ask you guys this. The dungeon that Martin was in when Boyd went back in time, when Boyd was in the dungeon, he was talking to him. Is that the same dungeon that Marielle and Julie and them were tied up in?
Yes, that's what it looked like.
Okay, so so when they were tied up in the dungeon, Martin wasn't in there. So did the scene with Boyd, did that happen before or after? Like, we're talking about time travel. Did that happen before or after them being in the dungeon?
What do you mean? Which scene?
Because if Martin wasn't in there when they went in there, where did he go?
He died.
That's why
his body should still be there, right?
Well, I don't think Martin was. Yeah, I think he was the
Yeah.
entity like Abby, just kind of
he
popping
was-
in and popping out as
Yeah.
he pleases, and it's probably
He
how
was an
Boyd got the
illusion
rope.
of some sort. I don't think he was really there to begin with. I think that was all a setup.
Then how did Boyd get thrown the rope, come to climb up out of the well?
Because
how
Martin
did those
was the
other
entity.
skeletons?
Martin, you don't think if Martin's if Martin's the entity and this is illusion world, so to speak,
Mhm.
he can't illusion the rope down. Like, he's not really chained up there. Like, okay, yeah, he can't quickly chain himself back up. How long did it take Boyd to get up that rope? You're going to tell me that he couldn't have tossed that rope and kind of like magically chained himself back up, sort of. I mean, if he's able to manipulate all this other stuff in this world.
If he's got magic or powers or is an entity of some kind, who knows what a snap of his friggin' fingers he could have made Boyd see all that. Throw him down the rope, set it up, and Boyd doesn't know any better.
I think if I'm an entity and I have the ability to wield a rope to fall down a well to help a man climb out, that I can at least undo my own shackles and free myself from my temporal prison. Now that's just me.
He wasn't trying to free himself. He was trying
trapped
to get
there.
Boyd the worms.
Yeah.
He was. Wait, say that again. Say what you just said again.
I said he was trying to give Boyd the worms. He convinced Boyd throughout that entire conversation to feel safe with him. And to the point to where Boyd's like, no, we're not going to save you. And what happened as soon as Boyd started to release him? All of a sudden, we're out of time. Got to give you the worms. I don't feel like Martin's intentions was ever to leave there. It was to give Boyd the worms.
I think a little differently, but
Let's hear it. My mind is spinning.
Yeah, I think that whatever the entity is trapped somewhere. And I think it was all a setup to get Boyd to destroy that music box, because destroying that music box is kind of what released, let's call it shackles. Let's just call it something like that. I think he was tethered to the music box, and by destroying, because if destroying the music box stopped whatever was happening,
Mm-hmm.
like, don't you think the entity would have fought a little harder? Like Abby was literally standing in the corner. Oh, please don't destroy the music box. Oh, wait, don't. No. Like it was all like, and I think that it being burnt and broken were past cycles showing us that how close the entity might have come to getting freed from it being almost burnt. It looked like it was a little broken, and maybe they were stopped somehow. But I think releasing the worms is what got Boyd to make the decision to go like do this, because he wants to save people, and he thought he had to save the three, if you want to call them that. And I think it was everything. This place is all about manipulation. It was all a setup to start to release itself from whatever binds it right now. And that's why we're seeing worse and worse things happen, because it's like it's able to manipulate Boyd very easily. Let's be honest. It's able to manipulate a lot of people very easily this time around. So I just think a little differently on the worms.
Hang on one second. Rod, actually, no, I haven't even seen the promo pics. So I did notice you posted. So if that might even actually already be out there. And again, all I've seen is the trailer for the episode. I haven't seen the promo pics because they do kind of give away a little bit more of the episode.
Yeah.
And I understand, Robert, you didn't know that you're just coming in. So we're considering, and again, this is one of those things with this particular show that I know as a creator I'm finding a hard balance with when it comes to what we call spoilers or not spoilers. I mean, MGM did put the pics out there. They're out there. I'm sure if that's the ones you're talking about. I have no idea what's going to happen with Julian Dungeon. I've not seen those pics. All I've seen is the trailer that they put out right after the episode airs. So again, like I said, if whatever they have put out there, if those things, if you guys kind of already kind of talked about it a little bit, I know, and I'm sorry, Robert, you did not know that. So if they do close the loop, again, I will accept the time travel if they close the loop. They did it in Lost, and I'm not saying they couldn't do it here. From what I have seen so far, I don't see time travel. Now, if they close the loop, then yeah, it's full on time travel that's going on here. I can't put my finger on it just yet, but we'll see. Like I said, we'll see in this episode how. That's why I was saying when we first started on this sort of rabbit hole. I can't wait to see what happens with Julie here. What does Ethan see? Is he even in there with her? Does he get to sort of cross this? And again, how does that work? If she's able to seemingly just cross into this world, again, time travel, you would think there has to be they're going to have to explain the rift. They're going to have to explain the rift / black hole, which Jade set up a little bit of that. So we'll see if they do, how they take that. The dimensional rift to me is not quite the same as time travel. And that's what I thought they were setting up for. It's not time travel as much as it is, I don't even know the words for it. They're getting into some high level theoretical stuff that even I don't fully understand. But we'll see. We'll have to see where they go with it. If they did,
yeah,
I've been wrong about more than half of this show, so I already admitted that I'm wrong all the time.
I agree with All City. The promo pics that are out there, they reveal a lot. So if you don't, I haven't seen them, but I have seen conversations about them, and yes, the pictures have revealed a lot about this episode. So if that's not something you want to see or know or like be a part of, it's going to be hard, but then stay away from the promo pics.
Yeah, Friday night at this point, I think there's no benefit in, adding anything to the trailer or anything that the trailer doesn't already show. I know some people like to see those high resolution stills, but I'm not one of them. I just started getting into watching the trailer for the following week. I thought that was too much, but I know everybody's different. Some people like to have the show spoiled.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of conversation about the promo pics. I've seen some people mad about that. Like, I don't know I guess you have to use your best judgment and use your own judgment on what, like, they could be considered a spoiler because they do reveal a lot, but I don't know. MGM released them, so why would they want to spoil their own episode? I'm not too sure. But yes, from what I heard, these promo pics reveal a lot.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, and everybody's different, like you're saying, Cloud. I don't mind the trailer so much because I feel like it's the same as if I was watching an episode on TV. They usually always give you a sneak peek of the next episode on any show I've ever watched.
Yeah.
So those never bother me because for me as a TV viewer, I'm used to seeing a quick 30-second trailer after the episode for what's to come to kind of get you kind of hyped up for that next episode. Now, as far as all the extra stuff and even the still shots, that was something that I never really got into ever because until we even got into From, I was not really big into like the social media side of television. I just watched the show, kind of enjoyed them by myself. Might talk to my mom about a few shows here or there that she might be into, but for the most part, I just kind of watch TV as it is. So I'd get that little trailer and that would be it. May years down the line watch a video or two on YouTube, but so I don't know I truly don't even know the standard when it comes to say YouTube and spoilers. And then on top of it, because I know I don't want to put anything out there that's leaked. That seems pretty obvious, but then we're talking about like this show itself putting out. So this feels like a whole new ball game, at least for me, on trying to navigate that.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you said, everybody's so different on where they fall with it. And it's
Some
weird.
people,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
some people like to be the first to say, they know. It's like some people spoil games online. They'll post spoilers in the thumbnail of their uploads to YouTube, trying to, spark outrage or a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
It's social media. So any interaction is good interaction. Any view, any click, any comment, even if someone's giving you the 4-letter word, it's good for the person who's uploading it. But there are purists out there like all of us who like a good story and who like to be entertained.
And I'm fine with it because I'm assuming people out there who have probably seen those things or, listen to me like, oh, gosh, she has no idea. Oh, God, I can't wait to see what she's going to, actually think kind of deal, or any of us, right? Because I want to be surprised a little bit. I don't mind being teased with a little bit of what's to come, but I definitely want to be surprised. I want to be able to think of all these possibilities and then be like, oh, my God, I got none of that shit right. Dang it. I can't believe they did this. That's fun for me. But everybody has their own fun and what they get and take from the show or from any of these series.
Very true.
Let's see. Purple says, from my understanding, Jack Bender decided to add the ballerina as a creepy factor to the original plot. Okay, so the ballerina was even added in a little bit. And I like that they added her in because she was definitely creepy. I like that they're taking things that we think of as sort of nostalgic or childlike and turning into something very creepy. They seem to do that a lot with some of the things in the show. Because even the music box, to me, that's something that should be, something a child would want to have with a beautiful ballerina in it, and they've seemingly turned that to one of the most creepiest things in the show with the cicadas and everything. In the town itself, the monsters, like, you think of something. I mean, it's almost like Pleasantville gone nightmare or something. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't want to read too much into things that have long since passed, but the ballerina and the music box, those were not references to anything else that we've seen, right? They were just representations of Boyd and the fear that he had to overcome that season, and they just needed something to serve as a marker. The ballerina doesn't stand for anything more significant.
I mean, I thought she was representing the music box because the ballerina's on the music box.
Yeah.
So it's like a manifestation. Like, so when I think of like something like a spirit or some kind of curse being played out, and especially like a spirit realm, you would see something like that to sort of represent it. And then again, the worms, like you're saying, it's probably the way it's being portrayed to him because it's trying to get him to do something. So it's, I don't know if the ballerina is so much going to be like an actual, like an iconic character kind of thing, or she's just the part of the manifestation of that music box just to get him to kind of realize what it wanted him to do. Oh, I'm trying to think. I'm thinking, because because she's that whole situation's weird anyway. Like I said before, the way the music box works with the ballerina, at first it's slow, right? It sort of gets to a point to where he's seeing it when others are around, but at first it was like basically he didn't see her, and then he kind of sees her in like a dream or when he passes out. And then eventually it gets to where, okay, he's actually interacting with this ballerina seemingly while Kenny's there. So it went from like a nightmare or a lesser sort of source into something that was, transitioning into more of reality, kind of how a lot of this stuff is sort of doing. Even Elgin's things, right? Seemingly in a dream, something was hard for him to kind of grasp. And then as it's progressed into now it's physically interacting with things in the world. So there's a lot of little observations that I don't know where they're going to lead to. Just random thoughts.
If this show is anything like Lost in the aspect of do things matter, then yeah, the music box is going to matter. The ballerinas, whether they add it, whatever time they add things in, because Lost did that too. They added things in as the show progressed, and they still had meaning by the end of the series. So just because we don't know what the meaning of the music box is now, they could always come back to it, and they could always do something like they did with Lost by making the encyclopedia like they did for Lost, to where things you didn't know had any meaning or you thought were kind of like pretty obvious or, self-explanatory had more meaning in the end than any of us thought. I could still look at the Lost encyclopedia and friggin' find something that I'm like, holy shit, that little thing like mattered that much and made like this whole like okay. So I say like even like the bile, just because the bile had no meaning now or in the way Boyd used it, it doesn't mean that further down the line we're not going to see something that maybe that's what the bile was supposed to be used for, or it comes up in a different way because so I don't see anything as a throwaway yet, but that's just me.
And Chocolate Beauty says, hey guys, what topics are we discussing? And any and all things from up until the trailer of this next episode are free game. So I haven't seen the promo shots for the next episode Threshold, but we do have the trailer. So anything on that trailer in any episode prior are fair game. Any questions, any comments you guys want to talk about? We're just sort of randomly going through. Actually, I don't think we've really had much of a order to what we've been talking about. Just kind of randomly going through things that are on our mind when it comes to From. Let's see. Purple Alizé says, I apologize if this was ever discussed, but were there ever ideas of the Chosen or similarities? So far, we have two mothers of two kids. Were the ones before the same? And yes, what is with the Chosen, as Miranda was calling them? Who are they? Is there more than one? Can there be more than one in a cycle, so to speak? And does it mean, again, the two moms, the two kids, the bracelet, the song on the radio, tying these two families together, seemingly like it's repeating the cycle? Or is it there's more to these families? Or did we just way off the mark and we have no idea and it's just more chaos? I'm not sure. There is something, though, between the two families that they're drawing similarities to. Do we know if where do you all stand? Is it just one chosen per cycle, multiple chosens per cycle? And if it's multiple chosens, is it multiple chosens for two sides or just multiple chosen in general? Like, is there two chosen or more than one chosen for the good, more than one chosen for the bad, or just more than one chosen in general? Where do you guys kind of, I know I just threw a lot out there, but where do you guys kind of fall with the chosen topic?
I'd say they all
I
have
think-
to be chosen to a certain extent if they're there. Not everybody goes to Fromville, so they're all chosen to some extent. They don't all have visions, they don't all have sightings, etc. But they are all chosen to come to Fromville for some greater reason than we know. Go ahead, Dana.
Yeah, no, I don't know if they're all chosen to come to From, just because if you look at everybody on the bus, I don't think everybody on the bus had significance to be there. Some people didn't even make it out of, night one. So I think there are situations to where you could be attached to somebody who's chosen to come here and just kind of be thrown into the mix. But I do believe that there are factions, whether you could call one good and one bad, I'm not too sure. But I definitely think whatever sides are at play here definitely have specific people, if you want to call them chosen, or specific people that they can easily manipulate into being chosen. And then you have some people who might have been fated to be here. Like Jade said, like no matter what, you were going to see that tree at some point in your life. So I think there's different levels of what could be considered a chosen.
Mm-hmm. As Robert Patterson kind of says, it's similar to you, Dana. I think some people are chosen to come to Fromville, but others in the same vehicle are just unlucky.
Yeah.
And Lauren says Abby was chosen, but only had one kid. Again, Abby and Boyd, they seemingly come in. Was it for Abby? Was it for Boyd? Was it for Ellis? Or were they just unlucky? Abby seemingly having seen a dream, or we're now thinking that she has seen from prior, so she was possibly a chosen, like Tabitha maybe, or Miranda. I almost forgot her name there for a second. Which one? I mean, again, I'm not sure. I like where you're going with it, Dana. Definitely thinking that we know there's multiple factions, at least one or two, or at least two factions. And each side sort of has a chosen, or at least multiple chosen. Because, I mean, it's so weird because they're saying, okay, the way Miranda talked about the chosen to come save the children, we have all these other people who are seemingly seeing things as well. So are they, like, which one are they chosen, or they just happen to be unlucky but still able to connect to this place? Is it, I'm still trying to figure out if it's just one chosen per side. Like, is it just Jade and Tabitha, and Elgin, Sarah, and some of these other folks just are getting caught up in the game, so to speak, and are able to just sort of see things, but they're not so much chosen as much as, like I said, this place maybe heightens your senses in a sense, or your sixth sense or whatever. So you're able to sort of perceive things a little more than maybe you were prior. You might have even been able to do this in the real world a little bit, but here kind of amps that up a little bit. But I'm not sure. There's a lot of good questions with that. Like, I don't know. The chosen is definitely a good one to think about.
Robert Patterson is thinking like I am. Yes, the question isn't are they chosen? The question is why are certain people chosen? I definitely agree with that. because I certainly agree that people are chosen for certain reasons. And let's take Mari, for example. I don't think she was chosen because she has a connection to Christy. Like, what if when Christy first got here, remember she was on her way to meet Mari for lunch? What if the entity screwed up somehow or something got screwed up and it wasn't really Christy they wanted here, but it was Mari being the pediatric nurse because the baby and Fatima. I like what this place literally made rotten food for one person. If it got cold, like you said, with maybe it needed to be winter for Fatima to have this baby because it needed, like, if all these things are more so for Fatima, I think it was Mari that was chosen to be here. So I definitely agree with that certain people are chosen to be here. So I like him.
Oh yeah. Welcome, Purple Alizé, to the panel. Hope you
Hello,
have a
Miss
good
Alizé.
night.
Hello, Mrs. Ladies, and Monsieur. So just to elaborate, because what I was trying to say is that Miranda slash Tabitha, initially in season 3 beginning, Henry explained that Miranda felt like she was the chosen one, the one to save the children. That's what I was referring to. That apparently in every cycle or whenever, there is that one person that is meant to do something specific. Now, I do understand that there are other characters playing different roles, and then there is the collateral damage. But I was referring specifically to Miranda and Tabitha in terms of is there any similarities regarding their past or future or anything that basically would be very distinct. The only comparison I can have is that they have a family. That's all.
They did that weird thing when Tabitha was in Camden where they had the bracelet pop up, like she made the Miranda made the bracelet for Henry the same way Tabitha made the bracelet right for Jim. And then the song came on and it was like the same kind of deal. That it was both like Miranda and Henry's song as it was Tabitha and Jim's song. So that's when I think it really hit for a lot of us saying, okay, we're starting to really focus on like the similarities between the two families, like, and that's where the Eloise sort of theories came in.
Because I do agree that not everybody is just like randomly in town. I think there is a reason for a lot of people to be in town, and there's the collateral damage for sure. But what is it about those two?
There are no children to save. What if they are just chosen because they are mothers? And you can definitely pull a mother in by talking about saving children. They're definitely going to, more so than fathers would. And that's not anything against guys, but the motherly instinct when it comes to children is different than that of guys. So what if it's not about saving the children? If this place is just about breaking people and manipulating people, what better way than to break a mother away from her own children and have them go down these rabbit holes of saving other children, and in the end they lose their children because of it? Could you think of a worse way to break a mom?
Especially that Tabitha lost her Thomas.
You know what I mean? So what if it's just another way from is just manipulating people? There is no children to save. It's just a way to break people.
That's sad, but mind blowing.
But it's a nightmare world. Like there is not going to be happiness when it comes to this place.
And again, it's weird because it makes you go back and forth between that thought of, is it just completely trying to break them or is it trying to help certain people? Is it sort of like you've got to go through all of this in order to make it out on the end better? Which doesn't, I'm not saying that's actually even the case at all, but just, I don't know. I like throwing out random thoughts of what this could be because they don't really give too much. I mean, it seems pretty detrimental, but then they brought Henry back to Victor, right? Like that was seemingly helped. I mean, Victor was starting to come around a little bit, but then when his dad comes back, he seems like he's even more coming around. You know, he was already ready to find answers, and now he's finding them and his dad's back, so he's kind of going on the up and up. Again, was it only just to break Victor in the end? I mean, I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see.
Like I hate to say it, but it's like there is a possibility that all this save the children shit is nothing but a bunch of bull.
Well, yeah, definitely saving the children is one of those like riddle things. Like it's not as easy as it's going to be just to save the children. Like they're ghosts. They're not. I don't think they're alive anymore. So,
because think about it, Miranda left her children behind to go save these children. Fatima basically left her children behind to go save these children. Like, what if we're looking at it the wrong way and the save the children are your own kids? Mm-hmm. Hence why the phone call said to Jim, they're not your kids anymore.
Well, yeah, they definitely want children. But why? Is it just to take the children out like they did the one in the very first episode? Or is it something more of taking them into the dungeons, and why certain children then? Because they didn't take her body. They left her body there for the town to see. But it seems as if they want to take Ethan or Julie, right? Like they don't want to just, okay, we're going to end them. We want them like they're ours. But a lot to think about. Welcome, hun, Big City. What's up, hun? Or heck, I'm
Hello?
sorry. Is it Big City?
Well, All City Big Heck is my usual username, but I just prefer people call me Heck because it's easier to say.
All right, yeah, we'll go with Heck. I'm sorry. I didn't look at the name when you popped up. I just saw the symbol and I was just remembering it from the whole name.
Yep.
Welcome to the panel.
I know it's like 8 syllables, right? A lot easier to just say one syllable.
Yes. Welcome, hon. What do you think? I know you've been putting some good stuff in the chat, man. What you got to let us know about these Chosen, Ethan, any of these things that we've been rambling on about?
I just hopped on. I wanted to give this a shot. I've been wanting to speak, but haven't really had the opportunity to. But when it comes to Chosens, I mean, I feel like everybody's there for a reason, and they make it seem like they talk about all these people, like, the Elgins, and like they all had some kind of experience prior to being there, right? Like, the Elgins, and Tilly talked about seeing it in the tarot cards, and I feel like they can't go through every single person that's come through and have some kind of story for them, but it seems like every person that they have had some kind of experience. Even Bacta with the family member. I don't know if it was her mom or her grandma or some, like Elgin with his grandmother, and they all had some kind of
connection of some sort.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell because this show is so cryptic, but it seems like they're trying to show that every one of these people had some kind of tie in some kind of form, right?
Mm-hmm. Especially the way they do in Tabitha's, right? The way it was almost as if it didn't matter what she did, she was always destined to come here. Like, it was inevitable. There's no escaping it.
Yeah, and and we're talking about the ultimate Chosen, right? Like she's experiencing all these things that Victor's mom experienced. I'm losing her name, but
Miranda.
Miranda, there we go. Mm-hmm. And so it's pretty much we've been hit upside the head with the fact that that she has ties to Miranda, and there's some kind of there's some kind of role there You know, even if you subscribe to the reincarnation theory, which seems to, you know, is more and more popular nowadays. I've seen, you know, I consume a lot of content, and it just seems to be more and more popular now.
Mm-hmm.
Just the fact that she has a lot of the same memories and premonitions, and now
Yeah,
we talk
because up
about,
until like what this last couple episodes, I was pinning Jade as the Miranda type before we knew about the nightmare.
yeah,
Just because of the fact that Jade seemingly has seen more of the past visions. But now I don't know. Like I'm still stuck between Miranda and Jade, and I don't know which side is good or bad anymore.
yeah. I mean, I've heard some theories about, like, you know, Jade might be like from the bad side, or they might be from opposing forces. I think that's a fun thing. But they definitely, you know, when it comes to people that have the most, you know, that are most in tune with what's going on, it's definitely Jade and Miranda, right? I mean, not Miranda, Tabitha.
Mm-hmm.
So there's definitely something there. Like nobody else is having that kind of experience from.
Yeah. At least none that we know of. Most of everyone else seems to have not so much past visions, but stuff kind of interacting with them now. You know, other people have seen the boy in white, but he's not so much of a past iteration or generation, so to speak. He's kind of always been around, right?
Yeah, he's an active presence, and a lot of the people, they see things that are active, and
Elgin, that seems to be more of an active sort of deal. It seems to be interacting with the world even now, like you do think of a ghost or a spirit that's haunting.
Correct.
Where
Like
these others seem
Shadow
like
too.
past visions or just a seemingly different kind of echo.
Yeah. Like, you know, like Sarah and Victor, they all, it's kind of like an active, they're having active
Mm-hmm.
experiences, like, but you can tell that Tabitha and that she's having, you know, she's seeing echoes from the past, and that's a whole different type of vision, and you're getting some kind of a history lesson there, and
Mm-hmm.
there's something, you know, there's a deeper connection, which I'm interested on how they're going to explore that. And like, I don't think a lot of us, I don't think people
Mm-hmm.
you know, had a foresight to see that this would be this kind of like direction that they were heading in, earlier in the previous seasons. It just started unfolding this season.
Mm-hmm. Because I mean, and again, when we look back, we're now like, okay, the pieces are starting to fit. And again, the way they play this show is so fun for me because we talk about how we're going to try, you know, we're trying to figure out what all these clues mean, and we know at some point the pieces will fit. But what I love the most is how they talk to us sometimes through the characters. And they do it with Jade, and that's another reason probably why I like Jade so much. I feel like the show talks through Jade a lot. He was even kind of talking about how, you know, these things are going to start to fit together. Like we're starting to get the pieces. Even early on when he was in the bar before Tom dies and he's talking about throwing the darts, you know, we don't know where we're throwing kind of thing. I'm just throwing darts. Don't even know if I'm gonna hit the target. I felt like he was saying the things that we were feeling at the time of the show. When he brought down the, you know, he's showing Tabitha the papers and he's like, what if these are dates? Just the way he said it, it was like, okay, he's as if he was us. Like he's talking as if he's one of us, and, you know, talking about the show to Tabitha. And it's so fun when they do these little things like that with the characters because they troll us a lot with it sometimes. I don't know where I'm trying to go with it anymore,
Yeah,
but
no,
I liked it.
I personally think that that's part of the charm of the show, and my interpretation is that they're trying to make us feel like we're part, like of front, like the people that are in front, like we are one of those extra people in the background, right?
Mm-hmm.
and that's part of the experience of the show. And a lot of people are getting frustrated, but I feel like that's like the way I'm experiencing the show is I'm one of the townspeople.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's what they're trying to do. And like they have these, you know, these small moments where it's like meta commentary and you know, about how we overanalyze things, and the characters on the show are, you know, they're kind of doing the same thing in their own little way. I know we have problems with people being quote unquote dumb and having stupid moments and not communicating and not doing the right thing at certain times. But I feel like, you know, I think that since we've been watching over 3 years, we forget that not that much time has passed in the show. And so even though we've been watching for 3 years, they've been there for a few weeks or months or whatever. And it's not, you know, if you're living in constant fear and you're going crazy, it's kind of hard to behave rationally and really have that kind of sight, you know, that foresight, you know. So that's why I find intriguing. I find it intriguing, like the whole, you know, the whole mental health aspect of it, you know, like we talk about these monsters and we talk about the big bads and stuff, but you know, people going crazy has been probably just as dangerous as the monsters, right?
Oh yeah.
Like we hear the stories, like, you know, we have all these people that have gone crazy, and you know, have Boyd's wife going crazy and shooting up the town. You know, we hear these stories about Christopher. We don't know what exactly, but we know there was a massacre, right? You know, we see Elgin has lost his mind, right, and has become one with, and we saw what happened with Sarah. So there's a clear and present danger there with just the townspeople, and you hear Donna kind of echo that statement, that sentiment, like in episode 7, you know, when she's talking about, hey, you know, we have to, well, I don't know if was it the preview, I don't know if it was the episode 7 or the episode 8 preview, but she's like, you know, we have to worry about these monsters, and that's, you know, we could hide from the monsters, but what about people, you know, the people within the walls, the people that are right next door? You never know when they're just gonna lose their mind and do something crazy, and then we see what happened with Tilly, right? So I feel like people underestimate the horror of that kind of aspect of the show. It kind of gets swept under the rug. We want to see the fun monsters, you know, devour people, but I think there's a pretty cool undertone that I find kind of, you know, pretty scary, of these people losing their minds and being a danger to their neighbors, even though it's unintended, you know. I don't feel like Elgin is a bad dude.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Fatima's not a bad person, right? So Sarah, I mean, people think, you know, have different theories about Sarah, but Sarah doesn't seem to be a bad person, but they've all done terrible things. Under influence of the town, or I don't know where they are, on the island or what. Isthmus. But yeah,
definitely, because I mean, and we were kind of talking about that a little bit earlier, and just how are things going to be dealt with Fatima, because seemingly all these characters prior to the bad deed were not necessarily bad, like you're saying. I don't think until we started seeing Sarah display sort of weird behavior just on her face, I thought she was really that bad. Now then, when we saw how bad it got, that's when it's like, ooh, we can't trust her.
We kind of
started, not because I don't think she's a mole, but because she's possessed or whatever. She's under that influence of these things. She's being manipulated.
Yeah, because we didn't see her get there, we automatically think that she's just an evil entity, or like, you know, just some bad person. And you know, we didn't see Boyd's wife get there, right? We didn't see Sarah get there, but now we're seeing Fatima get there. We're seeing we're seeing Elgin get there, and it's you can see it's like it repeats itself. These people get, I don't know if they become possessed. I feel like Elgin has like came under the spell of this. At first he was scared, and then once he kind of opened himself up to her, and maybe I was thinking like I said in someone's chat like it might have to do with the sleep deprivation, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't sleep, and then you could think that lack of sleep can make you susceptible to being possessed, right?
Oh yeah, it definitely make you weaker. You would think of your mind.
So he's completely under the kimono lady's spell at this point. Just like he's no longer thinking for himself, because he's going against. He's in there doing weird things that he wouldn't normally do. He used to be terrified. Now he's not terrified at all. Like he's going into dungeons and discovering secret rooms, seeing dead bodies and not even flinching, right? Like,
what makes you wonder, like prior to the talismans, how much sleep were residents really getting, right? Because they had that sort of, I want to say peaceful time. Not that it was probably perfectly peaceful. You still had monsters coming out at night, but people were getting a relatively good night's sleep. At least most people were in the town, right? Like I'm sure you had people kind of on guard, but then during the day it was probably like a shift thing, right? Some people would take night shift and then others the next night wouldn't have to or whatever. So they were probably getting better sleep, which seemingly they were healthier as a town. And then things started to happen. They started to more fear, less sleep, to the point to where when the cicadas broke out, right, nobody could sleep. It was everybody was too scared to go to sleep, and things started to ramp up even more. So you could be onto something with that. The sleep deprivation that this place sort of puts on people could cause that mental degrade, not just in the daytime walking, how you feel sluggish when you don't get proper sleep, but even for something to possess you, you're not as strong as you would be. So there definitely could be something to that. And real quick, let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. We got Fletcher the Chromonacle. Someone noticed that Victor's drawing of the massacre of his young timeline, the star magic on the sign is missing on the drawing, but in the flashback is there, and current time is missing. Drawing of the future. I'll have to go back and see. I know that when he does the flashback, the sign is there in its full capacity, and then somewhere it ends up losing part of the sign. Now in his drawings, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and see the different ones and really look at them. And that goes back to some of the theories with Victor's drawings to begin with. Are they past, present, future, or the stuff that we know some things are stuff that he has seen and he draws to remember? Are all these things that, or could some of these things be of the future? I'm thinking these are all things that he has seen. Now, whether he's drawn everything in the picture 100% accurately or not, I'm not sure. But what do you guys think? Is his drawings, Victor's drawings, past, present, future, just things he's seen? What are your takes with the Victor drawings?
I think he made it clear that it's about his experiences and what he's seen. I mean, could he have hit some kind of, like some time, like, kind of like Boyd, like you were talking about the whole, did Boyd time travel or not, right? There was some kind of weird thing going on, right? That he had some kind of connection to the past or something, because the ruins weren't ruins anymore, right?
Yes.
But we don't know if it's some kind of, vision or if it's actual experience. And it's kind of blurred the lines. So maybe Victor has had experiences like that, but like he's just like the big, he's the big mystery. Like he's more of a mystery than From, because this dude survived for however long. I don't know.
Seemingly without any Yeah, we don't know exactly what extent of help he was given or not given.
Yeah, that's why I've joked that he's like some kind of zombie because, you know, I don't understand how he's made it this far on his own when we see all the horror that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Unless we've heard that the entities want you to stay there, like they want people to be, you know, to be comfortable there. Well, not comfortable, but like accept the place, right? And maybe
Mm-hmm.
since Victor kind of accepted life there and just kind of just never really tried to escape, never tried to invoke any kind of drama with the entity, maybe they've had mercy on him,
Mm-hmm.
and that might be part of the nature of the entity, and maybe they just want to be, I don't know, maybe like a god type figure, right? Where like you worship and you could live there and be peaceful or something,
It's possible. Like, do follow the rules and you'll be fine kind of thing. I mean, you still got to be careful, but because Victor seemed to say something like, what Eloise and Mom didn't kind of follow the rules in a sense. I don't know, he didn't use that word, but I forgot exactly how he would say, they didn't stay or whatever. And they went out. They didn't make it back.
Yeah, we saw him in the caves and they just warned him. Like, they didn't really even bother to try to kill him. So there's something that he's done or something about him that has earned him some kind of stay there,
like they allow him to come down during certain times, like there's but like giving him that warning was creepy. That was so fucking creepy.
That was one of the more creepy scenes in the whole show.
I know, because I was like, oh shit, dude, get the fuck out, go, don't turn back, tell Dad to shut the fuck up, slap him in the face, whatever you gotta do, get him the hell out of the caves. This bitch done popped up she popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and they picked the perfect monster, the Karen monster. Like,
oh God bless that damn smile. I know I got to get the emoji on one of you in the chat was asked for. I was clutching my pearls, telling you.
Yeah,
hell nah.
I'm a fan of Karen monster in terms of how creepy she is.
She just, she seems like the evil of the suburbs.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if I've ever seen her before. I don't know if I pay that much attention to the.
I know she was there with Cowboy a lot during season 2, and even she was around when Boyd gave the worms to Smiley. She was part of that group, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Cowboy was there as well.
Oh, so she's maintained a presence. So
Cowboy
and Smiley, those are big names. There's the nurse lady, right?
Yeah. Bride chick's still been around, I think. Who else? Oh, we ain't seen what's her face after she ripped out his tongue.
That was good. She fulfilled her mission.
I guess so. I don't think we've seen her again. I'm trying to think. Most of them I think have still been pretty relevant. There's only been a few that they've kind of like seemingly don't bring out. Granny's one of the most prevalent. She's always out and about.
Yeah, she like to try to kill kids.
Granny just don't. Goddamn Granny. Like the damn, it is. I forgot who said it, but they were talking about how Tabitha's dream was like Red Riding Hood, and now we got Granny like the damn wolf. It's turning more and more to Grimm's fairy tales every day. Let's see. Robert says, last year we discussed whether residents had free will based on Jade's comments in the bar about determinism. Like Tabby, maybe everyone's destiny was predetermined. Yes, they could have all been seemingly chosen. Of course, there's a few casualties here and there, but it is starting to look like things were sort of set in motion regardless of what choices they make, which again goes back to Lost, does it not, Miss Dana?
Yeah, it does. I'm sorry. I've been delving into the chat.
I see.
Yeah.
And yes, if you got send them to me or Dana and like the DMs or at me in the Discord. I can try to pull up those images. Fletcher, if you guys want to, I can do that definitely. And because it don't take me a second just to grab them. Let's see what else we got.
Wait, can I put this in the back chat? But I don't know if I could keep it in the background.
Say one more time. I'm sorry it cut you out.
Can you put the would I be able to open my YouTube app and let this play in the background, or if I leave this, would it just kick me out?
You talking about sharing your screen?
No, just the StreamYard thing. You know how you connected to how I connected.
Oh, you could. It might kick you out for a second and then bring you back in. Like it does a thing where you like have to accept something. But it should. It's one of them
Don't
weird
ask me
things.
nothing about
Because somebody
computers.
tried to do that the other night and it kept giving them a problem. I want to say it was Ray. It was either Ray or
Yes, I think it was Ray.
And I've tried it before. And sometimes it works for me. Sometimes it doesn't. But I remember it would kick me out for like a second to do like this like confirmation thing or whatever, make sure I was logged in or whatever my account, and then it would like let me pop back in. You are more than welcome to try it. I mean, we're just be hanging out for a little while. Let's see what else do we have. Going Child says, "What had Victor eaten since the peaches are gone? Hell, he might be a different higher level entity that the monster can't touch." I know. What is Victor munching on nowadays? You got any more snacks? Did it work?
Nah, it kicked me out.
Oh, dang it. The fun of StreamYards.
I need it'd be nice to have a separate device to do this. I'm a big fan of checking out the chat.
Yeah, I know. It is. Are you on mobile or?
Yeah, I'm just on my phone.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see what else you guys got for us. And again, this episode, I can't wait. I mean, we got 3 left. So not much left for us of this season, but they are definitely giving us a lot to think about for these last couple episodes. I'm trying to think. I'm reading you guys. I know you guys are talking about those images. Yeah, whoever has, if y'all just like at me or Dana, you can put it in the Discord or DM us. Well, Dana, are you on your mobile or are you on your PC?
Both.
Okay, so yeah, y'all, either one of us should be able to grab them and share them for you guys.
As long as there are no spoilers, like we're not gonna bring up anything that has to do with spoilers or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fletcher. No sneaky stuff, Fletcher.
Yeah. So if it's something spoiler, it'll be removed.
Well, I think they're talking about Victor's pictures that he drew of the massacre and related to his memory of it and how the sign. I think I might be misinterpreting, but I know they're talking about that in general. No, you're good, Fletcher. I know you're not doing spoilers. I know you're good. You are not that guy. That's right. No, he's not talking spoilers. He's talking about like between the pictures and. All right, let's see. Okay, you just posted it. All right, let me go see, buddy. Let's see where we're at. All right.
I was just trolling you, Fletcher.
Let's see. Here they are. All right, give me just a sec. Guys, go ahead and talk, and I'm gonna save these real quick. Anything you want to talk about? You guys are the dealers right now. Dealer's choice.
Yeah, so I'm like I'm in the chat. I'm all over the place. You people know I can't multitask, right?
Well, I can half multitask, but I just wanted to try to grab them, and I end up talking like I'm like yeah, and something and I'm looking at what I'm clicking on kind of thing, so my brain gets preoccupied as well. We'll go with another topic real quick. How about the Jasper doll? What are y'all thinking about Jasper? And I'll pull these up. Since we're on Victor, let's talk about Victor. We'll talk about Jasper, and then I'll get these pulled up.
I'm hoping that little fucking puppet starts to talk. Like Victor said, talk, damn it, talk.
I just hope he doesn't have a creepy puppet voice. Like, yeah.
Oh, that would be fucking freaky.
Oh, I don't know if he's gonna talk, man. I think they've been showing Victor kind of losing it, right? Like his
He
pop.
is like, I don't like. I feel bad for Victor because it's almost like he himself can't trust his own memories, and I don't know, even when it comes to his pictures and his drawings, like he says they're like past, like it's from what he has seen, but there's some things that he has drawn that make, like, how did you see that? Like, you're literally drawing stuff that, how would you have seen it? So I almost think that he possibly might also see things from the future, or he is drawing stuff maybe his mom told him stories of at one point, and he's just remembering stories his mom told him and drawing them. But there are some of his drawings that I'm like, I don't know if he saw that.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, a lot of that stuff, I don't know if he's seen it. Yeah, you made a good point. He also, I mean, he could be copying some of the stuff his mom, painted, and like he might have certain memories of the painting she made in the drawing, because that's some of his stuff is similar to what we saw in the basement.
Like he's gonna, like, if he's gonna talk, he needs to start talking now, because otherwise I think Victor is gonna fucking just set a match to him and be done. Or I love how people are like, Victor's gonna start waterboarding him. I'm like, are we really? Have we gone that dark to where we're talking about Victor waterboarding a friggin' puppet?
Yeah.
I mean, that's why Henry was concerned with him. He was spent the whole night trying to get that thing to talk. He's just slowly losing it, and it's like since his father's gotten there, his sense of urgency has increased. And
yeah, I would just sit there with like a flame, like, talk, puppet, talk. Get a little cup of gasoline and like a match, and be like, "You gonna talk? Better start talking now."
The puppet don't care.
Like,
Right,
splash
here
some
we
coffee
go.
in his face. That's funny.
All right, so this is what we are talking about. We're talking about Victor's drawings and possibility of things being future, I believe. Because in this one, we can see this is supposed to be the massacre, and the sign does not have this top part of it, whereas when we see the memory, it does. And then, of course, later on, we know when people are sort of the Matthews, Boyd, and all of them, they come in, that the sign is like this, the same way as here. So is he drawing a future massacre?
Huh. Interesting.
To me, that's just, I mean, in my opinion, it's just looking too close. I don't know. Sometimes we just look at everything, but it's fun to speculate, right?
Yeah, I mean, it could be. They give us plenty of room for sure to speculate. Because of things like this, right? And yeah, Fletcher, wherever you post it at's fine, hun. I don't have like a particular one yet in the Discord for theories. I probably need to put one up in there. So that, yeah, you're perfectly good, man. Anywhere in the from section is fine.
I'll add a theories channel now.
I don't think about things until we need them. Sometimes. Well, let's see. Woodard says, I take Acosta to the faraway bottle tree and say, this is the tree that took Tabitha to Camden. Go ahead and give it a try. Ooh. Dang.
Y'all giving her a hard time, man. I mean,
I don't like how she came off this episode. Prior to this episode, I wasn't like so harsh on her. And this, she did the whole waving the badge around when you ain't even in the United States of America necessarily. You ain't even in Camden, Maine. jurisdiction ain't got shit to do with here.
All right, I'm gonna defend her now. Because I feel like as a fandom we're protective of our favorites, and like
Mhm.
Boyd is clearly a favorite, so anybody that steps to Boyd, we're like, how dare you, that's our homie. But when
that's how I get down with Donna. I'm a staunch defender of Donna. Like, nope, we will have no talk like this. None. No.
So I noticed a lot of people have been down on Acosta since that last episode, and like honestly, like if you think about it, like she's just like, why are you guys like so accepting of this? Like, you guys are crazy, and like,
Mhm.
and yeah, everybody's going crazy. Even Boyd's been going crazy. Like Boyd has been blowing up on everybody.
Mhm.
So if you're coming from the outside in, you're like, okay, all these people are freaking crazy. They're trying to take my protection away. I don't know them. Like, am I supposed to just accept what they tell me? Like who is this guy? Like, why is he the boss?
Mhm.
Like
I said, I was a pretty good defender of her when she first shot Nikki, because I was like, look, Nikki, first of all, she was looking outside the window and she saw the gun. You don't stand around people shooting guns and you get hurt. And she was trying to shoot it at the monster, because she was clearly aiming at monster dude. Well, like she was trying to aim at Nikki. And all the way, and like you're saying, all the way up until this point right here, she kind of pissed me off with this. That was about the only thing that really pissed me off. Like, I understand her wanting her weapon back, but like, there was something about her, like, tell a boy, well, I'm a police officer, and here, I'm a real police officer. Like, there's a lot of things you could have said, but that to me just irritated the piss out of me. After that, I was like, damn it, girl, why you gotta be like that? And then she took the gun, too. Like, yes, I got my gun. I don't need the bullets. Like, I still would have been demanding the damn bullets. You went that far.
she did try last time. She tried to be cool. She was like, she came through. She tried to, give him some advice, and he blew up on her. So maybe
he was a jerk. Boyd was an absolute ass to her in the last couple episodes.
So she's like, this nice stuff ain't working. Maybe I have to be a tough ass. Her attitude is pleasant.
And he said, up until, like I said, so it's up about when she was trying to throw the badge around, irritated me. I didn't like that sort of power, like, throw out there, like, cause she giving off them female cop vibes people talk about online. I'm not saying that she is one of them kind of things. I'm just saying it was almost like they were going with that persona. I was like, I don't like it.
Now we say her attitude's unpleasant, but hasn't Boyd's attitude been unpleasant this whole season?
Yes and no.
Like,
I mean,
she came in hot. And it's like, and so did Boyd. So right now they are just bumping heads. And I don't think either one was necessarily nice to the other. But neither one of them is going to back down from the other either. So they are just going to be like these, unless Boyd has to save her or do something to cool her off. But I think right now, until something happens between them, this is how they're going to be towards each other.
I mean, I feel like she's gonna do what she has to do in order to earn her her stripes out there. She's gonna want to be part of protecting. I mean, that's what I guess that's what her identity is, her job. Like, she's gonna want to be like I hear people saying that she might turn out to be do some detective work for this Tilly thing and be like the person that takes the lead and tries to figure out who done it, right?
Which is going to pin her against Boyd again.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I've heard people talk about how she's going to team up with what's his name? Why am I drawing blanks? The cicada dude.
Randall.
Randall, there we go. That she might team up with him, and they might start an opposing faction against Boyd.
Well, yeah, especially if it's like anti-Boyd right now. I could definitely see that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I see her, like, her and Kenny seem to be warming up to each other.
Yeah, yes and no.
I feel like Kenny might influence, might give her some insight and try to be the middleman and try to keep things kind of cool, between
He
them.
tried. He definitely was trying to get her to calm down and understand the situation. She just wasn't ready to hear it yet. And then of course they played the damn song on her. Fuck, I love this damn show. They troll everybody. They troll us. They troll the people here.
Well,
I mean,
so,
what
like,
was it? Ooh, child,
Yeah.
things are gonna get a little bit brighter.
I think that meant something to her. I think that kind of threw her off her game because she was not expecting that in that moment. Because even when Kenny was like, yeah, that does that, like the way she looked and was
That
like,
look right here, Dana.
like it was just, yeah, that threw her off her game. Like she was not expecting to hear that song.
It was like double, right? Because for us hearing this song being played like that, knowing that she's talking about how bad it is, and it's like things are gonna get better, it's gonna get brighter, don't worry. But yet then it's possible that she has a deeper meaning with that song. Yeah, I love this show. It's absolutely beautiful.
But we know that she's kind of like an outcast to the townspeople because of the whole shooting thing. But that they're showing in this scene that Kenny is kind of like a friendly figure to her, even though they didn't have the most friendly conversation, but he's at least open to talking to her. He sees that.
Yeah, because Kenny didn't ever seem to have like a quarrel with her or a bad, like he didn't seem to harp the same kind of aggression or negative feelings after what happened.
Yeah,
I always equated Boyd a little bit to the fact that he's sort of projecting a little bit. One, he was feeling responsible for Randall when they kind of met her. And then two, she didn't make the best decisions, and he probably is thinking you should do better. You're a police officer, you know better. Not to say that that anybody would make a better decision in her shoes when she entered, but sort of like how Boyd's portraying that and his expectations, on top of the fact that it was just a wild ass fucking crazy night. And I don't want to say Boyd wants to blame someone, because that's not necessarily what Boyd's trying to do. I don't want to say that, but he definitely it seemed as if he was putting a lot of his anger out on her.
Well, I see it as Boyd is extra hard on himself, so he's going to be hard on everybody else.
Yes, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Right, like I know he is beating himself up about all of that.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of put it on Front Street, like, oh, you're not doing the best job of keeping people alive. He's like, I'm keeping people alive. It's like he's trying to convince himself.
Mm-hmm.
When there's a lot of people dying right now, So, so Boyd,
because he was ready to like take her out or treat her like he did Frank after he came back in Colony House and realized that Nikki had died. Grabbed her up like he was going to do Frank, and I was just like, again, even with the Frank situation, right? Boyd was so upset, so heated, but yet he calmed down with Frank a little bit easier. It seemed like he hasn't quite done that with her. And now I don't know if that's ever going to be possible, at least not in the future, because of the way, not to say the way she came at him, but the way that situation played out. He's definitely not going to back down now. But it's weird because, she shot somebody, and I understand why he's upset with her. But to me, it wasn't just a random firing. It didn't seem as if she was just wildly firing. She was targeting the monster. And it just, I still question when I watched that scene if like it was set up so she could kill Nikki, of course for Fatima, but like seemingly as if like the monster did some kind of shadow move,
Yeah, I'm convinced that it wasn't due to her being neglectful or whatever or irresponsible. It was like it was designed. Like you know how people theorize that there's supposed to be a certain amount of people there, and they try to keep that quota there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have Henry, we have Tabitha, who's coming back. Henry replaces Tien Chen. Who does she replace? You know what I mean? And so they kill her off. But then again, I don't know. I mean, we got Tilly dying. I wonder if that means somebody else is going to come now.
Yeah,
that's going to be interesting because that'll really like fortify that theory that they're trying to maintain a quota. And if somebody was meant to die, and that was purposefully done, I mean, like by design and not because of Costa, that's an interesting concept.
It's definitely curious. Things just continue to get more and more curious on the show. And Lauren says she abandoned Tabitha handcuffed to the ambulance and Henry a medical patient. And yeah, and like I said, I understand why Boyd went after her to a degree. Again, how one would react in that situation, even a police officer who's only given, like, because there's a difference between what I would say Boyd has his training, because he's got military training, right? And not just basic military training. He's been put in situations where he's had to set up places. I would say his level of being able to handle a high pressure situation or even just something wild and unusual would be higher than your average street patrol cop. What they're trained for compared to what Boyd has been trained for are two different things. And even then, a place like this, I don't know if any of their training Boyd's maybe more than Acosta's. Because again, Boyd, we don't know fully what kind of situations he was put in with his military time. We know a little bit. I could imagine anybody off the street or even a normal patrol cop, because she's even seeming young, so I'm assuming she's probably not been on the force that long, even if it's a few years. The town that she's in doesn't look like a town that is rampant with a lot of drugs or crime.
Yeah, Camden, Maine isn't the hood.
So I'm trying to think of the types of situations she would have been in and where her like if she was to fall back on instinct and training, what would that be? Now, of course, she shouldn't abandon anyone in the inside of the ambulance. But what did she see when she come out of that ambulance?
Some crazy monster disemboweling. I mean, I guess I don't know if she considered them friends, but
they definitely was slashed and such in front of her, where she seemingly her training was to shoot, right? Thinking, okay, I don't know what the fuck this is, shoot it, and that didn't work. So, this is why I would never be a police officer, because Boyd would be getting onto me too, because my ass, I'm sorry, I'm running, getting the hell out of Dodge.
Like, I mean, I understand, like, people, since she's a cop, people have different, a different idea of what her responsibility is, but when it's all said and done, I mean, it's self-preservation. You're gonna die to save these people, or you're gonna run off. I mean, I don't know. Plus, like, we gotta take into consideration that was done by design. Like, the monsters trapped them. They and it didn't seem like it was to kill Boyd or kill Tabitha or kill Henry. Like, it didn't seem like they were there to do any kind of damage to those people. Like, their intent was, like, I mean, they handed Boyd the keys, right? So they had a different plan. The plan was for something else. It wasn't to hurt them. What that plan was, maybe it was to get, Randall, or maybe it was to set off that moment where Nikki gets shot.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what their intent was, but it didn't seem to be to kill Boyd, right? Or
No, it didn't seem like they were interested in, well, not into just killing him, maybe possibly breaking him through Randall or that choice.
But yeah, they didn't attack the ambulance, right?
Did they attack Randall?
They didn't, like, if they wanted to just kill
Yeah, no,
Tabitha,
they could. Well, see, we don't know, right? Like, that's one of the other questions in the fandom is, were they? Because they attacked Randall, but were they stopped by the cicadas, or was it just a minor attack to, again, a head game on the town, on Boyd, breaking Boyd down, breaking down his power structure within the town? Because now, like you were saying, Randall not wanting to support him, you got Acosta now kind of questioning him. A lot of possibilities. All of the above. Not sure.
There's a lot of questioning of Boyd's authority. And this whole the whole Fatima ordeal that's coming up can do a lot of damage to his reputation if he chooses family over the town, right?
Robert Sanders says, I would put Acosta in the bus for a night to humble her and then educate her at the same time. A virgin, newly minted cop lacks experience to be good at anything, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, you saw what they did to Randall. I'd throw her ass in the bus for a night. She can see everything that's going on since she's so curious. Maybe she would be more willing to cooperate. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe. But I mean, I don't know. Like I said, it's one of the, like, I understand she definitely shouldn't be leaving nobody behind, and she did handcuff Tabitha. It was a bad call all around. But then I go back to like thinking, because when I'm watching it, I'm like, I am kind of pissed at Acosta. But then I'm thinking, okay, if I put myself in the shoes of all these people, and of course they're not believing Tabitha, she handcuffs her, gets out the thing thinking, okay, they got somebody in the middle of the road they're trying to save. This chick just completely morphs. It rips dude apart. Other dude's like falling onto the ambulance with his guts hanging out. She's like transformed into some creature of the night now, screaming and screeching. You shoot it, it doesn't run. You've got now one coming up behind you. I mean, are you going to be any good if it kills all three of you? That was kind of what Boyd was dealing with, right?
Yep. I mean, the monster basically said, "Hey, we won't bother you if you just leave." So,
and then they didn't even go after Tabitha, really, right? I mean, they could have easily gotten to Tabitha and Henry. Did she not save their lives? She directed the monsters to follow her. See, it's all about perception.
Yeah, I mean, how did that is a good question. Were Tabitha, Jim, and Henry, were they safe because of plot armor? It wasn't because they reacted in a good, I don't think they reacted well. Like, it's not like they did the best to protect themselves. They were just sitting ducks. So I don't know if it was the monster's intent to do something else, if Acosta distracted them or what. But yeah, there's definitely some questions there.
There's definitely a lot of questions. I mean, the deeper we go, and the further, more curious it all seems to be. Lauren says, I think they wanted to check out Randall and see if he still has the bugs in him because he could kill them if he did. And they definitely wanted to check him out. They wanted him for something. Again, the possibilities, there's quite a few.
Yeah, that's
See
bizarre. They only like scarred him up. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. I know he's our new little Joker dude. I love it. They gave him the Joker special. Well, he's got the Joker smile now because now he can always smile, Dana. He doesn't have to frown anymore. He was a little frowner. And they're just going to make sure that he can smile all the time now. Doesn't have to frown anymore. He's got a permanent smile.
Pretty
At least
much.
have to smile. And see, Fletcher says, I think the cicadas made Randall stop right in that spot. And he was afraid of the ruins because he knows that's his fate to end up in there chained like we saw. Ooh. Possibility.
Yes.
And again, what these things are, the bottle trees, the numbers, and faraway trees, how they're connected, where they're sending people. Is it past, future, present? I still don't really know. Like I said, I'm still up in the air on it. I still kind of think it's not time travel, but it could be. Like, it's still possible. It's still 100% is something that is going on here or could be going on here. Because this is still, again, we got these two together, right? He's seeing stuff. She don't see it. He's freaking the hell out. And she's like, what the hell's going on? I don't know. He's like, you don't see this shit? Like, what the fuck?
But I love how he just like mushed the bugs. And he was like, yeah, motherfucker, yeah.
Like, he stopped, dropped, and rolled.
He was like, that's right, die.
He did. Then Dana, he got out, then he stopped, dropped, and rolled out that van.
He sure did.
Like, he was on fire. Poor
Really?
guy.
Yeah, that we did see the skeletons that are next to Martin. So it's interesting to think to.
And those were gone too, right? When the
Yeah.
three were in there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There was no, when we saw it with Maury, Randall, and Julie in there were no skeletons.
Again, makes me think that this is like more of an illusion dream kind of thing, or some kind of like echo or something. It's weird because that place, yeah, it's there. We see the ruins, but yet it's there. Sarah was able to hear the music box seemingly in the spot that it was when Boyd actually enters into it again when it's fully formed. If it's time travel, she's hearing time slips. I mean, is that where we're going with this? Like, she's able to I mean, that's where the time travel stuff makes it hard for me to completely accept, because they throw in little what do I want to call them? Just little things that kind of don't quite make it that. But that's what, like, most of even the theories that I think this place is, like, I think it's the Nightmare World, where there's things in here that kind of throw that off. Even just the dimensional things, it's yes and no, right? Like, there's these little things that throw off even the best of theories that I can't, it doesn't fit. How is Sarah hearing it? Hearing the music box, hearing the entity, hearing all these things if this is in the past?
True.
Yeah,
And hence why this show makes your fucking brain want to explode.
like I used to think, like, when people were when I heard Taryn like theorize about time travel, I'm like, how could time travel happen here? And I used to think maybe there's a way to rig the bottle tree and like put the bottles in a certain order, and you could figure out time travel. I thought that's how it was going to happen if it happened. And now as we've gotten more details about the bottle tree, I'm not thinking that that's going to be a time machine. Then I think back to when Boyd, that's like that dungeon is the only way that it's going to happen if it does happen. Because Boyd experienced that, like, he was able to take that torch that was clearly from a different, like, I don't even know how to explain that, because those were ruins, right? And then is in there,
Yeah.
and it's not
Mhm.
ruins anymore. He was
And he
able
takes a piece from
physically,
it.
yeah, he was able to take something from it, and
Yeah.
technically that's an object from the past if it was before it was ruined.
And again, we're assuming that this realm is following the natural order of things in a sense. Like this is a real place, like a tangible reality of past, present, and future.
But that's that. I mean, we have to consider it since he was able to. Well, I think that
Well, what I'm saying is like, what if this, again, if this realm is of some sort of dreams or realities are not what we think of, like it's not a past, present, future reality. It is just the illusions. All right, if you think of like a dream, you can pull something from a dream in some movies and TV shows that can be we'll name them.
Mm.
They don't like their names. So if you can pull something from a dream, if the dungeon is part of the deeper dream, well, if you were to go deeper into a dream and this part of the dream, why could you not just pull it back out? I'm trying to think of how to explain this. My brain has it, but I'm having a hard time explaining it. So
I think
if Martin, I'm sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, no, you go ahead. If you find it, go ahead.
No, you might be explaining it better than trying to explain it. No, all right, so if this entity is doing things that have to do with illusions and dreams, and this dungeon is just another deeper place, which we see the three, they're taken to the dungeon, but they're taken there in a dream state. The cicadas and all these other things manifest in dreams or visions, and as they get stronger, are pulled into reality of from things. All right, so you have the reality of things of the deeper dream are being pulled into the reality of from. We have in our reality or their real world reality, they are being pulled into the dream of from. Things are being pulled into from reality into a dream. Well, why couldn't things from the dream be pulled into from's reality?
I like that.
It's still part of the dream. But again, the rules of this place and how those physics work, we're assuming where we're thinking time travel, because that would be the rules of reality that we know in physics as best as we know if we were dealing with things like this, right? If you're dealing with a dream, how do the physics of that work?
I like the thought because, like, I've heard people say that maybe time travel is possible in From, but not outside of From, right? Like it's only within the From space. And if you're talking about the whole dream thing, I like the idea of, like, how the most recent dream thing, right, is Tabitha as a child. She's experiencing that as a child, that like the dream, it's her, but it's not her. Like it's a dream world, or a memory of a past life or whatever. Could people potentially like dig into these past life memories and be able to interact and bring something out of it, or do something within that can bring some kind of change to that time frame? It's an interesting concept. And it'll be
Because I even think of like,
and
I'm sorry, Cinnamon Sweets was talking about this place is full of portals, and we think about that with the faraway trees, right? You go through the tree and you go through a portal. It can be time or all sorts of things. And I kind of think of Alice in Wonderland as she kind of goes through the rabbit hole, but seemingly it's all a dream, and how her whole, what she thinks is real, the whole time was just a dream, and how things seemingly change throughout that dream. You get bigger, you get smaller, her tears seem to flood the entire place. The tea party that we seemingly get with Jasper, and the Mad Hatter. So I'm waiting for a birthday party or some shit to pop off. Well, actually, it's everybody's birthday, right? If it was Alice in Wonderland, it would be a merry unbirthday. But so I don't know. When I think about the trees, I'm starting to think Alice in Wonderland because she seemingly went through the rabbit hole, right? And there was what happens when you watch the Disney version and she goes down. What does she pass through when she goes down there? All the furniture, the clock. Does she not hit the clock when she goes through? The grandfather clock, which we see in the caves. Which is to me, and it's whether it's the trees or the caves, it's that seemingly that plunge into the abyss or that plunge into something, not knowing where you're going through the rabbit hole, going down into something and coming out the other end. Even when they went into the caves, or when Tabitha fell into the caves and met Victor, I don't know if it was he had to say that you have to go through, we can't go, we got to go this way. And then I think even, was it Sarah might have even said, one of the characters, I'm trying to remember, I have to go back actually and remember. I don't remember if it was Victor and Tabitha or when it was Sarah and Boyd. One of them's like, no, we have to go through, we can't go back. Seemingly the same way Alice had to go through. She couldn't go back she had to go through the dream. She couldn't go back. You have to go through. In order to finish a nightmare and to resolve it, you have to finish it, right? You have to go through it. You have to follow through with it. You can't just seemingly backtrack. You have to finish it. I don't know. I just went off. It's getting late, and I'm.
Have y'all ever had dreams where you just switch to a different dream in the middle?
Oh, all the time. Are you kidding me? I did the whole you can pull the fabric back in a dream. I did that. That was cool.
So, like, I mean, could these portals be like just a dream switch, like a way to switch your dream, like to have some kind of reset? I don't know, but people are just ending up in random places.
I don't know. A lot of questions, lots of questions, but definitely a lot of Alice in Wonderland references, amongst other things that they put in the show. Let's see what else we got. And Fletcher says, was Abby right? If you die in From, you wake up in the real world. Tabitha got killed by the boy in white getting pushed from the lighthouse. Where did Tabitha wake up? Just saying. Maybe Abby was right. I don't know. I have to wait to see where they go with it. But yes, guys, it is getting late, and we're probably going to get ready to close it down for tonight. But we'll be back tomorrow night for the pregame show, getting ready for that episode to drop. I know I can't wait. We got 3 left, Miss Dana. I can't believe it. It's sad. It's bittersweet as always. Oh, I'm gonna say, yes, we've been going for about 4.5 hours. Unfortunately I gotta get ready to end it because I do have to get up in the morning. We got a big day ahead of us tomorrow. Getting ready for the episode to drop, and just the weekend in general usually gets a little hectic around here. And it's a holiday weekend too, right? Is it Monday something?
Yep.
Veterans Day. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's not just something. It is the thing. It's Veterans Day. That is important. I can never remember which holidays are which, and it was reminding me. I was thinking it was like a Columbus Day kind of holiday, but no, Veterans Day is more important. It's Veterans Day, so honor the vets.
Yeah, salute to all the vets.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you for your service.
Oh, all right. Before we go, what's up, Purple Holidays
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we were talking about Alice in Wonderland,
Mm-hmm.
which reminded me, and I'm sorry, I was kind of gone for a bit before then.
No worries.
It reminded me of, for example, is that the reason why Julie is drawn back to the caves or her dungeon? Because essentially, there's something probably still stuck there, something there in which she is drawn to, a piece of herself. It's like, hey, I'm missing a limb, and my limb is still back at, the Brundle, sorry, not the Brundle, but the dungeon. I had something ready, but you kind of threw me off.
I'm
So I was
sorry.
trying to. It's okay. It's not a problem. It's not a problem. So, you were talking about Alice in Wonderland,
Mhm.
how basically,
Kind of how like
you
they
know,
were going through the rabbit hole, whether it be the
yeah,
caves or the faraway trees. You see them
yeah,
when they come down the furniture, when
yeah.
Alice comes through.
And I think when they go through that, well, Alice went through, there was a change. She went from big, small, go through so many things. And I think that's what happened with Randall, Julie, and Marielle. There was a transformation. And I think there is a piece of them that still is stuck there.
Mm,
I don't know.
it's possible. I mean, because we don't know, like, right? Even what Boyd saw when he left, he didn't really get to see much, right? He broke the music box and seemingly walked out. I don't remember if he even looked back to see if they were even still there.
No, exactly. I mean, I'm not expecting a hand or a head that's left after he left, but or a body part. But I don't know. It's the fact that they're still, first of all, traumatized.
Mhm.
Nobody's talking about it, and they're drawn to it. And we still have, Randall seeing the cicadas. We have Julie hearing the sounds, and from what we're hearing now or understanding is that Marielle is still going through. Sorry, I'm outside. Still feeling something.
Mhm.
I think she's talking shit. That's just me. I think she's saying certain things that maybe is not her speaking, but we'll
Okay.
see.
Like maybe part of them is sort of whatever part of them is left behind for something else to fill up for now and sort of take over, maybe when
Um,
they left that part behind, maybe the entity was still able to.
what would you say if their aim is like, hey, we're drawn to this place, either for negative, but positive is to get back what they lost or
Mm,
missing?
hmm. Randall didn't seem to want to go anywhere near it. He was scared. She was very much so wanting to adventure forward.
Yeah, but he's just still the guy, and I don't think he's 30. I think maybe he's like 27. Not that it matters, but I think he's a little bit secluded and doesn't have anybody. So he thinks, it is what it is, life it is. He's British, so I think that he has that British mentality where it's
Hmm.
like I'm by myself. Um, Whereas I think Julie is more adventurous because she has a family, and then you have Marielle, who may think that she doesn't want to fuck up. She already fucked up. She wants to be in the best behavior.
Hmm.
So Julie is very adventurous. Like she wants to venture out. She's curious. She's like, I have nothing to lose. I have my family, but they're always going to be there. Then you have the other ones. I feel like they're in different stages of life. So it's different, but I think everybody's drawn to that place. They
Hmm.
just don't want to deal with it, except Julie.
Yeah. Yeah,
Un-
I mean, it's
Unless
definitely a possibility. And real quick, happy birthday, early birthday to your daughter, Amy.
Oh,
Definitely happy birthday wishes to her. Hope she has a fabulous day.
sweet 16.
Yes. Remember those days?
You do? I don't.
I do. Dude, I feel like it was just yesterday I was in high school, man. This days feel
Oh,
fresh.
wow. You're
I
still
have
young.
my friggin' 25th high school reunion this month.
Oh,
Yeah,
going back,
I'm old.
Dana?
I'm old.
I didn't even go to my, what was it, my 10-year gift. I didn't go back to my reunion. Look, I have the memories. I don't want to go back.
nah, I want nothing to do with reunions.
I'm happy with my memories. I'm good.
I was gonna say, like, how you mentioned the need to complete the dream. Maybe they've never finished their dream. Like that's what they're drawn to. Is it's just that it didn't end. Like it just kind of ended abruptly because of what Boyd did, right?
It's possible. We really don't know. We don't. I mean, they seemingly made us think this. When he broke the box, that was the end of it. But Dana knew better, and it lingers on. It is not fully gone. Something is still lingering on with it. Now, whether the music box is still around or not, we don't know. But the cicadas are still lingering, at least with Randall, and even the three, or at least Julie seemingly knows there's something going on. They're starting to probe with Marielle. So she is somehow keeping it to, not letting the fear bother her. But I think she's seeing things too, or hearing things, feeling things, something. But for whatever reason, she's trying to suppress it, or she's able to suppress it. I don't know if she's just getting really good at suppressing that darkness. Having gone through a darkness with the drug addiction. But let's see what else we got. And yes, Amy, the worm in Alice in Wonderland, he was smoking from his pipe as he was letting Alice know how to recite things. Yeah, there's a lot of little references to a lot of these different tropes in movies and books and TV shows. The lore out there, it goes on and on and on. Thing is, who is the Cheshire Cat? That's the one I always look for. He's my favorite. I like the Cheshire Cat. I mean, I like the Mad Hatter, of course. Like, he's, to me, like, it's kind of like Jade. He's the one you gotta love the Mad Hatter. But I always love the Cheshire Cat because, I don't know. He's a key cat, I guess.
Mad Hatter.
Jasper's the Mad Hatter, probably. I don't know who would be the Mad Hatter. Ooh, we could start putting characters to Alice in Wonderland. I bet you that somebody's already done that out there. Like we're gonna start doing. That's probably already been done. Yes, the Cheshire Cat is in a tree and can become invisible. That's right, and he has his little smile. It remains like the moon.
Like Smiley.
Mm-hmm. There's Alice in Wonderland from Disney, and then I'm sure there's a darker version somewhere. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, guys, it's creepy. There's some creepy stuff. Yep. Smiley is Cheshire Cat. There you go. He kind of looks like Cheshire Cat, actually, if you look at the eyes just right.
Hey, maybe Julie is Alice. Maybe that's going to be the parallel. That'll be interesting.
Maybe. Her Tabitha's already been through and back.
That's true.
She went through and back again. She's been down the rabbit hole and back through. I don't know. A lot of stuff to think about, a lot of things to consider. So we're going to wrap it up with that. Oh, wait. I like this. Amy Cinnamon says the queen is Donna. Oh, Donna's the red queen.
That's right.
Oh.
There you go.
In a good way. Not the entity queen. She's just a badass lady. I just don't know which way you were going with that.
Depends on how you look at it. Because actually, the way they did it in the later, not the original Disney cartoon, but the real life one, they kind of made me feel bad. Well, they made me feel bad for the queen, and then not bad, and then bad for her again. Like through the Alice in Wonderland, the real life one or whatever. Because she,
Yes.
it was kind of sad how she ended up being the Red Queen. And then she went really crazy there. But then somewhere at the end, I think it all came around. It is a happy ending. But yes, guys, we are going to wrap it up with that. Hope you all enjoyed the show tonight. We all enjoyed you guys. And again, thanks for everyone who joined on the panel. And I'm trying to remember if we got tomorrow night. We definitely will be back for the pregame show. And then, of course, we'll watch the episode and hang out and discuss and all that good stuff this weekend. We'll be back Monday night for another roundtable discussion. We'll have some more content creators come on with us, see what they thought about the new episode. I don't know I can't remember who we all have confirmed for the next Monday night, but I know we had some goodies. Dana's working on it. She always got the good.
Yeah.
Who you got?
I know we have JH coming back with us Monday. We have a few people from Oracle Talk Radio. We have Tom and Jenny. And then we have this awesome lady who is a part of the movie Hell House that we streamed a few weeks back for Halloween, that found out that we talk about through Tom on Oracle Talk Radio. And she would like to join us Monday to talk about From. Her name is Lisa. She's really, really awesome. And then we have a couple of other YouTubers, smaller channels that we opened up the panel to. I know one of them their channel's called For the Watch. And the other one is escaping me right now, but I'll do a full announcement tomorrow night before the pregame of like everybody we have going on. And I'll make sure Dulcinea has all their links and everything. But no, we have a nice big, and Ray Barnes is coming back on with us on Monday. So we have a nice variety of panelists for Monday.
Nice. Papa Sock says Hell House as in Linda Blair Hell House.
The movie we streamed in Discord a few weeks back, Hell House LLC, about the haunted Abaddon Hotel, which is actually a real haunted place that you could go visit. It's right there in Pennsylvania. I believe it's called the real name of it is the Waldorf, and my accent, I'm probably completely butchering that. But yeah, we're going to have one of the people from the movie on with us on Monday.
Nice. I can't wait. I cannot wait to see what they all have to say. And we got some good folks coming on, guys. I can't wait. I loved it. I love these discussions we have with the content creators and with you guys, because like many of you say, it's fun to get lots of other people's perspectives and different points of view when it comes to the show, because it helps kind of even put you back and think, okay, well, I can see it from this other perspective now. Whoa, now I may want to go down a whole new rabbit hole of thoughts are possibilities of the show. And so it's always fun doing these streams with you guys, whether it be you guys in the chat, you guys that join us on panel, any of it. It's all fun. And yeah, I can't wait to see where we're going. 3 episodes. We at the threshold. What the episode calls is threshold. We there. We at the threshold. It's all downhill from here. All nightmares galore. And oh yeah, we streamed. I'm trying to get into Silo for you guys. Shout out to Vic who streamed Silo in the Discord for us last night. We got through the first half of the season. So we're going to try to do the next half around Tuesday or Wednesday, but we'll have everything posted up in the Discord, and I'll try to put a post on the community page on YouTube, so that way you guys know when we will stream the last half. We're hoping to get it in before the season premiere. There is a post up for what we're going to talk about next. So although I may try to dive into Silo, it's looking like Severance is the one that you guys picked for now, because I didn't have Silo on there because I had not actually even seen. This is my first viewing. I'm only halfway through the season 1. So we're definitely going to I definitely don't mind going into Silo after it comes out, but I definitely want to get into one of the shows that we put up in the poll for the members, and it looks like they were picking Severance. We had on the poll Severance, Teacup, Mayfair Witches, and 3 Body Problems. So we'll definitely try to get some streams in for Severance. I'm gonna give it a few more days, and then I'm gonna have that kind of set up for some Severance streams, if that's the one that it's looking like so far that's winning. And then after we get into Severance, of course, we're going to go back into season 1 and just dive into sort of the things from that season and the trailer. I know they've had a couple things come out trailer wise for season 2. So we can definitely dive into some of those things. And then after we get through that, I will try to dive into Silo. Again, after we get through the first season, depending on where sort of everything falls, I will try to get to Silo, but I will put another poll up after we do the Severance. Silo will be a part of that, and Severance. Silo will take the place of Severance in the poll, so the poll will essentially be Silo, Mayfair, Three Body Problems, and Teacup, and that will be a poll for everybody. Just trying to let you guys get in the schedule out there. I'm sorry, a little housekeeping. Trying to keep my brain together while I'm doing it too. So that is kind of what we got going on. We are still going to do the giveaway. Again, we were just working out some final details on a few things. I think we've just about got all of our I's dotted, T's crossed. Some items I think we're going to be okay giving away on YouTube. Others we may have to do something else in the Discord for you guys. So make sure you guys are in the Discord in case we do have to do some extra special things over there. I'm trying to think of what else. Am I missing anything, Dana? I'm sorry. I'm trying to remember everything before we wrap it up. I think that pretty
much covers it.
Alrighty, guys. Well, again, thank you all for joining. Oh, wait. Actually, no. Papa Socks. See, I even have it on the screen, Dana, and I'm forgetting.
Oh, Jesus.
How rude of me. I'm so rude, Papa Socks. I apologize. Thank you, hun, for the $10 super chat. I think the dream is how we solve from. Ooh, indeed, it could be the dream. And whose dream, Papa Socks? Is it Elgin's? Is it the dream of From itself? Whose dream? I'm not sure, but we thank you for your donation for $10. And we got something for you.
Welcome to the fever dream. Fever, you're on fire. Welcome to the burning desire. I said fever. Join the party. We're burning all through the night.
Yes, indeedy.
And it doesn't stop there. You got Robert.
Oh, we got Robert Sanders coming in with $20 super chat. Great live, my friends. And thank you, because I know there are a lot of spoilers out there, and you have protected the Fromly by stopping all of the jerks who want to spoil it for the rest of us. Well, thank you, hun. And I know that, and we're not perfect, so I'm sure there's some things that have gotten past us. And I apologize if we've been duped by anybody or anything like that. Because this season seems to be, especially now that even more stuff has been leaked out, it has definitely been, I'm sure, hard for all of the content creators out there who are really trying to keep this space as fun for everybody.
Yeah.
So
and it's hard to know. It's hard to know because we don't look at spoilers. We don't know what the spoilers are. So we only know, so we appreciate when people bring it to our attention, because me and Scarlett honestly don't look at anything spoiler related.
Yeah, it's such a conundrum, right? Because, like, if you don't know the spoilers, then how do you know if somebody's actually posting spoilers or if they're just posting whatever they think?
Exactly. It's definitely it's pretty much impossible.
and if you know the spoilers, like, why would you admit that they're spoilers so that people can give it credence? You know what I mean? Like, if you know the spoilers, but somebody doesn't know, then ignorance is bliss. They could just write it off as something else,
Yeah.
So it's
hard. It's a hard game to play right now. Because I don't want to know any of the spoilers, because I know I don't keep secrets very well, especially when it comes to something like a TV show. I mean, personal secrets are one thing, but I'm talking about like a TV show, something like that. Like, I can't sit there and not talk about it. If I know about it, something that happened in a TV show, I'm gonna talk about it. So I don't want to know the spoilers, because I know I'm not gonna be able to keep my mouth shut. So
same.
I don't want to do that, because then I feel like I'm gonna have to, I wouldn't be able to do the streams. I wouldn't be able to participate at the same level at all. if I had spoilers, because it doesn't feel right. Me kind of like, and even if say one of you guys in the chat were, you're legit theorizing, and you pull up a theory and I'm like, that really could be. I'm like, oh, I really, if already know the spoilers, then some even my stuff that I'm saying is to me now like just null and void, or it just comes off very shady.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like that. I'm kind of.
I think
It makes me feel slimy if I was
Yeah.
doing that. I don't do that.
I think by the end of this season, it's going to be known within the community who is genuine and who isn't, because people are already starting to figure it out. So it's going to basically be up to the person. If you really do know spoilers and you're putting your theories out there as theories and it's tainted, then you gotta just don't do that. Like, keep it genuine.
Mm-hmm.
I will warn anybody that's listening to, if you're gonna watch a trailer for an episode, make sure it's from a trusted source, because I know for sure people are putting trailers, like they're taking the trailer, the official trailer, and adding screenshots into it.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's happening for sure.
Yeah, and I think some of you guys in the chat were saying that, or I think even Ray might have gotten duped by it, because you don't know, right? And there's it's hard to know what's real and what's fake. So I would definitely just go, if you don't want to know anything beyond perhaps just the initial trailer. Yeah, you definitely want to find the source, but I don't even know how to try to help people with that, because you'd have to know it's the one that comes out when the episode drops. What is it, Sunday night?
Yeah.
And I don't even know how to. I was gonna say, it's got to be kind of like this or this, but they're able to fake stuff so much now that you just really have to know what you're looking at. Again, it just comes into really having to research and know who you're watching and how much you trust that source.
It's kind of crazy. You can't even go by sub count, because I saw somebody post that somebody with 35K subs had a spoiler trailer. So I mean, you would think 35K subs, you have enough to lose to not.
Well, I could tell you right now that you can certainly trust Jeremy. You can trust Real Enigmas and Theories. You can pretty much trust JH. You can trust Parkland Media. And you could trust the New Watchers on the Wall, the Movie Blog. Those are
I
all
don't think Tony has any spoilers that I know about. I mean, I could be mistaken though, but I don't think I've heard anything about Tony that I know.
I haven't heard anything about Tony either, or even if he does, he's not one to share them and spoil stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I would just stay around the content creators that you know and that you can kind of like trust that their content's going to be genuine. Their content is not going to be spoiler based, even though some of them do get early access to the episodes. So just stay within the community that you trust and be careful of, the people that you put out there. I know James from The Walking Dead explained he does not have early access to the episodes. So he's another one that you could watch his stuff. Fate Decided is another one who doesn't have early access to the episodes and doesn't like to do spoiler stuff. So there's a nice group of content creators who don't go down that track. So if you see them like on our roundtable discussions, stuff like that, you can pretty much you could trust their videos that they're not going to be spoiler based videos.
Mm-hmm. So again, Robert, thank you so much, hon, for the $20. We're going to play you something as well. Play the same something, because so good. We're going to play it twice. We're going to play it a third time here in just a second, Dana.
Welcome to the fever dream. Fever, you're on fire. Welcome to the burning desire. I said fever. Join the party. We're burning all through the night.
Yes, indeedy. Because we also got Miss Purple Alizé for $2. Thank you, hun. Saying Thank you, ladies, and all. Remembrance Day. Yes, indeedy. We thank you, hun, for the $2 and for coming on panel with us.
I know, for popping in on us.
Yeah, that's right. Hanging out with us, telling us, giving us some good thoughts to think about.
She's like a ninja, though. I didn't even see her like leave. Like I literally heard her voice, and then she was just like gone. I was like, "Where'd she go? What happened?"
She pops in to talk and then leaves, and then she'll pop in.
Right? She's like a Fromville ninja.
You should go call her name 3 times. She's gonna pop up on you again, Dana.
I know, right?
No, but thank you, Purple Alizé, hun. We definitely are gonna. You got the fever.
Welcome to the fever dream. Fever, you're on fire. Welcome to the burning desire. I said fever. Join the party. We're burning all through the night.
It looks like we got another from. Thank you, Purple Alizé, and we got another from Papa Socks for another $10. Let's see. I think the hotel is coming back too. It may. We don't know what happened to it.
No, we don't.
Where did it come from? Where did it go?
Was it ever there? I don't know.
Yes.
We are not sure. Okay, I know that was another troll, right? Because we had Henry come up in talking about, whoa,
Where's the hotel? What happened?
Yeah, he was being like us.
I know, right? They trolling the hell out of us.
Why do you have a sign? What's going on?
It's crazy, man. And then you got Acosta also say, like, what kind of fucking psychopath built this shit?
So they trolling themselves.
They are. They trolling everything. Everything is a troll in this show, man. They're trolling us. The characters is trolling us. They trolling each other. Got the radio jukebox trolling them. Trolling us and them. It's just a troll fest. But thank you, Papa Socks, for the $10. We'll give you some more fever love.
Welcome to the fever dream. Fever, you're on fire. Welcome to the burning desire. I said fever. Join the party. We're burning all through the night.
That's right. It was so good we had to play it 4 times. Thank you
There you
guys for all your support. Now we was ending.
I know.
We was getting there. And look at you guys. You got us going. We think you have selling here. We'll be going for another 3 hours, Dana. Thank God it's Friday night.
Shit.
No, guys, truly, we do appreciate all your guys' love and support. Oh, we love you, Robert. Aw, I love you guys. Y'all get so much support. It's what keeps us going. Honestly, you guys keep the train moving forward, all steam ahead.
Yes.
All right, the last question, and then we're gonna end it for you guys tonight. Truly, we're gonna end it. I swear we will. What's a Southern goodbye, right? What's how we do it down here. You say goodbye, and it takes you like 3 hours later. You trying to tell the person to live with you. We got a place for you to stay. Don't worry. We know it's late now. You might as well just stay. Might as well stay the night. It's fine.
Put on another pot of coffee.
That's right. It's fine. See, Papa Socks asking, so you don't think Dale ending up in the pool is because the hotel was missing? I don't know. I mean, I assume Dale originally ended up in the pool for Fatima's drinking purposes. I'm telling you, I mean, it was a missed opportunity. He was like the jets from the pool, like a fountain for Fatima. A little oasis in it all.
She should have gone up to him with like the silly straw, like the killer clowns from outer space.
Absolutely.
When they
I was wanting slurping action.
And the big things of cotton candy. Yeah, you guys might be too young for that movie, but get one of those silly straws, the circle ones that, you saw the liquid go through the little spirals.
Absolutely. And he loves how you said coffee, Dana. Got to put on another pot of coffee.
Who?
Papa Socks.
Gotta put up another cup. Yep, gotta go get that coffee.
Coffee.
Sorry, I can't help it. I can't help it.
A New York. Walk
Look,
your
I
dog.
love it. I love how she said a lot of the things that Dana says. She's gonna change my vocabulary before it's over with.
Yes, I say certain things really funny.
You're not funny. I like it. It's cute. Look, people talk about how I say things, Dana. It's okay. I find it.
Especially when I get angry. When I get angry and I get frustrated, then the New Yorker really comes out of me. The
Italian New Yorker. Yeah, that come out real strong.
It does.
It does. But it's okay though, because I know. You know people, you know the tone, and you just know, okay, we're gonna be nice to Dana today.
Pretty much.
No, I'm just kidding. Dana don't usually get too mad. You gotta do something pretty bad to get Dana upset. You gotta be playing some games like From be playing. That's when you get upset. But again, guys, thank you all for joining us tonight. Shout out to all the members who have joined in the last week or so since we launched the memberships. And thank you all who donated tonight. Papa Socks, Purple Alizé, and Robert Sanders, of course. Thank you, guys. Always awesome of you to support us and join us and hang out with us. We enjoy you all. But yeah, we're going to end it. I'm always terrible with goodbyes. I never know how to end it, Dana. I'll come up with one of them cool endings like all the other YouTubers have.
I know.
We'll come up with something. Okay. It's got to be something good. It's got to flow with the goodbyes. I don't know. We'll come up with something. But for now, we're just going to wish you all a good night. Stay safe out there. I like to say hang the dream catchers up because I don't know, talismans don't work on everything. It's dream catchers. See how them work out. We're going to try the dream catchers. Hang one up because the nightmares is coming for you. Stay safe, everybody. We love you. Good night.
Paint me a scene, city in color, the way that you see, the way you see it. Don't you wish that I could give you? I could give you everything. 1, 2, 3, and my heart is racing. Can't fall asleep, I got my mind in a throw. Weightless, floating through the day. Trust that I'll be okay. I'm happy alone, but a little waiting for you. Wait until you realize. Waiting for you. Wait until you realize. If you wanna run ahead, I'll meet you where the water meets the earth we cling to. If you